I'm Naruto, starting with Ashura. Author, Gospel of the Night. Chapter 101. The most filial son in the ninja world. Uzumaki. Naruto immediately formed a seal when he returned outside. A certain pure black object far away in the country of rain was startled suddenly, and his eyes shifted to the direction he felt, with some disbelief on his face. Mother's seal. Could it be that mother has escaped from the seal? But soon Black Zetsu suppressed this thought. As Otsutsuki Kaguya, he knew that because Satsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo gathered quite a strong force in order to seal the mother. In order to seal their mother in that place forever, neither Otsutsuki Hamura nor Otsutsuki Hagoromo would deal with the seal at will. Therefore, the mother's desire to break through the seal with her own power had already attracted the attention of Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Although Black Zetsu knows that both Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Otsutsuki Hamura have been dead for thousands of years, as a mother consciousness, he knows how difficult it is for the Otsutsuki clan to die. It is because it is very difficult to kill the Otsutsuki clan, so Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo chose to seal their mother. But now, Black Zetsu felt extremely excited when he suddenly sensed his mother's seal. Although he didn't know what was going on, he would still go in the direction where his mother's seal was coming from. Even if his mother hadn't escaped from the seal, he definitely had a lot to do with her. Black Zetsu forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart and took the initiative to separate from White Zetsu. White Zetsu could not let White Zetsu know about the next things, otherwise it would definitely affect his plan. White Zetsu, who acted together in 617, looked at the separated Black Zetsu with a strange expression. You have something to do? Black Zetsu nodded slightly. You should know that this is Lord Madara's decision. You need to keep an eye on Obito at all times, and now you are acting according to Lord Madara's plan, and you must not let him become an accident. I also need to complete the task Master Madara gave me. White Zetsu didn't say anything. After all, Black Zetsu is Madara's consciousness. What Black Zetsu does must be the task that Madara has already arranged. I see. But has been keeping an eye on Obito. Black Zetsu's complexion became a little darker, and his black body made him even darker. Obito has always known about Af's spying on Obito. That's why people other than Af need to keep an eye on him. Madara-sama has always known Obito's thoughts. He, Bark, has never thought of resurrecting Madara-sama. If Black Zetsu, who is playing dirty tricks, is ranked second, no one can be ranked first. Black Zetsu already knew exactly what Uchiha Obito was thinking. Even Uchiha Madara knew this very well. That's why we need to focus on Uchiha Obito's actions. Once he is allowed to act at will, things will develop in an uncontrollable direction. A hint of surprise flashed across White Zetsu's face. Madara-sama has always known, so why did you train Obito? Black Zetsu just looked at White Zetsu calmly. Because Obito has value. Madara-sama knew that Obito had betrayal intentions, so Madara-sama deliberately kept me here. Consciousness, follow Madara-sama's wishes and guide the plan as it originally was. It's just that it needs to be done without Obito knowing. White Zetsu nodded slightly, and then the other half of his body turned into Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu is not worried that White Zetsu's transformation will be seen through. If he wants to see through White Zetsu's transformation, just relying on Obito's ability is not enough. It's up to you to deal with things over there. I will finish my work and come back as soon as possible. After saying this, Black Zetsu dived underground and left Rain Shinobi Village. White Zetsu will continue to stay in Rain Shinobi Village and take up the work that originally belonged to them. Black Zetsu, who left the land of rain, moved quickly along the induction, and soon entered the land of fire. Mother is in the land of fire? Black Zetsu moved on and felt even more wrong. After entering the land of fire, Black Zetsu felt strange, and after continuing to move forward, Black Zetsu found that his mother's location seemed to be not only in the land of fire, but in Konoha. Black Zetsu, who came outside Konoha's perception barrier, paused for a while. It's strange, how could mother be in Konoha where Ashura and Indra reincarnated this year? Black Zetsu, who is the reincarnation of Ashura and Indra this year, already knew it well. Black Zetsu once again sensed that the seal belonging to the mother appeared inside Konoha village. Really in Konoha? No, don't think about other things. Go and see where the mother's seal is issued on Konoha. Black Zetsu dives into the ground again. For Black Zetsu, it is too easy to not trigger a layer of perception enchantment around Konoha. What's more, he also clearly knows how to enter Konoha without triggering that layer of perception enchantment. After all, as a person who has been hidden in the darkness for thousands of years, Black Zetsu knows much more than anyone else. How to avoid the enchantment, how to enter the surrounded village without triggering the trap. These are the things that need to be done every day for Black Zetsu. If you can't even do these things, it will be out of reach to resurrect your mother dream. Now feeling the mother's seal again, even though Black Zetsu has a lot of doubts in his heart, he can only temporarily suppress the doubts, and go to see the situation first. Through the perception of Yin, Black Zetsu soon found the number 23 training ground. It's here? Black Zetsu advanced inside with a weird look on his face. Black Zetsu, who entered the number 23 training ground, soon came to a place that could be regarded as a place where people lived, but Black Zetsu, who was outside, did not feel that there were people living inside. "Black Zetsu, you can come in!" Exclamation mark. Hearing the voice inside, Black Zetsu's eyes widened. He really didn't feel that there was any presence of people inside. "Is it a trap? But why do you know your mother's seal?" The current situation made Black Zetsu have some thoughts of retreating. After all, stepping into a place that might be a trap at will may end up destroying himself in the end. But the other party knew his identity and mother's seal. This was definitely not an opportunity he could easily let go. Since his mother was sealed up to now, Black Zetsu has been working hard to liberate his mother from the seal. And now the mother's seal is right in front of her eyes, and the people inside still know his name, and even lured him here on purpose. Obviously, the people inside definitely have a lot to do with her mother. After hesitating for a long time, Black Zetsu made a decision. "You must go in." As the biggest filial son in the history of the ninja world, Black Zetsu is willing to do many things as long as it is for the liberation of his mother. This time the trap is just one of them. Having made a decision, Black Zetsu walked directly through the gate into this habitable place. Although the room was very dark, Black Zetsu, who entered it, immediately saw who was speaking in the room. Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto. At this moment Black Zetsu confirmed that he was fooled. Ashura. Chapter 102. Thousands of years of hard work are worth it. Ashura. Black Zetsu knows the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra in the previous session, and naturally also knows the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra in this session. So, Black Zetsu knew he had been fooled the moment he saw Uzumaki Naruto. Ashura used his mother's seal to lure him out. This is a very big trap from any angle. Uzumaki Naruto just looked at Black Zetsu, who was about to escape quietly, without even the slightest intention of trying to stay. Even Black Zetsu, who was about to escape, felt something strange. What happened? Ashura brought me here without any intention of keeping me here. Only then did Black Zetsu realize that even though this place was a trap, it didn't look like a trap at all. Ashura in this life is not yet an adult and does not have the same strength as the previous Ashura. Obviously, the reincarnation of Ashura in front of him should not have the strength to catch him. This judgment made Black Zetsu feel even more strange. Apparently there is another question that makes Black Zetsu feel even more strange. Why does the reincarnation of Ashura know the mother's seal? Black Zetsu can be sure that his mother will never tell anyone else about this seal, let alone the successor of Otsutsuki Heigromo. But the fact before us is that this reincarnation of Ashura knew his mother's seal and used his mother's seal to lure him out. If it's to catch me, I can understand. But Ashura's reincarnation doesn't have the power to capture me at all. Why would he deliberately lure me out? Uzumaki Naruto did not speak, but looked at Black Zetsu calmly. Kagura's inner eye could sense that Black Zetsu's mood was slowly becoming stable. Calm down? If you're not calm enough, do you want me to wait for you for a while? Uzumaki Naruto didn't mind Black Zetsu continuing to have a brainstorm for a while. The current situation does require some time for Black Zetsu to calm down. If he hadn't experienced it personally, Uzumaki Naruto wouldn't think that his emotions could be controlled as stably as Black Zetsu's. Black Zetsu's mind slowly calmed down. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto in front of him, he already had some other thoughts in his mind. You, why do you know the mother seal? What is your relationship with your mother? Normally speaking, Black Zetsu was sure that his mother would never have anything to do with Ashura's reincarnation. But there was a situation in front of him that he couldn't believe but could only believe, so Black Zetsu could only admit that everything that happened in front of him was real. The Uzumaki Naruto in front of him had a certain relationship with his mother. No, maybe it's not a certain relationship, but a very complicated relationship. Uzumaki Naruto did not directly answer Black Zetsu's question. Black Zetsu, ever since Kaguya was sealed by Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Heigromo, she has been working hard in this ninja world to find a way to resurrect him. Even Uchiha Madara is a pawn in your hands to resurrect Kaguya. Black Zetsu had the urge to escape even more. Likewise Ashura knows these secrets that most people don't know so clearly. Using Uchiha Madara as a pawn is to resurrect the mother. No one should know about this kind of thing. However, it was easily explained by Uzumaki Naruto in front of him. Just like an inflated balloon took the initiative to come to the tip of the needle, and the balloon exploded completely with just one touch. Uzumaki Naruto ignored Black Zetsu's uneasy mood at this time and continued the topic. Having survived in the ninja world for thousands of years, you should know how to block the perceptions of Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Heigromo, and how to block the overly large chakra. Deploy a barrier around it. In that case, I will answer your question. Black Zetsu's eyes flew open. Could it be ... Could it be? When Black Zetsu heard these words, an answer suddenly came to his mind. Thousands of years of long-cherished wish, thousands of years of hard work. Black Zetsu just did what a child should do for his mother. And now, suddenly there is hope. This hope was also captured in the hands of the underage Uzumaki Naruto in front of him. No matter how slim this hope is, as long as he knows that there is such a possibility, Black Zetsu is willing to do it and bet everything on himself. Holding back the expectations and surprises in his heart, Black Zetsu silently arranged a barrier around him that could block all perception and chakra. The enchantment and sealing technique are things that Black Zetsu has been studying for thousands of years. They are all learning and researching to liberate the mother from the seal. I didn't expect that it can be applied to this kind of place now. Having made all preparations, Black Zetsu checked several times before confirming that there was nothing wrong with the barrier he had arranged. Zero, please ask for flowers. Alright. Uzumaki Naruto nodded slightly. His perception had been sealed inside this barrier. The strength of this barrier was astonishing. Even chakra couldn't penetrate it. Tell me the seal of summoning technique. Black Zetsu was a little strange, but he still revealed the seal of the summoning technique. There are not many seals in the summoning technique. But Uzumaki Naruto memorized it just once, and immediately started to form the seals, pressing his hand on the ground. Bang! For a moment, smoke filled the entire small room, and the eyes couldn't see the specific situation clearly, but the amazing chakra was spreading uncontrollably to the surroundings. Felt it. It's mother. This is mother's chakra. Although he couldn't see it with his eyes, Black Zetsu could clearly feel the familiar chakra. That is chakra that cannot be imitated. Black Zetsu is sure that no one in this world can imitate such chakra. Therefore, Black Zetsu can be sure that the person who was summoned is his mother, Kaguya and Satsuki. When the smoke dissipated, Black Zetsu was so excited that tears filled his eyes when he saw that magnificent figure, and he wanted to throw himself directly into his mother's arms. Mother. When Satsuki Kaguya saw his third child, Black Zetsu, he felt unspeakable emotions in his heart. The two children she had always been fond of betrayed her after listening to a few words from a dead toad. But her third child, who was born temporarily, has been thinking about how to free her from the seal for thousands of years. The two children she favored were beasts, but her third child was the filial son who was most filial to her. This made Satsuki Kaguya's eyes become much gentler when looking at Black Zetsu. I can see all your hard work. You are a good boy. Hearing his mother's words, Black Zetsu felt that something was about to explode in his heart, and the bitterness that had been suppressed for a long time was completely released. The road to saving my mother is hard. Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo did such a good job. That's the only way Black Zetsu could think of. But after hearing his mother's words, Black Zetsu felt that his thousands of years of hard work were worthwhile. Chapter 103 The Dispute Between Indra and Ashura. Watching the loving mother and son, Uzumaki Naruto also had infinite emotions in his heart. Otsutsuki Hamura, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, you are nothing. What can such a stupid mother do? This silly Bashan has never had any ill intentions towards this world. After waiting for a while to allow the mother and son to communicate their feelings, Uzumaki Naruto took the initiative to interrupt the communication between the two. Kaguya-hime, you can stop for a moment. Otsutsuki Kaguya, who was not good at saying those sensational words, paused for a moment. But this scene made Black Zetsu full of questions. What's the situation? Why would mother listen to Ashura's reincarnation so much? Uzumaki Naruto also didn't give Black Zetsu much time to question. Black Zetsu, what you 790 need to do next is obvious. Otsutsuki Hamura has always been on the moon, and Otsutsuki Hagoromo is waiting for an opportunity in Pure Land. They know that what is happening now is someone who is going to develop in this direction. Black Zetsu's entire face was blurred by the sudden news. Those two guys know? Those two guys actually knew I was doing this all along? Black Zetsu, who just reacted, looked at Ashura's reincarnation in surprise. Since they knew I was saving my mother, why didn't they come to me directly? Uzumaki Naruto certainly knew the answer. They don't know about your existence. They can only judge from the situation in the ninja world that someone wants to resurrect Kaguya-hime. They don't need to know who is behind everything, and they don't need to stop it in advance. Because, Otsutsuki Hagoromo already knew that this was an inevitable result, so he deliberately guided his two children to reincarnate continuously, becoming dragons and brave men, and maintaining the order of the ninja world. The moment ninjas gained power, they were destined to have constant disputes, and the ninja world would also continue to have wars due to disputes. So Otsutsuki Hagoromo thought of a way to maintain the existence of the ninja world for a longer period of time, as long as there is one evil person in the ninja world. When all the evil is directed at one point, a brave man emerges to fight against the evildoers, and the ninja world will continue to repeat this kind of self-directed and self-acted drama. Although this is quite a conspiracy theory, Uzumaki Naruto feels that this is the purpose of Otsutsuki Hagoromo. A world that completely understands each other does not exist. Only if the ninja world has a common enemy, then the ninja world will be able to survive for a longer time. This is the final conclusion reached by Yokai Sasuke in the original work. So isn't it a conspiracy that Indra and Ashura continued to reincarnate and continued to fight after reincarnation? If we speculate based on the final conclusion reached by Yokai Sasuke, Otsutsuki Hagoromo should have reached such a conclusion, and then deliberately led Indra and Ashura to turn against each other, causing Indra and Ashura to continue fighting even after they were reincarnated. Black Zetsu's eyes widened suddenly. This time he was really shocked by this statement. No way, that guy. So ruthless? To personally guide his two children to become evil people who attract hatred and good people who repel evil people? While surprised, Black Zetsu was also thinking about the possibility of this situation. It seems that the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura have been hostile to each other for generations. Ashura has never been defeated by Indra, and Indra has always played the role of the bad guy. When recalling it, Black Zetsu felt a little shuddering. He is a full-fledged schemer himself, and Black Zetsu also thinks that he is ruthless enough to deliberately lead Indra and Ashura to confront each other. But what if that's what Otsutsuki Hagoromo would love to see? Doesn't that mean that even his Black Zetsu lead was used by Otsutsuki Hagoromo? Thinking this way, Black Zetsu's eyes widened. He really hadn't thought about it in the past. Otsutsuki Hagoromo actually did such a thing. Otsutsuki Kaguya sighed deeply. Instead of maintaining that balance, it would be better for the concubine to directly retrieve the scattered chakra. At Otsutsuki Kaguya, it seems that Otsutsuki Hagoromo is putting the cart before the horse. The chakra condensed into one is dispersed throughout the world, and after the chakra is dispersed, Otsutsuki Hagoromo also hopes that people can understand each other and use chakra for the better. And in order to keep this kind of ninja world going on, he even guided his two children to maintain this state of ninja world. Otsutsuki Kaguya can't help but sigh when thinking of such a situation. 0. It seems that I was wrong in bestowing power on Oromo and Hamura in the first place. It's just a deformed thought. Even the stupid Otsutsuki Kaguya knows this is wrong. Why doesn't Otsutsuki Hagoromo know what even silly White Sweet knows? Because of arrogance. Otsutsuki Hagoromo is without a doubt an arrogant man. He arrogantly believes that people should be able to understand each other, everyone should have more positive thoughts, and should continue to move forward. He arrogantly believes that no one understands ninjas better than him, and no one understands the future of the ninja world better than him. It is because of this arrogance that he insists on his own thinking. If you simply think that your thoughts are correct, you should help those who attain the Tao more, but those who heal the Tao will help less. So, Otsutsuki Hagoromo just likes Ashura, who is less capable but has strong social skills. Such thinking is wrong. People will never understand each other. Unless you have the same experience, you will never understand the pain of others. Since you can't even understand why others are in pain, how can you guide others to let go of hatred and understand each other? The question is fundamentally wrong. Humans are constantly evolving creatures. Competition cannot be avoided in progress. It can even be said that progress exists only because of competition. If there is no competition, then there will be no progress. And once the competition is fierce, it will soon develop into a contradiction. Everyone has a different force field, and the world at Otsutsuki Hagoromo hope that people can understand each other absolutely does not exist. If it exists in the world of infinite Tsukuyomi. In his later years, Otsutsuki Hagoromo also got this answer, so he deliberately led his two children to fight against each other, and even gave all the inheritance of 6 paths to the weak Ashura. It was because of this that he finally led to Ashura, the complete opposite of Indra. After all, Otsutsuki Hagoromo did not treat his two children fairly. If he was fair, then there wouldn't be such a big difference in treatment between Indra and Ashura. Chapter 104, The Three Holy Lands Can't Be Forgotten. Otsutsuki Kaguya doesn't think that much about his two sons. After receiving the blessing from this world and giving birth to 2 children, becoming a mother was actually a very new experience for Otsutsuki Kaguya. Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo are a part of the power separated from her body, mixed with the blessing of this world to be born. Otherwise she would not have given birth to 2 children so easily as a member of the Otsutsuki clan. Now, Otsutsuki Kaguya still remembers how complicated his mood was when he saw a part of his separated power turning into a young child little by little. There is another life connected with her blood in the world. It is different from the opposite relationship like Otsutsuki Ishiki, but they have the deepest connection with each other. It is because of her love for these 2 children who are connected by blood that she wants to resist the attack of the Otsutsuki clan even more. But in the end, her 2 children chose to stand on the opposite side of her, just like herself and Otsutsuki. Therefore, Otsutsuki Kaguya kept resenting in his heart, resenting why he had to separate part of his power, and why he accepted the blessing 10 inches to allow Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Otsutsuki Hamura to be born. Perhaps she would be better off without these 2 children. But every time she thinks about this, Otsutsuki Kaguya always thinks of the first 2 children that moved her. Therefore, facing the 2 children who sealed her, Otsutsuki Kaguya still felt strong sadness as a mother. Uzumaki Naruto glanced at Otsutsuki Kaguya. It's almost like Timmy in FGO. As the mother of all things, all she wants to do is return, but it is a problem that humans have to face. Otsutsuki Kaguya is also in the same situation as Dima. Without that identity, without that force field, Uzumaki Naruto would never have understood how Otsutsuki Kaguya felt. It's like no one can understand Tiamat's feelings. Because it is not in the same force field, it is impossible to understand it all. Uzumaki Naruto didn't want to understand. He wouldn't think about the problem from the other person's perspective, he could only look at the problem from his own perspective. Because Uzumaki Naruto knew that he couldn't change his perspective, so he didn't need to understand other people's feelings. Just find your own goals and move forward. Even if the world becomes more chaotic, it is inevitable in this world. Uzumaki Naruto doesn't have any entanglements, nor does he think about the world. Black Zetsu, what you need to do now is very simple. Continue to proceed with your plan and let Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo feel that the mastermind is behind everything. Then, the most important thing you need to do is to find out where the Urshin Holy Land is. Toad, Snake, and Katsu, these three creatures that belong to this world also stand with Otsutsuki Hagoromo. And it was also because of the Toad's prophecy that Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo chose to betray. Uzumaki Naruto plans to attack the three holy places. Sold the souls of Ashura and Indra. Perhaps the present Otsutsuki Hagoromo doesn't know yet. But once you know it, you will eventually stand on the opposite side. Instead of starting preparations at that time, it is better to start a series of preparations now. Otsutsuki Hamura's body was buried on the moon, but Otsutsuki Hagoromo's body is not known. It's just that according to the relationship between Otsutsuki Hagoromo and that toad pill, maybe Otsutsuki Hagoromo's body is still on Mount Myoboku. Continuing to keep their bodies is definitely a trouble. If it can be dealt with earlier, it is better to deal with it as soon as possible. However, if you consider this issue, then going to the moon is not a wise choice. Once Otsutsuki Hamura discovers some problems, it is equivalent to letting Otsutsuki Hagoromo know. This gave Uzumaki Naruto a little headache. We can't go to the moon for the time being, at least not until the fourth ninja war begins. Sure enough, can I still only choose Dragon Vein? Dragon Vein has an effect that transcends time. In Uzumaki Naruto, this seems to be a more abnormal power than the power of six paths. At least the power of six paths cannot make people transcend time. There are actually many things you can do with this ability to transcend time. Black Zetsu also silently remembered these words spoken by Uzumaki Naruto. Especially after hearing the Toad's prophecy, Black Zetsu's eyes flashed with a trace of scarlet. I forgot about that Toad. I had been busy thinking about ways to get my mother out of the seal, and for the sake of caution, I had no plans to cause trouble in the three holy places. But now that his mother has escaped from the seal, Black Zetsu also feels the need to pick up the issues that he once did not think about. Black Zetsu will never forget that sealing his mother was largely the result of those Toads meddling. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes flashed with a chill. Let that person put in more effort. Tell him about Senjutsu and the relationship between the Sage of Six Paths and Mount Myoboku's Toad, and let him go and make some noise inside. Just like Black Zetsu will not forget that the Toad on Mount Myoboku has the seal of Otsutsuki Kaguya, Uzumaki Naruto will not forget that Uchiha Obito was the culprit who killed his parents. Use wherever you can. After using it to the point of being worthless, throw it into the trash can like a piece of rag. This hatred will not be settled. Black Zetsu glanced briefly at Uzumaki Naruto, whose face was full of frost, and already understood what Uzumaki Naruto meant. However, this arrangement was exactly what he wanted. Black Zetsu would not let go of those Toads on Mount Myoboku. It just so happens that Uchiha Obito's abilities also meet the requirements. Just talk to him about Sage of Six Paths and Mount Myoboku when the time comes. He will definitely be interested in things like Senjutsu. After all, Uchiha Obito is not a chess player. But now, Uchiha Obito's restlessness is the best bait. I know. He has always wanted to escape from Uchiha Madara, and if he knew some stories about the Sage of Six Paths, he would definitely be interested in Mount Myoboku. Uchiha Obito is a very clear chess piece. That is to say, it is easy to control because you understand too much. What Uchiha Obito hopes to do most is to save his beloved woman, but his beloved woman is already dead, and even he himself is controlled by Uchiha Madara with a curse seal. With just a little guidance, Uchiha Obito will start taking action. But it just needs a little bit of work. Chapter 105 Uzumaki Naruto and Black Zetsu's caution. Uzumaki Naruto's words paused. Of course, even so, it is not easy to deal with Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Otsutsuki Hamura. Neither Otsutsuki Hamura nor Otsutsuki Hagoromo are easy people to deal with. Their physical death is a big problem. In fact, even Uchiha Madara can be reborn using the Rentensei technique, so why can't Otsutsuki Hagoromo, who possesses the Rinnegan, do the same? So the truth about their physical deaths is a big mystery. It was because he was unsure of their truth that Uzumaki Naruto hoped to find their bodies directly without alerting them. No matter how strong their immortality is, as long as the physical body is touched by him without consciousness, then Uzumaki Naruto can repeat the same operation as selling the sacred tree. Will Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo be able to show their heyday strength after losing their bodies? As long as I can find their bodies, this game will be half won for me. However, I'm afraid it won't be that easy to find. Moreover, it is best for both parties to do it at the same time, otherwise once the two parties join forces, the trouble may become even greater. Although Uzumaki Naruto is very confident about his future, and is also very confident about Otsutsuki Kaguya, he still needs to abide by sail the boat of 10,000 years with caution. Uzumaki Naruto does not want to capsize here. It's very abnormal that their souls are still alive today. Although the lifespan of the body has expired, it does not mean that there is really nothing they can do. Uzumaki Naruto glanced at Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu, who also follows the idea of sail the boat of 10,000 years with caution, immediately understood the meaning. I will investigate where their bodies are as soon as possible. Uzumaki Naruto nodded slightly. Otsutsuki Hamura's body is definitely on the moon. The body of Otsutsuki Hagoromo should be in one of the 3 holy places, but I prefer Mount Myoboku. Otsutsuki Hagoromo has a good personal relationship with the toad that can predict the future. Finally, there is a high possibility that Otsutsuki Hagoromo's body is hidden in Mount Myoboku. Having said this, Uzumaki Naruto took out a kunai engraved with the Flying Thunder God's technique. If you go in, remember to put this inside. Black Zetsu took one look at the Flying Thunder God technique and instantly understood what Uzumaki Naruto meant. Silently put away this kunai. If you have space ninjutsu, it will be much easier to invade Mount Myoboku again. This guy is the same as me. Even after just a brief contact, Black Zetsu could already feel that this reincarnation of Ashura was the same person as him. Strange, aren't the reincarnations of Ashura in the past very naive? How come Ashura has become smarter than Indra this time? If Black Zetsu hadn't clearly known that Uzumaki Naruto was the reincarnation of Ashura this time, he might have thought that Uzumaki Naruto was the reincarnation of Indra. But this feeling is pretty good. Many things have been anticipated in advance and dealt with accordingly. Black Zetsu knew that the connection between his mother and Uzumaki Naruto was definitely unusual. Otherwise, would my mother have backed away and given up the initiative just because of Uzumaki Naruto's words? Black Zetsu doesn't know what the connection between his mother and Uzumaki Naruto is, but now they are united in dealing with Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Just knowing this gave Black Zetsu the motivation to work hard. And one more thing. Uzumaki Naruto stopped Black Zetsu, who was about to leave. After the Chunin exams, I will leave Konoha with Sasuke. In the next few years, Sasuke and I do not plan to defect to any force, so you will need to support us in the next few years. Black Zetsu had a weird look on his face just after hearing this. Ashura is dragging Indra into trouble, and you are still planning to join forces with your mother to attack those 2 people? Black Zetsu really didn't expect that this year's Ashura would actually perform such a unique skill. Such a decision is very interesting. Black Zetsu felt angry at the thought of his mother being stabbed in the back by those 2 white-eyed wolves. And now that he saw Ashura and Indra starting to join forces to stab the 2 white-eyed wolves in the back, Black Zetsu started to clap his hands in his heart. Therefore, Black Zetsu naturally has no need to refuse this request. As long as the people who want to kill Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Otsutsuki Hamura are his allies of Black Zetsu, they will never do it without strong support. Therefore, Black Zetsu's husky voice was filled with very strong excitement. No problem. Finding places to hide is my specialty. It only takes a few years. I have many places to hide. As someone who has hidden himself in the ninja world for thousands of years, Black Zetsu knows a lot about places where he can hide. Moreover, the help now is meaningful. Both Ashura and Indra are highly qualified people, and since we have to deal with Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo in the future, some strong people are definitely necessary. Black Zetsu was also worried that his mother would not be able to handle those 2 people on her own. With the help of Ashura and Indra, there is no doubt that the success rate of dealing with the 2 white-eyed wolves would be much higher. When I thought of this, his mood became much more relaxed. No, now is not the time to relax. Black Zetsu took one last look at his mother, and he felt even more determined. The mother's liberation from the moon is just one thing. If Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo know about my mother's existence, then if those 2 guys get the chance, my mother may be sealed again. I also need to find the bodies of those 2 guys as soon as possible. The souls of those 2 guys are not dead yet, and Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Rinnegan must also have the means to be resurrected. In order to avoid the scenario where Otsutsuki Hagoromo is resurrected, Black Zetsu knows that he must do something. Then, Black Zetsu glanced at Uzumaki Naruto and the training of Ashura and Indra this year. They are still very weak now, but if we give them room to succeed, they will grow up soon. Black Zetsu quickly set his sights on tailed beasts. If Ashura becomes the Jinchuriki of 10 tails, and Indra, who gets the eternal Mangekyo, plus Mother, maybe we can completely suppress those 2 guys. The tailed beast collection plan cannot be missed. Rinnegan also needs to pay more attention and be more careful with Obito's movements. These need to be carried out according to plan. Black Zetsu is not worried that this plan will not go smoothly. The road ahead has already been paved, but the final plan needs to be slightly changed. Chapter 106. Uzumaki Kushina always knew Black Zetsu is gone. Although Black Zetsu relaxed a lot after knowing that his mother had been released from the moon, there were still many things waiting for him. For Black Zetsu, this is just daily life. It has been this way for thousands of years, and even though everything is beginning to become clearer now, Black Zetsu still knows that it is not the time to relax yet. Otsatsuki Hamura, Otsatsuki Heigromo, you two wait. I sealed my mother away after listening to a few slanderous words from a smelly toad. I will settle this account with you step by step. After Black Zetsu left, Uzumaki Naruto also set his sights on Otsatsuki Kaguya. It won't take long before I give you the freedom you need. Otsatsuki Kaguya looked into Uzumaki Naruto's eyes, and finally nodded slightly to acknowledge the promise. I will always remember your words. After saying this, Otsatsuki Kaguya turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared. After the summoning, Otsatsuki Kaguya returned to the spiritual world of Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, who was always paying attention, also felt it. You should have a good rest today. There are just too many things happening today. The complete destruction of the Otsatsuki clan, the release seal of Otsatsuki Kaguya, the conspiracy with Black Zetsu, the world view, and many trivial things. For 223 Uzumaki Naruto, today is a very fulfilling day, but it is also a very energy-consuming day. I don't know if it's because of observing the world. A strong wave of tiredness swept over Uzumaki Naruto's consciousness. Uzumaki Naruto rubbed his eyes and did not suppress his sleepiness. He took off his clothes and lay directly on the bed. Within a short time, Uzumaki Naruto had already fallen asleep. Uzumaki Kushina in the spiritual world looked at the tired Uzumaki Naruto with a distressed expression. Naruto, are you so tired every day? Really? That kid doesn't even know how to take care of his own body. I live alone and eat grilled and smoked fish every day. What nutrition can I get? Uzumaki Kushina almost burst into tears when she thought about how her children had been like this for the past 10 years. As a mother, the last thing she sees is that her children are working so hard. As a former ninja, Uzumaki Kushina knows that the life of a ninja is full of life and death. A simple task may be like the D-level task I received today, which only consumes energy and physical strength. But if it is a more difficult task, then you will face the life and death that ninjas must face. Uzumaki Kushina knew that this was a very important growth for Uzumaki Naruto. But as a mother who died just after giving birth to her child, Uzumaki really doesn't want her child to be exposed to that kind of world. Moreover, Uzumaki Kushina understood from the conversation between her son and the black thing just now that her child was involved in a more troublesome circle. Bang! Otsatsuki Kaguya returns to this spiritual world. She quietly looked at the worry on Uzumaki Kushina's face, but felt the same in her heart. She also had such worries in the past. It's just that her two children completely sealed her away because of the so-called prophecy. They didn't even have time to talk to her. They turned around and completely turned against her and used the power she gave to seal her. Now, Otsatsuki Kaguya has seen a mother's worries about her children, and she can relate to it to a certain extent. Your kids are great. He will find a way to resurrect you and let you continue to live. Her third son is a good boy. Uzumaki Naruto is also a good boy. They all have similar traits, and they won't attack their mothers. Uzumaki Kushina felt even more sad after hearing this. I know, that child has always suffered a lot of grievances, but it never showed on his face. Third Hokage confiscated all of Minato's and mine's money, leaving nothing for the back people. Konoha also raised its voice against Naruto, even forcing the child to move to a place like this by himself. That child has never been happy as a child for a day. Perhaps he has been deliberately hiding himself since he can remember, just so that he can survive. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Kushina felt a burst of hatred in her heart. That was the hatred for Konoha. That's the hatred for Hiruzen. Their whole family died for Konoha. Uzumaki Kushina is the previous Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and her husband Namikaze Minato is the fourth Hokage. They died for Konoha. Even their children became Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. But even so, Konoha cannot give their children a fairer treatment. Such Konoha only made Uzumaki Kushina feel sick. A big change has happened in that child, and as a mother, I can feel it. That kid somehow knows a lot of things he shouldn't know. Even the sealed Nine-Tails disappeared. In fact, Uzumaki Kushina had already felt abnormal about these things, but she just didn't say a word. The reason is simple. Because Naruto is her son, there is no need to doubt what her son does. Uzumaki Kushina has always believed that any decision her son makes is the right one, and as a mother, she will give Naruto enough support. But all I know is that Naruto is having a hard time. He lived a very hard life in order to survive and to take revenge. Even when Uzumaki Kushina saw her son for the first time, she knew that her son had worked hard to survive until now for revenge. For this reason, Uzumaki Kushina can only feel sad. Her son worked hard to survive for revenge. How much damage did Konoha cause her child? That kid never said anything, but that's just the way he is. Resurrection, maybe the child has already thought about it. But when she thought that her child would continue to work hard for her and Minato's resurrection, or even do some extraordinary things, Uzumaki Kushina was very reluctant. She only hoped that Naruto could grow up well, have a normal girlfriend, get married and have children. But Uzumaki Kushina also knows that it is difficult to realize her wish. Her children are bound to embark on a rebellious path. In the end, There may be no one who can stand by Naruto's side, except Mikoto's children. But it's because of this that Uzumaki Kushina feels even more sorry for her poor child. Chapter 107 Uzumaki Naruto's 5 years of hard work. The next morning, Uzumaki Naruto also got up very early today. After folding the quilt and washing himself, Uzumaki Naruto took out the kunai engraved with the Flying Thunder God's technique. Flying Thunder God is indeed a first-class space ninjutsu. This space ninjutsu is not only suitable for escaping, but its attack and defense capabilities are also quite powerful. The Tailed Beast Bomb, which is as powerful as 9 tails, can also be teleported to a place with the Flying Thunder God technique by Flying Thunder God guiding mine. That means that as long as you make good use of this ninjutsu, you can bounce many ninjutsu back. Although Uzumaki Naruto still doesn't know if it is actually difficult to do. But at least Flying Thunder God can do this kind of thing. Although Flying Thunder God is very versatile and has strong performance in movement, attack and defense, it also has a big weakness of spell. Flying Thunder God is very comprehensive as a space ninjutsu, but it is not perfect. Of course, Uzumaki Naruto doesn't think there is anything perfect in the world, and gradually making imperfect ninjutsu perfect is something that must be done. If the restrictions on their spell can be lifted, maybe Flying Thunder God can become more convenient. However, it is impossible to achieve this level without conducting multiple experiments. Flying Thunder God also needs time to continue to improve. Putting this thought aside, yesterday's experience of observing the world gave Uzumaki Naruto at this moment an extraordinary understanding of any ninjutsu that exists in the ninja world. It's like Flying Thunder God. Originally, this ninjutsu required the perception of spatial coordinates first, and then the Flying Thunder God technique could be used to perform instant movement. But just one observation of the world allowed Uzumaki Naruto to easily skip these stages and directly reach the point where he can use Flying Thunder God. Other benefits of world observation. It actually improved my knowledge and understanding of ninjutsu to this level. Uzumaki Naruto simply couldn't understand what kind of situation he was in now. 3-body technique. He originally thought that his understanding was deep enough, but after observing the world, he came to the conclusion that it was not deep enough. It turns out the clone technique and transformation technique are ninjutsu that can be used without any seals, and body replacement technique is a ninjutsu that can be activated even if it is simplified to a single seal. Originally, Uzumaki Naruto simplified clone technique to a single seal activation, which was considered the ultimate of clone technique. However, he did not expect that the real ultimate can be activated without seals. Although clone technique still does not have any attack power, clone technique used with one seal and clone technique used without seals are not the same concept at all. As long as the opponent's seal spirit is discovered during the battle, the ninja will subconsciously become vigilant. This habitual vigilance will allow the ninja to better see through the ninjutsu used by the opponent and find a way to deal with it. But if a ninjutsu no longer requires the use of seals, the effect will increase exponentially. The effect of clone technique is not substantial, but as long as it can disrupt the opponent's line of sight, it is considered a success. Even if the first surprise attack fails, the opponent must allocate part of his energy to be wary of the clone technique that does not require the use of seals. This virtually reduces the other party's attention. Therefore, ninjutsu that does not require the use of seals is quite strategic. However, there is probably only one ninjutsu that can be used without seals, clone technique. It is too difficult to use other ninjutsus without seals. Then, it was right for me to choose the simplified seal path from the beginning. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head and took out his scroll from his pocket on the table. This is a sealed scroll, a scroll that exists for the convenience of carrying items. To open the sealed scroll, you need a special seal and a special chakra. Uzumaki Naruto quickly formed the seals at a speed of 5 seals per second. It took nearly 10 seconds to complete the sealing work, and then pressed the seal scroll with both hands. Bang! A cloud of smoke appeared, along with a large number of scrolls stored inside. These are the efforts of Uzumaki Naruto for 5 years. Detailed explanation of all ninjutsu after simplified seals, as well as the relationship between the flow of chakra and seals, and the simplified seals created based on the flow of chakra. These are the materials needed for simplified printing. Only after all these are clarified can you start learning the ninjutsu of simplified seals. Uzumaki Naruto didn't know if other simplified seal ninjutsu could be stolen, but his simplified seal ninjutsu could definitely not be stolen. Simplified yin requires an understanding of the flow of chakra. Mudra is the external way of creating the flow of chakra. 0 Please give me flowers. Copy Ninja Kakashi is called this because Sharingan can see through every seal. So Uzumaki Naruto is simplifying the process of sealing. The external sealing of Vice Admiral is completely separated from the flow of chakra. This means that the chakra flow generated during the sealing process is not only caused by the seal, but also the chakra flow inside the body. Certain control. This increases the difficulty of learning ninjutsu, but it means that you can learn ninjutsu not only by knowing the seals, but also fundamentally eliminates the possibility of ninjutsu being copied. This is also the path chosen by Uzumaki Naruto. to eliminate all possibilities of enemies. Unless someone can obtain his research information, it will be absolutely impossible to master the simplified seal ninjutsu he developed. Uzumaki Naruto picked up 3 scrolls, with clone technique, body replacement technique and transformation technique written on them. I rewrote my own understanding of ninjutsu at the end, and updated the seals that need to be used and the methods that do not require the use of seals at the end. After doing these things, Uzumaki Naruto resealed these scrolls into the seal scrolls. Only after finishing it, Uzumaki Naruto looked at his seal scroll. It seems that I need to find some time to sort these things out. It is too dangerous to put all these things in one place. It would be safer to seal them in different places. Everything in these scrolls is Uzumaki Naruto's efforts over the past 5 years for the knowledge and understanding of ninjutsu, as well as the knowledge of chakra and the method of reducing the ratio of chakra to extract chakra. These research things are priceless. And these things are also things that Uzumaki Naruto has always hidden. At least he will not choose to show it to anyone except Uchiha Sasuke. At least that's true for now. After packing all these things, Uzumaki Naruto checked the things at home and on himself. This was his habit before going out every day, because he was worried about leaving some important things at home and then being dug out by the third Hokage. After making sure everything was okay, Uzumaki Naruto walked out of the house. A new day of ninja life has begun again. Today, I must work hard to deepen my understanding of ninjutsu and simplify the 2 newly mastered ninjutsu as soon as possible. Chapter 108 Hokage talks downstairs about Konoha's plan to destroy it. Today we are still gathering below the Hokage building, but this time only Class 7 is gathering. All other classes had already gathered here yesterday. Naturally, there will be no need for such a ceremonial gathering next time. Instead, they will gather according to the situation of each class. It's just that the instructor of Class 7, Jonin Hatake Kakashi, is still in Konoha Hospital, so there is no need to go to other places to gather. Just meet at the Hokage building. As long as Class 8 arrives, we will go to pick up the mission together. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke basically arrived at the same time. As usual, Uzumaki Naruto first checked the surrounding situation before speaking slowly. Things are almost settled. Uchiha Sasuke was slightly surprised. So fast? Didn't you say that you still need some time to arrange? Uzumaki Naruto nodded slightly. 420 originally it will take some time, but I have initially mastered the Flying Thunder God, and the initiative is already in our hands. All we have to wait for now is an opportunity. If we seize the opportunity, we can leave Konoha. Uzumaki Naruto knew this opportunity would not come too late. The Chunin exam is a great opportunity for them. In Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan, they have the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. You must know that Uzumaki Naruto not only wants to leave Konoha, but also wants to give Konoha a series of gifts. The detonating charms hidden throughout Konoha are a luxurious gift package. Once Konoha is besieged by Sound Ninja Village and Sand Shinobi Village, these hidden detonating symbols will explode again in a wide range, and the final scene will be as exciting as you can imagine. Konoha's medical care and education will suffer the most significant blow, and may even be in danger of being disconnected. I believe that by then, even if Shimura Danzo can endure it, Konoha will be completely powerless. After the most significant blow to medical and education, Uzumaki Naruto Xiang why Konoha wanted to turn over unless Jiraiya and Kashunashu were tied to Konoha. In this case, the number of chasing troops will be very small, which is definitely very good news for Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. It's just that there will be more things that need to be done by then. If you want Konoha to pay a certain price, then you have to start from the foundation. Uchiha Sasuke naturally understands this. What exactly? Where are you mainly going to start? Regarding where to take action, Uzumaki Naruto had already made plans. The foundation of Konoha lies in medicine and education. As long as Konoha's education and the medical care are controlled, there will soon be gaps in Konoha's future. There should be a lot of books in Konoha, and the 2 of us can't destroy them all. But destroying the ninja school and Konoha hospital can still be done. Uzumaki Naruto would not misestimate the strength of himself and Uchiha Sasuke. They are not strong enough to break the gap in the future, but they can still pull down Konoha's medical level 7 and education level. When all the detonating symbols buried in Konoha explode, I believe the damage caused to Konoha will be very large. And after a large amount of medical equipment in Konoha hospital was destroyed, only some medical ninjas can perform treatment in the entire Konoha medical center. This has greatly slowed down the recovery of the entire Konoha. Uchiha Sasuke nodded slightly, but he suddenly remembered something. Our Uchiha clan has trained our own medical ninjas in the past, and I think other families will also train them. Don't you have to deal with them too? Uzumaki Naruto shook his head slightly. No need to do this. Confronting so many families is not good for us. Now we don't have the ability to confront all the families of Konoha. If he had this ability, Uzumaki Naruto would directly launch a general attack on Konoha now. There is no need to show particularly strong power. It is enough to destroy about half of Konoha. I believe that seeing Konoha in such a dilapidated state, The other 4 ninja villages will not stand aside and watch. It's a pity that Uzumaki Naruto doesn't have the strength to do this yet. So, now Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke can only choose to do a little prank on Konoha, and then leave Konoha in despair. What we can do now is too limited. So there is no need to think about revenge on Konoha once. This time, all we want is some interest. Destroying Konoha is not an easy task. Therefore, Uzumaki Naruto never thought that Konoha could be completely destroyed in one go. If you want to destroy Konoha, it's best to use your own hands. This time it's not destruction, it's just getting back some of the interest that Konoha owes them. Uchiha Sasuke took a deep breath and covered up the murderous intention in his heart. Where's little Sakura? Haruno Sakura's side of things is also very important. Uchiha Sasuke will never forget that Uzumaki Naruto deliberately cultivated Haruno Sakura. Uzumaki Naruto knew what happened to Haruno Sakura. I'll find a chance to talk to her then. Just talking about it, Uchiha Sasuke still feels a bit dangerous. What if I refuse? She is different from us after all. It's just that Uzumaki Naruto didn't have this worry, because he knew that Haruno Sakura would most likely agree. She will agree. Although she is different from us, there is one thing about her that will not change. Here Uzumaki Naruto glanced at Uchiha Sasuke emphatically. Uchiha Sasuke pursed his lips. He knew what this look meant. She likes me so much. As an Avenger, he has long given up on his personal emotions. As an Avenger, he also doesn't need such emotional ties. It's just a burden on the road to revenge. Of course, that's what I thought. But Uchiha Sasuke still had some subtle emotions in 5.1 when he saw Haruno Sakura trying hard to get his approval. Uchiha Sasuke never takes those girls like seriously, because Uchiha Sasuke knows that it is just something that happens for a while, and that feeling will never last. But when Uchiha Sasuke saw a girl who was really prepared to make this feeling last forever, he was also confused. He restrains his emotions very much, because he is an Avenger and reminds himself to remember hatred all the time. But when he saw an ordinary girl named Haruno Sakura paying for him, Uchiha Sasuke didn't know how to face it. Although he knew in his heart that they were different, Uzumaki Naruto gave him a special choice. Therefore, at this moment, Uchiha Sasuke hesitated when faced with this problem. Let's see what she chooses. Chapter 109, Hate Cannot Diminished. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sitting in the center of the task receiving office, looked at the tasks completed by Class 7 and Class 8 yesterday. Yesterday's task was completed too well. The client had nothing to be picky about, and all the work was done to perfection. Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that the most common tasks of Class D were a bit too easy for Class 7. It seems that we need to increase the difficulty of some tasks. There are many tasks that Konoha receives every day. There are more tasks such as D and C, and naturally there are also tasks such as B and A. However, such high-level tasks cannot be performed by a group of Genin. For Genin to perform such tasks, it is like looking for death. There is no difference. If Team 7 and Team 8 are combined, it should be okay to carry out a C-level mission of subjugation. Sarutobi Hiruzen focused more on tasks such as C. What classes 7 and 8 accepted yesterday was the most troublesome of the tasks such as D, and it couldn't be completed by 2 classes in half a day. But yesterday, the 7th and 8th classes still took half a day to complete the task. Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't think that continuing to use D and other tasks can cultivate the character of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Being able to complete the most troublesome rice transplanting task in half a day has proven how solid Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke's physical strength and skills are. Not only was he very patient, he didn't hear any complaints, and even the supermarket overfulfilled the task. It is natural to continue to toss around with tasks such as D for a period of time, but once this happens too much, you may become emotionally uncontrollable. Sarutobi Hiruzen is looking for a mission suitable for Class 7 and Class 8 among the many C-level missions. The Crusade against bandits does not involve the participation of ninjas from the enemy country. It is just a simple C-level mission. Although it is a simple task of defeating bandits, it is not an easy task for the new Genin who has just come out of the ivory tower. The point is that this task requires blood. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused for a moment while looking at the task, and then looked at the client's brief introduction in detail and his simple judgment on the task. Well, this is indeed a very suitable task. Originally, I wanted to arrange it after Kakashi recovers. Sarutobi Hiruzen hopes that Kakashi will teach the will of fire to Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, and teach them how to face this ninja world in a real ninja battle. Teach them to cherish, rely on and trust their companions. It's a little early. It's okay. It means I've drawn Class C and other tasks in advance and arranged them together. Class 7, wait until Kakashi recovers and arrange a C-level mission. After thinking about it for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to arrange a C-level task for Class 7 and Class 8 in advance to let them experience the real ninja world. Then arrange this task. Sarutobi Hiruzen has already decided in his mind that this is the mission. Amino Iuka, who was recording mission information nearby, also noticed Master Hokage reading the mission book. But this is nothing surprising. After all, When Master Hokage delivers a task, he has to check a lot of detailed information on the task, and he also needs to confirm the general situation of the task based on character information. Hokage-sama, you are still as serious and responsible as ever. I can't leave the record work behind like this. Amino Iuka is recording tasks more carefully. While doing the recording work, Amino Iuka suddenly saw the medium task that classes 7 and 8 completed yesterday. Uzumaki Naruto. Thinking of class 7, Amino Iuka couldn't help but think of Uzumaki Naruto, who concerned him the most. Nine-Tails Demon Fox. I still can't let go of the death of my father and mother. Amino Iuka sighed secretly in his heart. Hatred can never be let go so easily. Even after all these years, Amino Iuka has already known that Uzumaki Naruto is just a container for the Nine-Tails Demon Fox. But so what if you know? 13 years ago, Nine-Tails was still the monster that almost destroyed Konoha. It was because of that monster that was raging in Konoha, and finally his parents died under the claws of that monster because of protecting him. That is because Amino Iuka could not let go of that hatred. Even now he still regards Uzumaki Naruto as the enemy who killed his parents. It's just that Amino Iuka knew in his heart that his thinking was wrong. But he couldn't help but think so, because for him, this was just a way for him to find a channel to vent his anger. Uzumaki Naruto, you should be more vulnerable. You should be more difficult to accept. Why can you accept this identity so easily? I easily accepted the fact that I am the Nine-Tails Demon Fox, and did not argue or make any rebuttal. Amino Iuka still felt strongly unhappy. He hoped to see Uzumaki Naruto's vulnerable side, so that he could have a channel to vent his anger. But Uzumaki Naruto has never shown any sadness since 5 years ago. Just face all the words around you very calmly. This made Amino Iuka feel very unhappy. He couldn't understand why Uzumaki Naruto could do it all of a sudden. He also couldn't understand why Uzumaki Naruto suddenly didn't care about the sounds and eyes around him. But, every time I see Uzumaki Naruto like this, Amino Iuka feels very ironic. It was like 097 hitting cotton with a hard punch. Since 5 years ago, Amino Iuka's anger has not known where to vent it. Therefore, he could only sincerely hate Uzumaki Naruto for accepting his identity as the Nine-Tails Demon Fox. Lord Hokage. A sudden voice interrupted Amino Iuka's thoughts. Amino Iuka raised his head and saw Genin, the instructor of Class 8, walking into the reception desk. Behind Yuiko were students from classes 7 and 8. Just for a moment, Amino Iuka's eyes were locked on Uzumaki Naruto. The fists hidden under the table couldn't help but clenched tightly, and he couldn't help but feel that strong anger. In order to hide his anger, Amino Iuka had to lower his head and try his best to look at the information instead of looking at Uzumaki Naruto's face. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not notice Amino Iuka's emotions, or in other words, thinking about Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke made him have no time to care about the emotions of a Chunin like Amino Iuka. Chunin is considered the backbone of the ninja village, but a Chunin's emotions are not something a Hokage needs to care about. What's more, he is only a lifelong Chunin. Does such a person's emotions require Hokage to pay attention to him at all times? At least Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't care about Amino Iuka's emotions. Chapter 110 Sea-Level Crusade Mission. Yui Hong was also mentally prepared to come to the reception desk to take over the task today. Why is it called psychological preparation? It wasn't yesterday that I witnessed the chakra control and skill that Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke used to complete the task. As a special Jonin, Yui even finds herself inferior to the two newly promoted Genin. You must know that she is a special Jonin who is good at illusion, and she is very strong in controlling chakra. But even so, Kurena Yui still feels out of touch with the times after seeing the abilities displayed by Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Master Hokage, we are also here to pick up the mission today. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly. There are still many D-level tasks today. It's just simple tasks. The simple tasks Sarutobi Hiruzen refers to are tasks that don't require a lot of energy and can be completed in one class. Like childcare, quests like finding lost kittens and puppies. They are all tasks that ordinary Genin needs to do. Speaking of which, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head helplessly. It's a bit too wasteful for you two classes to take on such a simple task now. It is indeed a bit too labor-intensive to perform these tasks with 2 shifts. Originally, it was only intended to allow the 7th and 8th classes to see the real ninja world, but after a closer look, there were really no D-class tasks suitable for these 2 classes to perform together. The tasks performed by the 2 classes together must at least be decent, like yesterday's special task of tempering patience. Tasks like finding lost cats and dogs are not a good fit for 2 classes to do together. What's more, this kind of task is not to exercise Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, but to exercise the searchability of the 8th class. From this point of view, Sarutobi Hiruzen also let go of those tasks of D-level. He took out the C and other task books that were just selected and handed them to Yui Hong. So, what I've arranged for you today is a Class C Crusade mission. Kurena Yui was also shocked by this C-level mission. After taking a look at the task book, Yui Hong knew what this task was about. It's just that Yui Hong is still a little worried about this sea-level task. Hokage-sama, we have just been on a mission for one day, and can we carry out missions such as C?" Currently, Class 7 and Class 8 have just become Genin. Now they are taking on missions such as C, which are still Crusade missions. Crusade missions require bloodshed. Yui Hong knew after seeing the introduction in the mission book that she was just going to conquer an Luo from a bandit camp. There are no good people here, and they have just robbed a village near Konoha, which is basically a complete crusade, a very pure blood trial. Maybe this is a road that every Genin must walk through, but having to take care of 6 students at the same time, Yui Hong is worried that she will get into some trouble. After all, both Class 7 and Class 8 are new Genin. Yui Kurenai knew that Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were not Genin in the traditional sense, but seeing blood was a hurdle for every ninja. No matter how powerful a ninja is, there will always be some psychological changes when he comes into contact with this kind of mission for the first time. And that's the big problem. Yui Hong believes that the 2 classes she leads will have varying degrees of problems, so it was very stressful for her, especially Jonin, to lead 2 classes. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly and ignored the question. The task of seeing the blood is undoubtedly a very educational task for the 7th and 8th classes, but if the 2 classes go to see the blood together, once there is a problem, Yui Hong can't hold it alone. Although Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke are excellent, it is not a problem to deal with a bandit camp with their strength. But this time the Crusade mission is mainly to let the new Genin gain an understanding of the life of a ninja. This understanding is quite profound, and this profoundness will also cause some temporary problems. After all, everyone's acceptance is different. Some children accept it faster, but some children accept it slower. But Sarutobi Hiruzen is not sure whether Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke accept it quickly or slowly. I'm not sure about this aspect, but it's indeed a bit too reckless to accept a sea-level subjugation mission. Once there are some troubles in a mission, it is really a big trouble. Sarutobi Hiruzen started to have a little headache. Master Hokage, Squad 10 has come to accept the mission. Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen had a headache, Sarutobi Asuma came to the reception with Class 10. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lit up slightly when he saw his son. There is already a decision in mind. The bloody task is something every Genin has to face. Now that there are no D-level tasks suitable for Classes 7 and 8, let the 3 classes jointly carry out the C-level task. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a smile on his face when he thought of this. Asuma, you came just in time. Today, you and Hong will be responsible for completing this C-class subjugation mission. Suddenly, Sarutobi Asuma's cynical look calmed down. C and other tasks? Master Hokage, is the newly promoted Genin undertaking such a task so early? Sarutobi Asuma also knew what a C-level expedition mission was. After all, he also came up from Genin. C-level Crusade missions will not encounter enemy ninjas, but they are missions that require facing blood. It can be said that the level C tasks are too difficult for new Genin. Sarutobi Hiruzen has also made a decision. That's why I asked you and Hong to take charge of this task together. 3 classes perform a C-level task together, which is also an exercise for your students. Sarutobi Asuma had a strange look on his face. What's going on today, old man? In the past, we wouldn't be so anxious to assign C-level tasks to new Genin, so why are you making such an exception today? Of course, this does not mean that tasks such as C are so difficult. It's just that for new Genin, most of them, Lilihao, take on tasks such as D that test their patience and teamwork. Arranging a C-level task so suddenly is really not like the old man's style. However, Sarutobi Asuma soon glanced at Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. The old man is here for Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Thinking about Sarutobi Asuma brings back the flavor. Indeed, neither Uzumaki Naruto nor Uchiha Sasuke are Genin in the ordinary sense. They can send Kakashi to the hospital, and there will be no problem facing missions such as the. Sarutobi Asuma, who wanted to understand, understood it. However, this is not a bad thing for Class 10. Which he is responsible for. Seeing blood earlier would also be of great benefit to the growth of his 3 students. I see. Hong and I will be responsible for this task. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 111. People are different. Tasks such as C and tasks such as D are 2 completely different concepts. Moreover, Crusade tasks such as C cannot be completed in a day or 2, so the students in the 3 classes need to go back and make more complete preparations. Classes 7, 8 and 10 all went home to prepare. After getting ready, we must gather at the entrance of Konoha. Yui Hong and Sarutobi Asuma were the first to arrive. As Jonin, Yui Kurenai and Sarutobi Asuma often go out on missions, and they often have bags at home packed for travel. Seeing that not a single student had arrived, Sarutobi Asuma leaned against the wall at the door. I didn't expect that we would have to start the C-level mission so early. This time is a bit too early. That's only 2 days into being a Genin. There is only one mission that has been experienced. The teamwork skills of each class have not had much time to develop, and it is a bit too early to carry out tasks such as see now. The old man is also a little too anxious. Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke started taking action so early in order to train Uzumaki. Yui Hong also knew that this time was a bit too early, but she also understood why Lord Hokage did this. Asuma, that's because you don't know how those two children completed their mission yesterday. 420. This sentence made Sarutobi Asuma a little interested. Yui Hong continued to speak. The rice transplanting task that is routinely carried out every quarter was assigned to us yesterday. That task was completed by our 7th and 8th classes together. Then, those two kids used chakras control and skilled throwing skills to complete the task in just half a day. Some surprises also flashed across Sarutobi Asuma's face. That's not a task that can be completed in half a day. Using Shadow Clone, Sarutobi Asuma once experienced that mission personally. It can be said that the task of transplanting rice seedlings is a more important task for Konoha. After all, the food provided by that task is consumed internally by Konoha, which is considered an important task for maintaining Konoha's food reserves. That is, because the task is very important, it needs to be completed more seriously. It's just that the field is much bigger than imagined, and basically each season will be divided into regions and assigned to different classes to complete it. Yui Hong shook her head slightly. It's just very simple throwing skills combined with the control of chakra. The seedlings, back, are protected with chakra and then cast in the field. Listening to this explanation, Sarutobi Asuma can imagine what kind of picture it was. Chakra's control? It seems like what the old man said. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke have been practicing chakra control for 4 years. Otherwise, I wouldn't have trained chakra to that level. Sarutobi Asuma doesn't treat Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke like kids who just became genin. It would be the greatest tyranny of all Chunin and Jonin if those two were children. The two students who just came out of the ivory tower sent their guide Jonin to Konoha Hospital in the graduation test just by virtue of their own abilities. What is this concept? The concept is that these two students can break through to Jonin's field after a period of baptism. This means that these two students cannot be treated with a normal genin attitude. What they need is enough mission and combat experience. As long as they accumulate enough experience, their rich combat experience will further enhance their strength. Perhaps it won't be long before Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke reach the level of Jonin. No wonder the old man made special arrangements. Although I can accept it in my heart, I am still feeling emotional. Sarutobi Asuma looked at Yui Kurenai with a sigh. It seems we didn't become Chunin until we were 16, right? Children today are much more powerful than we were back then, and they were already on the verge of Jonin at the age of 13. The top talent of their generation was Hatake Kakashi. Hatake Kakashi was like this at the beginning. He graduated from the ninja school at the age of 5 and became a Chunin at the age of 6. Even Sarutobi Asuma felt that Hatake Kakashi's strength had far exceeded that of Chunin when he was 6 years old, but he did not directly become Jonin because he was not the right age. When Hatake Kakashi was arranged to be promoted to Jonin later, he was probably already very stable in the field of Jonin, and his strength was even rising to a higher level. You know, it was during the war years. Konoha faced many dangers, and there were more opportunities for actual combat at that time. That's why Sarutobi Asuma was even more surprised that Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke jumped out of that line. Yui Hong also has a bit of a sense of frustration. That's right. Although I am happy to see students who are stronger than me, it means that I am also capable of cultivating them. However, students who have spent several years training on their own and growing to this point will only make me feel a lot of pressure. After sighing with emotion, Yui Hong regained her energy. This shows that I myself need to be promoted to Jonin as soon as possible. Otherwise, I am really not suitable to continue to be a guide Jonin. Seeing the younger generation surpassing her in an instant, Yui Hong felt a little jealous. To put it bluntly, the personal conditions of female ninjas are worse than those of male ninjas, and the gap in these basics may be a lifelong gap. The two children, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, have already surpassed her when they were only 13 years old. It is definitely not just a basic gender gap, but also an innate talent gap, which is even more frustrating. The upper limit of a ninja is the upper limit of talent. Although there is also a saying that hard work can break the upper limit, but how much effort is required to break this upper limit? I am afraid that the effort required will be far beyond the imagination of normal people. After all, any ninja who wants to move forward in the ninja world has to work hard. There are no ninjas in the ninja world who can go on without working hard. As long as the ninja does not continue to move forward, there is a possibility of being slaughtered to death by other more hard-working ninjas. Therefore, in such a situation, geniners work very hard to climb up. If you want to work hard to break your personal limits, you need to work harder than these hard-working ninjas, not even just a little bit more, but a lot more. But can anyone really do it? I'm afraid many people will shrink back when they see the gap. But, isn't this what normal people would do? After all, some people rely on talent and hard work to reach the end of others from the beginning, and even this starting point is what many people work hard to reach but have never been able to reach. Therefore, There is a huge gap between people in this world. Chapter 112. The conclusion reached after connecting the clues. Uzumaki Naruto at home was packing some necessary things into his backpack. But when it comes to this, Uzumaki Naruto actually has nothing to put in his backpack, except for a bag of salt, the mats and quilts he needs to live outside, and some replacement clothes. The belt bag continues to contain important scrolls and some scrolls of other uses. Uzumaki Naruto had almost brought all the belongings of this family with him. It would be nice if there was a space to store things at times like this. Only when organizing things, Uzumaki Naruto particularly wants a large accompanying space, so that he can put all the things he needs into the accompanying space, and also put some things obtained from outside into the accompanying space. Saved a lot of trouble. Of course, there is no such thing in the ninja world. The seal scroll is. It's just that the thing isn't that convenient. If the casual space that Uzumaki Naruto hopes for is the same as a smartphone, then the seal scroll is a PHS. It's completely different from the same dimension. Look at the things you have sorted out. That's pretty much it. Both kunai and shuriken are not things I can consume. I can only use transformation technique instead. This saves a lot of space in your pocket. Of course, Uzumaki Naruto also prepared a lot of emergency herbs for himself, and the bandages on them were also indispensable. After packing these things, there is still a lot of space in the backpack and waist bag. It's just that Uzumaki Naruto didn't continue to put some things in it, and there is no need to continue to put it in. After all, this is going out to do tasks, not to travel. After getting ready, Uzumaki Naruto went out. It was scheduled to meet at the entrance of Konoha, and Uzumaki Naruto also arrived at the entrance of Konoha very quickly. It's really troublesome. Nara Shikamaru, who was leaning against the wall at the entrance to Konoha, complained helplessly. Originally, they only had to deal with tasks such as D, but now they have to start tasks such as C. Yamanaka, who was just standing next to him, looked dissatisfied. Shikamaru, this is our first C-level mission, can't you show a little excitement? Nara Shikamaru's only thought was trouble at this moment. The focus of this mission is not on us. We have only carried out a D-level mission once, but we are not yet capable of carrying out a C-level mission. Even an idiot knows that the center of the C-class mission this time is not their 10th class, but their 7th class. Tasks such as C are not something they can undertake under normal circumstances. In itself, tasks such as D are to hone their teamwork skills and learn how to collect necessary clues in the task to speed up the completion of the task. As a newly promoted Genin, they basically complete these simple tasks every day to adjust the team, and tasks such as C are basically out of their reach at this stage. Therefore, Shikamaru knows who the real protagonist is in a C-level mission. Yamanaka naturally understood the meaning. You mean Sasuke-kun and Naruto-kun? What basis do you have? Maybe it's Hinata and the others? Yamanaka also has some ideas in his mind, but the center of tasks such as C will definitely not only be on Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Maybe Master Hokage also has plans to train other people, but Nara Shikamaru is very sure that this time the center of the C-level mission is Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. There are many more reasons than you think. When our classes gathered downstairs at Hokage yesterday, both Mr. Kurenai and Mr. Asuma were looking at Naruto and Sasuke. Needless to say, if the two instructors Jonin can do this subconsciously, you can be sure that both Mr. Kurenai and Mr. Asuma attach great importance to them. Nara Shikamaru, who has excellent observation and memory, always remembers the reactions of Sarutobi Asuma and Yui Kurenai, the two guides Jonin. Although it is only a very subconscious behavior, this subconscious behavior can explain the problem. Yamanaka couldn't help but recall what happened yesterday, but she didn't remember Sarutobi Asuma making such a subconscious move. Nara Shikamaru shook his head slightly. It's normal that you didn't notice. Teacher Asuma and Teacher Hong just glanced at each other at that time. If you don't look carefully, you won't notice. It was really just a casual glance at that time. If he hadn't paid more attention, he wouldn't have noticed this detail. But just such a detail is enough for Nara Shikamaru to make his own judgment on many things. In fact, there are many clues, but some people just forget it after hearing it. If they don't think about it carefully, they won't know a lot of things. 0. I asked Mr. Asuma before who the instructor of Class 7, Jonin, was. Mr. Asuma was talking about Hatake Kakashi, the copy ninja of Konoha. This name is not very unfamiliar. I asked my father and I got a rough idea. There is a Sharingan in his left eye. He is very good at using Sharingan and copying ninjutsu. Moreover, the past of this Kakashi teacher is also quite legendary. When he first heard about it, he couldn't imagine that there was such a person. He graduated from ninja school at the age of 5, became a Chunin at the age of 6, and became a Jonin at the age of 12. Although it was a time of war, even so, the experience of Hatake Kakashi was quite exciting. Being able to become a Jonin at the age of 12, there is no doubt about his strength. There are still many question marks on Yamanaka head. Are you off topic? Nara Shikamaru glanced at Yamanaka. After the test of Class 7, that teacher Hatake Kakashi went to the hospital for medical treatment. Do you know the reason for this? Yamanaka couldn't help but think of a possibility in her mind. and her face twitched because of the answer. No, it can't be. Yamanaka couldn't imagine the answer that presented itself to her mind. Sadly, that's the truth. Nara Shikamaru gave a very cruel and affirmative answer. I also asked my father before this, and he said that Mr. Hatake Kakashi has been on standby in Konoha for a month. In other words, it is impossible for the injury from a month ago to break out after the test. Continuing to think about the reactions of Mr. Kurenai and Mr. Asuma, plus the fact that Mr. Hatake Kakashi entered the hospital after the test, we can get an accurate conclusion. Nara Shikamaru looked at Yamanaka seriously and slowly spoke out the final conclusion. It was the cooperation of Naruto and Sasuke in testing Vice Admiral Hatake Kakashi who was injured, and the injury is still very serious. It's serious enough to require Teacher Hong to take over the class. This is the conclusion Nara Shikamaru came to. But if this conclusion is caught, it means that Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke are not on the same level as them. Then, you can be very sure who is the center of Mission C this time. Chapter 113, The First Time Out of the Village. Nara Shikamaru and Yamanaka came to the door of Konoha together. Teacher Kurenai, Teacher Asuma. Although Nara Shikamaru usually doesn't care much about names, he still needs the respect he deserves for guiding Jonin. This is respect for the master and respect for the strong. Seeing Nara Shikamaru and Yamanaka walking together, Sarutobi Asuma had some ridicule on his face. It's hard for you two to be together. Faced with this kind of ridicule, Nara Shikamaru has invincible resistance. Asuma-sensei, please don't involve me with this troublesome person. And I just met by chance on the road. Yamanaka didn't really care about Nara Shikamaru's words. If she was going to be angry because of something like this, 747, then she had already been pissed off by Nara Shikamaru in the past. Now she is still a little concerned about what Nara Shikamaru said just now. Looking at his teacher, Yamanaka, he hesitated for a moment, but still stepped forward. Did Asuma-sensei, Sasuke-kun and Naruto-kun really send that Hatake Kakashi-sensei to the hospital? Sarutobi Asuma's expression paused slightly, and he looked at Nara Shikamaru who was covering his face. Did you tell her no? Nara Shikamaru nodded helplessly, but he didn't expect Yamanaka to ask so naively. Sighing slightly, Sarutobi Asuma walked to Yamanaka and put a hand on her head. As a good ninja, you need to watch your mouth. Sometimes the information you know is information you shouldn't know. For example, Jonin's physical condition is very important information. Of course, what you know also involves some things that you should not be exposed to at your age. Seeing the seriousness on Teacher Asuma's face, Yamanaka immediately realized her mistake. Asuma-sensei, I was wrong. Sarutobi Asuma nodded slightly, his serious look changed, and he suddenly turned back into the approachable teacher before. It would be okay if you cared about their affairs. The two of them are real geniuses. They have talents, and enough motivation to move forward. If you can have more contact with them, I think Heiya will be very good. The meaning of this sentence is actually obvious enough. Yamanaka, who understood this hint, rolled her eyes at the middle-aged uncle. As long as it's a handsome guy, I'm fine with it. But I don't want to compete with that broad forehead. Everyone in the ninja school knows that Haruno Sakura likes Uchiha Sasuke. Although Yamanaka is also very interested in the handsome Uchiha Sasuke, she has recently noticed the more mysterious Uzumaki Naruto. It seems like no one likes Uzumaki Naruto, right? It's really weird. Why don't you like Naruto-kun? In fact, Yamanaka had known for a long time that Uzumaki Naruto was pretty good-looking, especially after the 3 marks on his face disappeared 5 years ago. As long as he didn't play tricks, he definitely had the temperament of a quiet and beautiful boy. Is it because Naruto-kun hid it too well? But this understanding is wrong. Uchiha Sasuke hides it very well. But don't those who like Uchiha Sasuke still love Uchiha Uchiha? While Yamanaka was thinking, members of Class 7 and Class 8 also came to the gate of Konoha one by one. Uzumaki Naruto is also wearing almost the same black clothes as Uchiha Sasuke. He is carrying a bag today and looks a little more energetic than before. Yamanaka-ino's eyes immediately swept over. My vision is indeed right. Isn't that great? Yamanaka is very certain about her own aesthetics. She has her own standards for handsome guys. Speaking of which, it seems that my father and mother also talked about Naruto-kun. What is it then? It seems a little long. Yamanaka remembers that her father and mother once talked about it, but it was a long time ago, as if before entering the ninja school. After entering the ninja school, she never heard similar remarks. Yamanaka What is she staring at me for? Uzumaki Naruto naturally noticed Yamanaka-ino's gaze, but he did not remember any interaction with Yamanaka-ino. And now there is no room for Uzumaki Naruto to think carefully. Sarutobi Asuma has already had the right to speak. Everyone is ready. Then, let's get to the mission location as soon as possible today. This is your first time to perform a mission. All actions need to be more cautious. Do you understand? Sarutobi Asuma didn't want to take 9 students out and come back with a few missing. Although C-level missions do not involve contact with ninjas like B-level missions, the bandits who are looting wantonly outside are also not easy to mess with. Especially since the 9 students he is currently taking are all fledglings without any mission experience. During the first mission, the actions of the fledglings are often the most unpredictable, so he needs to keep a close eye on them. In addition, among the students brought out this time, except for one Haruno Sakura, the other students have full identities and backgrounds. Even if he has some accidents, these students must not have any accidents, except for Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, who had already calmed down. Everyone else was a little nervous about leaving the village for the first time. After all, this was their first time performing a sea-level mission. Okay, let's go. Sarutobi Asuma and Uebani both led the team forward. The target of this mission is a village in a remote corner of the Country of Fire. This is a place on the edge of the Country of Fire. In 5.1, it is because the village in question is in the corner of the Land of Fire, so it is regarded as a target of invasion by bandits. If the village is closer to the center of the Fire Country, which is near Konoha, then the bandits who take action are really a bit stubborn. The three classes that left the village for the first time were all very quiet. They had to reach their destination before nightfall. If the Crusade mission this time was only carried out by 2 Jonin, then a bandit camp would be cleared immediately in less than 15 minutes. However, the main target of the mission this time was still 9 Genin from 3 classes. Therefore, this teaching task will take relatively longer time. Everyone knew what the mission was this time, so even if it was the first time for everyone to leave the village, they suppressed their excitement. Chapter 114, Just an Ordinary Bandit Camp. At nightfall, Sarutobi Asuma and Yui Hong led classes 7, 8 and 10 to the vicinity of their destination. The bandits' camp was provided by the client and was the highest point of a lonely mountain. There was not enough cover to get close to the camp. It can be said that this bandit camp is not a place suitable for invasion. In order to more conveniently observe the situation of the bandit camp, Sarutobi Asuma and Yui Hong led the team to another mountain that was a certain distance away from the camp but higher. At night, it is easier to observe the layout inside through the firelight in the camp. It is also because of the darkness that it can provide a natural layer of protection for them at higher altitudes. Being less likely to be discovered is also relative. The situation in the camp is not easy to be observed, and naturally the situation on their side is not easy to be observed by the other side of the camp. Although the distance is still a bit far, it is enough for Sarutobi Asuma and Yui Kurenai to see the situation inside the camp. 10. The distance is still a bit far. Sarutobi Asuma is not a perceptive ninja. Even as a Jonin, he cannot sense the situation in the camp across distances. The camp is indeed built in a very good location. There's no bunker at the top of the mountain, so it's not easy to get in directly. Of course, what Sarutobi Asuma is talking about is that it is a bit difficult for Genin to invade that camp, but it is much easier for Jonin to enter. After all, what Jonin is best at is using some special conditions to create invasion methods. Illusion is a very simple method. As long as one party's line of sight is obscured by illusion, it becomes easy to invade a camp. If you don't use illusions, you can still find opportunities to invade. What ninjas are best at is sneaking into a place. As long as the patrol site is confirmed, it is not very difficult to find an opportunity to invade in the dark. Of course, this is only limited to the bandit camp. It would not be so easy to invade a ninja stronghold. Ninja strongholds usually have induction barriers outside. If you want to pass through the induction barriers without being discovered, you need to understand the barriers first. However, the camp in front of you is just an ordinary bandit camp, and the bandit camp does not have such conditions. As long as you avoid patrols and the eyes and ears of the highest point, you can easily invade the camp. Uchiha Sasuke just listened and observed quietly, then looked at Uzumaki Naruto beside him, and moved his lips slightly. How? Uzumaki Naruto nodded slightly and moved his lips slightly. No problem. Just some common bandits. Uchiha Sasuke didn't say anything. Since they were just ordinary bandits, the biggest use of this crusade mission was to let them see blood earlier. Thinking about it, this is the same thing. There will definitely not always be problems with the tasks Konoha receives. Although Konoha needs to maintain the completion of the mission, the client also needs to ensure the certainty of the information when entrusting the mission. If you are unsure of anything, even if you can't figure out whether the person who came to your door is a bandit or a ninja, let alone Konoha, any ninja village can unilaterally question the client and immediately cancel it if it is inconsistent with the intelligence task. It's just that Uzumaki Naruto knows that someone really dares to do this, so he has always been cautious about such tasks. It's definitely right to put a little extra thought into it. Shikamaru, what do you think? Sarutobi Asuma changed the topic to Nara. Shikamaru. Sarutobi Asuma has seen the mind of his student, and he should listen to his thoughts at this time. Nara. Shikamaru thought for a moment and came up with an idea. Since the target is just an ordinary robber, then this mission must be left to the 9 of us to solve it. If Mr. Asuma and Mr. Hong go to deal with it, I'm afraid the camp has already been taken care of as we speak. Nara. Shikamaru still couldn't put an accurate standard on how strong Jonin was, but it was still easy for Jonin to deal with a bandit camp. When Sarutobi Asuma and Yui Hong brought them to this mountain, they already knew that this task required 3 of their classes to handle it. Sarutobi Asuma just nodded slightly, crossed his arms, and had no intention of participating in this mission. Nara Shikamaru turned directly to look at the 6 classmates in classes 7 and 8. Only 9 of us are involved in this mission. Teacher Azuma and Teacher Hong are only our last insurance, so we need to observe and face this mission ourselves. Then, Nara Shikamaru locked his eyes on Uzumaki Naruto, who kept a low profile. The center of Class 7 is Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, but Nara Shikamaru can feel that many of Uchiha Sasuke's actions are in line with Uzumaki Naruto, so he is the center of Team 7. Naruto, what do you think we should do? Nara Shikamaru's question directly focused everyone's attention on Uzumaki Naruto. Sarutobi Azuma is also very interested in this. How should I do it? As a ninja, you need to be more calm in your judgment. So, Uzumaki Naruto, what do you think? Yui Kurenai also wanted to hear what Uzumaki Naruto said, and Uzumaki Naruto didn't have any trouble in his heart when facing these looks. There is no need to waste unnecessary energy. Everyone does what they do best according to their individual abilities. Shino is good at the insect technique of the Abiram clan, and the most common thing in this kind of wilderness is bugs. For him, whether it is investigating intelligence or being the main attacker, it is the best choice. Tooth's nose is very sensitive, but the way he fights makes too much noise. Help Shino deal with the bandits patrolling the perimeter. Hinata's Byakugan can see the situation inside the entire camp. It's up to her to find the sight gap above, and let Ino turn around carefully to make the sight gap wider. After the invasion is complete, Sasuke and I will carry out the silent assassination. The others went to deal with the enemies on guard outside. It doesn't take an hour to complete the mission. In fact, Uzumaki Naruto has a simpler way. As long as he and Uchiha Sasuke come together, they can quickly invade the camp. It doesn't take an hour to completely destroy the entire bandit camp. But since it is a team task, there is no need to express personal abilities too much. It is enough to reflect one's personal abilities. Chapter 115 Understand the cruelty of this world by yourself. Looks like a lot of trouble. Uchiha Sasuke raised his eyebrows slightly, and he didn't feel any other feelings about cooperating with these people except that he felt troublesome. Bear with it. We don't need to stand on the edge of the wind for the sea level mission this time. It is enough to show the ability that suits us. Excessive reluctance may affect our follow-up plans. Uzumaki Naruto also doesn't like people meddling in such a simple matter. In his opinion, it is best to use the simplest and most straightforward method to solve such a simple bandit camp. But even if he really thought so, Uzumaki Naruto also restrained his thoughts. The Lone Ranger can only act after Konoha is sentenced. After playing this kind of routine in Konoha, it will not take long for these ideas to be sent to Third Hokage. Due to personal lack of ability, Uzumaki Naruto still maintains a cautious attitude towards Third Hokage. If you don't do it, it's good. If you do it, you make mistakes. This is the truth that all that ninjas in Konoha should engrave in their hearts. This system has basically been applied to the entire Konoha system since the 3rd generation came into power. Therefore, Uzumaki Naruto does not want to say too much in this task. It is enough to do his own thing well. Don't get too emotional. This is just like what we usually do, but we are not good at acting. Just like a ninja school, don't act too much. Okay, I know. The raised eyebrows returned to normal, and Uchiha Sasuke calmly leaned to the side listening to Nara Shikamaru's arrangement. Nara Shikamaru does indeed have her own wisdom. Simply add Uzumaki Naruto's analysis to his own stuff, so that 9 people can participate in this task. It's just that when refining the distribution of manpower, Nara Shikamaru still thinks about Uzumaki Naruto in his heart. This task, you two can complete it. Also deliberately arrange everyone's work. I just don't want to be at the forefront. Nara Shikamaru knows this operation. He had always done this before graduating from the ninja school in order to prevent too much attention from focusing on him. In fact, the smart Nara Shikamaru knew early on how to choose means to protect himself. Making yourself appear more mediocre is the easiest way. However, Nara Shikamaru knows why he chose mediocrity. Because I often hear my father say some very ordinary things at home, like some daily happenings in Konoha. But even if it was just a little daily life, Nara Shikamaru knew that he should choose means to protect himself. The Uchiha family is a lesson learned from the past. Nara Shikamaru doesn't know much about the Uchiha family, and she can't empathize with Uchiha Sasuke who has encountered such a thing. But the clever Chaeliang Shikamaru knows how bizarre it is that a big family is exterminated in the center of Konoha. If the Uchiha clan can be exterminated, doesn't it mean that other families in Konoha are also in danger of being exterminated? Of course, Nara Shikamaru knew that his idea was definitely incorrect. After all, Konoha is one of the 5 major ninja villages. How could a big family really be exterminated in the center of Konoha? Konoha's attitude is strange. Konoha's attitude is the real reason for Nara Shikamaru's wise idea of self-preservation. Nara Shikamaru knows that anything that causes trouble in Konoha is basically inseparable from the top management of Konoha. Why was the Uchiha clan exterminated overnight? If Konoha didn't play some role in this, Nara Shikamaru wouldn't believe it even if he was skilled. And the old man has a weird attitude, especially when it comes to Naruto. Nara Shikamaru also knows something about Uzumaki Naruto. After all, He is someone who also knows how to avoid the limelight. He usually pays more attention to it. Nara Shikamaru, who was talking, put away all these thoughts, and he knew that he would only know about Uzumaki Naruto's choice to keep a low profile by directly talking to Uzumaki Naruto. Nara Shikamaru noticed that when mentioning Uzumaki Naruto, his father began to be vague. Needless to say, Nara Shikamaru knew that there was definitely something wrong with Uzumaki Naruto's orphan identity. Naruto, what is your true identity? Could it be that it's because of your true identity that you choose to keep a low profile? Nara Shikamaru didn't dare to think about other things because he was a smart man. Shino, Kiba, and Choji, you will investigate the patrol areas near the camp and deal with them all. Then Hinata, Sakura Jr., and Ino, you are in charge of opening the view into the camp. The final work will be handled by Naruto and Sasuke. Regarding some detailed content layouts, Nara Shikamaru has already explained in more detail in the layout just now. Because this time the opponent is not a ninja, but a wild bandit who has not been systematically trained, it is enough to simply arrange the division of labor for everyone. Although everyone is Genin who just came out of ninja school, even Genin can still deal with these robbers, not to mention that the job of the boss is not on them. The bigger job is on Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Then, the action begins. 9 people turned into 9 shadows and quickly fell from the top of the mountain. Sarutobi Asuma, who remained on the top of the mountain, had no intention of acting. On the contrary, Uchiha and I was somewhat worried. Asuma, we don't have to follow. No, this mission is actually very simple, but it's just a mission to make them disappear. Sarutobi Asuma was naturally a little worried, but his rationality was still greater than his sensibility. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke are both known to you. Plus this time, apart from them, most of them are dealing with lone robbers patrolling the periphery. It is very difficult for them to be in danger. The internal work of the camp was handed over to Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, which already means that the task is basically completed. Sarutobi Asuma took a puff of cigarette slowly, and then let it out slowly. Looking at the worry on Yui's red face, he just smiled. We are guiding Jonin, not their nanny Shang, Zhao's, ninja. Sooner or later they will become independent ninjas. Start with simple tasks to understand the cruelty of the ninja world little by little. Even if there is danger, they need to overcome it by themselves, so that they can become a real ninja. If you're always worried about them getting hurt, then they'll never be able to move forward. Injury is their experience and understanding of the world. Only if they know the dangers of the world, they will be more cautious when carrying out missions in the future. Sarutobi Asuma was also worried, but he understood that this was the growth process of a ninja. As instructors, Jonin can give their students a lot of experience, but they cannot teach them step by step. Some things can only grow after being exposed to them. At this time, their teachers could only watch the fork quietly. Chapter 116, Divide into 4 groups and start. Hyuga Hinata opened her eyes suddenly, and the blood vessels around her white eyes bulged. I see. His eyes scanned the surroundings, and everything in his sight turned into black and white. The night did not become a protective color for the bandits in Beiyan. In just a moment, Beiyan had already locked onto the team patrolling around the camp. There is a 3-man patrol 700 meters northeast. There is a patrol team of 5 people 900 meters northwest. There is a patrol of 2 people 400 meters to the west. There is also a patrol team of 2 people 500 meters to the east. Nara Shikamaru nodded slightly. It is conceivable that there are such a number of patrol teams outside. The patrol team has a lot of people, but they still act according to our plan. Shino and Kiba are in the same team, and Choji and I are in the same team to deal with the team patrolling outside. With control and output, it is best to use a combination of individuals to deal with patrol teams. The task this time can definitely be completed, so the process of completing the task is a valuable experience for everyone. Then there is the matter of the other 2 teams. Nara Shikamaru looked at Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. No matter what, 2 combinations are needed to deal with other teams. Uzumaki Naruto knew what Nara Shikamaru meant and made the decision to group them. Sasuke, you and Sakura go to deal with Patrol 083 in the northeast. You and I will go together to deal with the patrol in the northwest. Nara Shikamaru nodded slightly, so that the 4 patrol teams have been assigned. Of course, now there is only one Hyuga Hinata left and no extra time to do it. Nara Shikamaru has already thought of such a situation, but he will not really leave Hyuga Hinata with nothing to do. Then he took out the wireless communication equipment that had been prepared for a long time from his backpack. This should be the best for such a distance. Then the communication equipment was handed over to everyone in turn. Nara Shikamaru looked at Hyuga Hinata seriously. Hinata, you are the one among us who has global vision. You should not move around casually. Only you can see the situation of the patrols best. Now we need you to guide us to find those patrols. We also need you to keep an eye on the situation in the camp. Hyuga Hinata bit her lips lightly and agreed happily. Leave it to me. Please. 22 at exclamation mark at caret plus. But there was still some loss in his eyes. The people know best are the people they like, the people they hate, and themselves. Hyuga Hinata knows her abilities very well. Among all the people, Her abilities are the worst. Only the investigation of the Byakugan is her best. And it is not because she is very good at investigation, but because of the Byakugan. Reason is good at it. Well, let's adjust the channel and volume first. Soon the wireless channel and volume were adjusted. Audio test. Can you all hear it? No problem. Everyone tried wireless and the sound was audible. After confirming the wireless situation, the 9 people also started to separate. Nara, Shikamaru and Akimaki Choji, Abaram Shino and Inuzuka Kiba, Uekai Sasuke and Haruno Sakura, Uzumaki Naruto and Yamanaka Uno. Hyuga Hinata stayed alone at the gate of the camp to observe the patrol team and the situation in the camp. After being prepared, the 9 people who had never cooperated skillfully began to disperse. Hyuga Hinata carefully hid herself in a tree alone, staring at everyone with her white eyes open. Start with the closest patrols to the east and west. Shikamaru-kun, you are about to start contact with the patrol team. Receive. At the same time, Hyuga Hinata also noticed the patrol to the west. Shino-kun, you also have to contact the patrol team. Receive. The other 2 sides are not so fast. Hyuga Hinata also set her sights on the boy she was a little concerned about. Naruto-kun, you are indeed different from me. Yes, Hyuga Hinata thought that she and that boy were the same before, but in the end, she was sure that she and that boy were different. Her eyes could see that the boy could not see any chakra flowing in his body, but she knew that this was not an ordinary situation, but the boy's efforts. She had always known that Uzumaki Naruto was very powerful. Maybe this is a feeling, but Hyuga Hinata believes in his feeling. Therefore, Hyuga Hinata knew when they came into contact that she was different from that boy. But why do you always have something black in your eyes like me? The darkness in the eyes is something only a desperate person can have. Hyuga Hinata has sensed the malice of the world from her father's disappointment, the disappointment of her tribe, and those evil words. If possible, Hyuga Hinata would prefer to be born in a branch house. Perhaps only being born in a branch house is more suitable for her abilities. But Uzumaki Naruto is obviously different from her, but Hyuga Hinata can always see a lot of black things in his eyes. Well, not just Uzumaki Naruto, but actually Uekai Sasuke. But Hyuga Hinata knows the reason for the black color in Uekai Sasuke's eyes. But she couldn't understand the blackness in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes. Obviously they are different, but they always have the same color. Hyuga Hinata bit her lips slightly. I should talk to Naruto-kun. Maybe I can know something about Naruto-kun. It's just that she wasn't sure if Uzumaki Naruto wanted to talk to her. She could feel that Uzumaki Naruto was in a very bad situation just like her. There are things she can't say, because no one can understand her even if she says it. Maybe Uzumaki Naruto is the same as her. Uzumaki Naruto also had reasons why he couldn't say some things. Just thinking about the same color in their eyes, Hyuga Hinata still took courage in her heart. I should have a nice chat with Naruto-kun. If it's something I can't know, I will apologize to Naruto-kun. Just as Hyuga Hinata was having a storm in her mind, the 2 groups from the east and west had already met their targets. Nara Shikamaru stood cautiously behind the tree and looked at the 2-person patrol walking in the woods. This is the first time they have carried out such a mission. Show no mercy to your enemies. As a very cerebral person, Nara Shikamaru's mind is very rational, and sometimes rationality can even exceed sensibility. He lowered his voice. Choji, don't make a sound and slit their throats all at once. Akimaki Choji swallowed quietly, and his originally good face turned a little pale, but looking at his friend's seriousness, he still nodded. Nara Shikamaru closed his eyes slightly, then opened them suddenly, and quickly formed seals on his hands. Shadow Mimicry. Chapter 117, Ninjas in Peaceful Times are stained with blood for the first time! What happened? The 2 people who had just been controlled by the shadows started making noises uncontrollably. Nara Shikamaru subconsciously felt bad when he heard the sound. Akimaki Choji's face turned pale when he heard the sound, but he immediately rushed in front of the 2 people with the kunai. Even though he was still hesitant in his heart, he knew that he must be a citizen. Laugh. The kunai slashed across the throats of the 2 people, blocking their voices before they had a chance to make any more noise, preventing them from making any more noise and attracting the attention of others. The 2 robbers whose throats were slit looked at the child who appeared in front of them in horror. I have to tell everyone. Although they had this idea in their hearts, their throats were slit and they were destined to be unable to make any sound. A large amount of blood spurted out from the slashed throat. Akimaki Choji, who was standing in front of the 2 people, seemed to be stupid, looking at the 2 people in front of him with no blood on his face. I killed someone. This is the first time Akimaki Choji has carried out such a mission, and it is also the first time since his birth that he has taken the lives of others. This is not for any reason, just because he was not used to the feeling of taking away his life like this. As a child, Akimaki Choji still held a certain innocence. Nara Shikamaru did not directly release the control of the shadow imitation technique, but continued to control the 2 people until they completely lost signs of life. Bang! Losing Nara Shikamaru's control, the 2 men's bodies fell heavily to the ground. A large amount of blood filled the entire land from the throat. Nara Shikamaru didn't speak. and his face looked a little uncomfortable. He also had a hand in this process of taking people's lives. His mood was the same as Akimaki Choji's. However, Nara Shikamaru knows more than the more naive Akimaki Choji, so he is more able to accept the current situation. No child could adapt to such a situation so quickly. Although they are ninjas who grew up in an era of near peace. Nara Shikamaru shook his head slightly and walked to Akimaki Choji's side. A hand was placed across Akimaki Choji's neck. The bright red blood on his hands made Akimaki Choji uncomfortable, but he also knew that this was a process that he had to adapt to. As a ninja, this is something that must be done, and it has just begun. It's just that the feeling of taking away someone's life for the first time is really uncomfortable, even more uncomfortable than he initially imagined. But Akimaki Choji knows that he is not the only one suffering now. His friend Nara Shikamaru is in the same situation, so he needs to cheer up. "Shikamaru, I'm fine." "Fine?" The slightly trembling body said it all. Nara Shikamaru could clearly feel that the trembling had not stopped, but was slowly being suppressed. It's just that Nara Shikamaru knows that Akimaki Choji is a person who can control his emotions, just like the Akimaki Choji he knows. "Choji, after our mission is over this time, how about we go have a good meal together? Be sure to ask Asuma-sensei to treat you to your favorite BBQ restaurant." The trembling that gradually stopped let Nara Shikamaru know that it was okay. Continuing to hold the torch on the ground, Akimaki Choji was pulled forward a little further, and then he inserted the torch into the ground. This place is not very far from the camp, and the camp occupies the highest point, so extinguishing the torch directly will not work. Once the torch goes out, I am afraid that the sentry in the camp will immediately find out, and they will not be able to complete the task easily. After Nara Shikamaru finished doing this, he turned on the communicator. "Don't put out the torches. Extinguishing the torches will expose the patrol." After saying this, Nara Shikamaru turned off the communicator. Everyone is experiencing this for the first time in their lives. It is not a good thing to suddenly hear voices at important times. Cool. Looking at the dead body on the ground, Inuzuka breathed out slightly to let out the uncomfortable feeling just now. He didn't feel too bad about killing people, but he was just a little uncomfortable with it. When Inuzuka Kiba did it, he clearly felt that his body had become stiffer, and even now he has not fully recovered. "Are you alright?" Abraham Shino, who had always been the backdrop, suddenly spoke, which made Inuzuka Kiba feel strange. "Zeno, I thought you would be a dull gourd as usual. It turns out that this is the concept I have in your mind." The corners of Abraham Shino's mouth were twitching under his windbreaker. Although he usually doesn't like to talk much, he doesn't become a boring gourd. He is still very good at talking when he should talk. "Zero, please give me flowers." Clearly feeling the slightly raised volume of his tone, Inuzuka Kiba scratched his head a little embarrassed, but he still frowned inwardly. "Are you a dull gourd? Do you have no psychological point?" "In the past, when I was in the ninja school, I couldn't even say a thing. Sometimes, when I suddenly spoke, it felt more like being haunted." Although it was not good behavior to secretly criticize his teammates in his heart, Inuzuka Kiba did not talk nonsense. Among the classmates who he usually interacts with frequently, the one Nitsuka dislikes the most is Abraham Shino, because besides Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, the last person he wanted to face directly was Abraham Shino. Usually in the ninja school, Abraham Shino's style tends to be dark. He is considered relatively mature among students. Well, he's the type who usually doesn't like to talk in school. Basically, he's the same type as Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. It's just that Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke are usually relatively quiet, while Abraham Shino is the kind of person who talks when he shouldn't, and sometimes makes people break out in cold sweat. Of course, Inuzuka Kiba also has to admit that Abraham Shino's strength is also the same as Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Anyone who comes into contact with it will understand how terrifying it is. It's just that Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke usually hide better, while Abraham Shino's strength has been exposed to the outside. Cough. By the way, Maru just said not to put out the torch. Inuzuka Kiba changed the subject very abruptly. "Can you be more blunt?" Abraham Shino sighed helplessly, but also found that he talked more than usual. He looked at his hands and was silent for a moment. "It turns out that it also had a great influence on me." Then he raised his head and looked at Inuzuka Kiba, who picked up the torch and was about to fix it on the ground. Abraham Shino then spoke to remind him, "Don't leave it anywhere near here. We have just dealt with the patrol team. If the patrol team remains motionless, it will attract the attention of the sentry. Try to keep the torches as far away from this place as possible." This torch was placed next to the corpse. Once a sentry noticed that something was wrong and came over to see the corpse, he would immediately be alerted. Staying away from the body avoids the possibility of discovery. Abraham Shino is also a cautious person. Chapter 118. Yamanaka is full of questions. Today is as quiet as usual. Soon it won't be quiet anymore. The three people on patrol all hold a pessimistic attitude towards the future. After all, The main body of this world is still ninjas. I heard that some of the villages we wiped out last time still survived, and even ran to Konoha. The boss has been suffering from headaches recently because of this matter. Not to mention that their boss had a headache. In fact, they also started to have a headache when they learned the news. Konoha is the largest ninja village in the Land of Fire where they are located. Once the ninjas of Konoha start taking action, their camp will be close to destruction. But when they thought that their families and children were in the camp, they knew that they couldn't escape. The place they were in was on the edge of the country of fire, and it was precisely because they were in 260 that their boss chose to take action. But in the end he was targeted by Konoha, which is indeed a sad thing. It's just that they don't have any regrets about their boss's decision, because they know that if they don't do it, they will die earlier. As they walked through the forest with torches, they didn't notice that two young ninjas were hiding behind the trees. Listening to the words of these three robbers, you can actually taste a lot of things, but the young ninja hidden behind the tree did not have any emotional changes, silently took out the kunai in his pocket, and gave his classmate two eyes. He rushed out with a strong chakra. There was no sound, just a flash of silver light, and a line of blood appeared at the throats of the two robbers. Crack! The last robber still alive had his jaw broken. The entire operation was smooth, without even a moment of hesitation. The lives of two people were over, and the remaining one had lost the ability to speak. After finishing all this, the young ninja calmly glanced at the two corpses on the ground, shook off the miserable bloodline in his hand, and put it back in his pocket. He turned around and looked at his companion who was still stunned and motionless. Sakura-chan, I'll leave this person to you. Haruno. Sakura's mind went blank after hearing this. He looked down at the middle-aged man who was covering his mouth and trying hard to make a sound but couldn't. Haruno Sakura could see the pain and despair on his face, but the boy she liked tasked her to deal with such a person. I'll take care of it. Uchiha Sasuke shook his head slightly. From this point of view, Haruno Sakura undoubtedly failed. A ninja who doesn't experience blood is not a true ninja. But Haruno Sakura itself is different from them, so Uchiha Sasuke also knows that this needs to be accepted a little bit. Since you are a ninja, you need to accept this kind of thing. Ninja, can you be called a ninja if you don't experience blood? Besides, sooner or later you will have to make a choice. Haruno Sakura was confused by these words. She didn't quite understand what Uchiha Sasuke's words meant. Konoha and I, Naruto, you finally need to make a decision! Haruno Sakura heard a big problem now, and looked at Uchiha Sasuke in horror. Sasuke-kun, the meaning of that sentence just now. Uchiha Sasuke didn't give any explanation, but pointed to the stick that was still struggling on the ground. Deal with the robber first. This is your initial choice. You can choose not to kill him, but he heard what I said just now. Once Konoha knows what I said, neither Naruto nor I can escape. So, make your choice as soon as possible. Haruno Sakura trembled all over. She understood the meaning of this sentence, and understood all the meanings in the words very deeply. Her consciousness was very confused now. She never expected that Uchiha Sasuke would ask her to make a choice at this moment, whether to favor Konoha or their seventh team. What is going on? Are Sasuke-kun and Naruto-kun going to leave Konoha? Now this multiple choice question is about choosing her future. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, even as one of Konoha's ninjas, felt hesitant in her heart. Then he took out a kunai from his pocket, stepped forward, and easily slit his neck under the middle-aged man's desperate gaze. Because the force was not very strong, and it was the first time that my hands were covered in blood, their hands were still trembling. After taking action, Haruno Sakura knew that she had made a choice in her heart and threw the kunai in her hand to the ground. But at this moment, the doubts in her heart suppressed her fear of taking someone's life. Sasuke-kun, I want to know about you and Naruto-kun. Now Haruno Sakura feels that her understanding of Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto is too little. No matter what, now she needs to know what Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto are hiding. Well, now that you've made your choice, you can indeed know something about us. On the other side, the heads of the three robbers had been completely separated from their bodies. Of the other two robbers who were still alive, one of them had fainted and died on the ground, but the other was standing there without making any movement. It was as if the person dying in front of him was not a robber from the same camp as him. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the bandit who was still standing. The next two people will be left to you. Heart turn technique. This is a very important secret technique of the Yamanaka clan. It can concentrate the power of the soul and release it to the enemy. The moment it hits, it can forcibly occupy the enemy's body. Yamanaka Ino, whose soul had occupied the body of the robber, stared dumbly at the tragedy that happened in front of him. But soon, Yamanaka Ino came back to his senses. What happened in front of me was quite tragic. In just an instant, three heads flew into the air. Naruto-kun, you started too quickly. There is no need to waste time on this level of fighting. Uzumaki Naruto is wasting time just hiding himself. But no matter how hard you hide it, don't hide it too much when facing a few ordinary robbers. The battle of ninjas is about 4.8, where the winner is decided in a short time. The battle becomes so long that one's physical strength, energy and chakra will not be able to support it. It is best to end the battle within a short time. Well, I still know this. A regular battle naturally ends as quickly as possible, but at this time, shouldn't it be necessary to slow down a bit? Yamanaka subconsciously touched her pocket. When she felt nothing, she remembered that it was the body of a robber. I looked around and couldn't find a suitable weapon. There was no choice but to look at Uzumaki Naruto. Sorry, Naruto-kun, can you lend me your kunai? Uzumaki Naruto glanced at Yamanaka and threw the kunai behind his pocket. When you're done using it, remember to return it to me. Chapter 119. Don't get involved with people like me. Yamanaka looked at Uzumaki Naruto in confusion. Is it necessary to be so picky? I am different from your big families. Even a kunai will take a long time to be used. I will recycle any ninja that can be recycled. Yamanaka doesn't remember having too many worries about ninja. The Yamanaka family's background is still quite sufficient, and she doesn't know much about Uzumaki Naruto's troubles. Naruto-kun, are you so short of money? Uzumaki Naruto sighed slightly. He talked a bit too much today. Whether I have enough ninja tools does not depend on whether I have enough money, but whether the shops in Konoha will sell me ninja tools. Why? Uzumaki Naruto looked at the confused Yamanaka with a strange expression. You must have heard of it too, right? People used to call me Nine-Tails Demon Fox, and I am the container of Nine-Tails Demon Fox. Your parents should have told you before you entered the ninja school not to have too much contact with a brat named Uzumaki Naruto. Yamanaka nodded slightly. She had heard her father and mother talk about it before entering the ninja school. I'm a very unpopular type of person in Konoha 10. It's not easy for me to buy things like kunai. So, my kuka is not something that I can use once or twice and then ignore. This is quite expensive for me. Yamanaka looked slightly startled, and looked down at the kunai in his hand. It can indeed be seen that this kunai is not that sharp, and you can also see a lot of scratches. It must have been used for a long time. Looking up at Uzumaki Naruto suddenly laughed. Naruto-kun, it turns out you are quite good at talking. I thought you were just like in the ninja school, always like Mengulu who couldn't speak. Uzumaki Naruto's mouth twitched slightly. It would be better if you finish what you are doing first and then talk about it. Seeing a middle-aged man smile obscenely at me, I can't help but want to punch you. Yamanaka touched her face, and now she felt that Uzumaki Naruto was more popular. Is it that bad? Said Yamanaka and showed a smile that she thought was cute. Just seeing this made Uzumaki Naruto feel his fists itching. It's like a wretched middle-aged uncle putting on a girlish smile. This is definitely not a scene that can be appreciated, but a scene that makes people want to punch. Uzumaki Naruto held his forehead with a slight headache. I don't think there's a worse picture than right now. You'd better not let me continue reading. Maybe I'll have nightmares today. Yamanaka felt a little amused, but she did not continue to laugh, but took the kunai and walked towards the bandit who fell on the ground. Laugh. He raised his kunai and dropped it, and a column of blood spurted out from the robber's neck. Uzumaki Naruto observed the whole process and found that Yamanaka was only a little stiff when he started, but he recovered quickly after he started. You are worthy of being an heir trained by a big family. His psychological quality is indeed good. Others have more or less greater reactions, but she is the only one who reacts so little. Is it because I've seen it before, or is it because individuals have different acceptance abilities? Uzumaki Naruto is not very clear about this. After all, he and Yamanaka were not very familiar with each other in the past. The only communication was 4.5 years ago, before visiting Uchiha Sasuke in the hospital. However, Uzumaki Naruto quickly gathered his thoughts. If the people of Konoha can have as little contact as possible, it is best to have as little contact as possible. I chose to take Haruno Sakura away because Haruno Sakura was not the heir of a big family, but it was just one of the common people in Konoha and a common person with outstanding personal talents. But it won't work if the idea is to target those big families. Although the Yamanaka clan's heart-turning technique is a very good secret technique, if you can't take it away, you won't think too much about it, and even your contact will be reduced. Uzumaki Naruto's mood instantly calmed down. Naruto-kun, your kunai. Yamanaka handed the used kunai to Uzumaki Naruto. After calming down, Uzumaki Naruto returned to his past quiet state. After taking the kunai and putting it into the pocket behind his back, Uzumaki Naruto stopped talking. Yamanaka felt a little regretful. You are obviously a person who likes to talk, so why do you keep pretending that you don't like talking? Naruto-kun and Sasuke-kun are really the same people. They are both very thoughtful people, and people can't guess what they are thinking. Although it is a bit regretful that Uzumaki Naruto no longer pays attention to her, but she must continue to do the follow-up things. After releasing the ninjutsu, the bandit who had been controlled just now collapsed to the ground unable to move. Yamanaka, who was leaning against the tree, returned to consciousness. Then, the next step is the ending. Yamanaka, whose consciousness returned to her body, took out a kunai from the pocket behind her back and came to the bandit she had just controlled. After an experience, Yamanaka did not hesitate this time and aimed at the robber's throat with a forceful stroke. A large amount of blood spurted out instantly. In such a remote forest, ordinary people who have their throats slashed have no chance of surviving, 740. If it were a medical ninja with Grandmaster Medical Ninjutsu, there might be a chance of survival, but this person is just a bandit, and he still doesn't have any chakra strength. That's it. Uzumaki Naruto nodded slightly. Let's go back and gather. The patrol team on the outside has been cleaned up, and the next step is the situation inside the camp. The inside is different from the outside. There must be more security inside, and there are also more people living there. Kagura's inner eye has already helped Uzumaki Naruto confirm the situation inside the camp. Just when Uzumaki Naruto turned his head, Yamanaka suddenly pulled the corner of his clothes. Hey, Naruto-kun, you can talk more in the future. Uzumaki Naruto glanced back and pulled back the corner of his clothes without leaving a trace. It's better not to get involved with someone like me. After saying this, Uzumaki Naruto turned and left. Yamanaka looked at the back of Uzumaki Naruto leaving, and suddenly felt uncomfortable. She could feel the same alienation that she felt for everyone. It's just that this way of actively staying away from others really makes Yamanaka very unhappy. What do you mean by a person like me? How can anyone belittle themselves like that? After complaining slightly, he followed. Chapter 120. The plan can't keep up with my own crotch pulling. The 9 people gathered again. Uzumaki Naruto could clearly feel that the auras of several people had changed dramatically. It seems that seeing blood is indeed a very important link for ninjas. The aura that seemed a little childish before has begun to transform into a mature one. Everyone who took action was fundamentally different from the past. Perhaps this was the change that only happened to ninjas after being stained with blood. For ninjas, this should be a kind of growth. The only person who hasn't changed is probably Hyuga Hinata, who hasn't done anything yet. However, even if you want to get Hyuga Hinata to do it, it is very difficult. After all, she is not a ninja worthy of the name. She is just the eldest lady of the Hyuga family. That childishness is still with me. It's just that when Uzumaki Naruto discovered the childishness in Hyuga Hinata, he also discovered that the other person's emotions were biased towards the negative. It seems that Miss Hyuga's life is not very good either. Uzumaki Naruto smiled in his heart and put his thoughts away. Whether the other party was living well or not had nothing to do with him. Then he glanced at Uchiha Sasuke. This mission is a great opportunity for them. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes also happened to meet Uzumaki Naruto. He nodded slightly. This time it was considered to be going smoothly. Did it go well? Uzumaki Naruto indeed sensed that Haruno Sakura's chakra fluctuated greatly, and the confusion and complexity were already written on his face. From the beginning Uzumaki Naruto knew that Haruno Sakura was not a person who could hide her worries. Once you find out about him and Uchiha Sasuke, you will definitely show your emotions on your face. If this emotion is noticed by the instructor Genin, then the problem will become serious. Therefore, when he knew that the focus of this mission was to see blood, Uzumaki Naruto realized that this was an excellent opportunity. It doesn't matter if Haruno Sakura can't control her mood swings, she can just get over it with the stimulation of killing. And after this mission, there would be no suspicion that their 7th team would often hang out together. You can also take this time to talk about more detailed matters with Haruno Sakura. As for Haruno Sakura's choice, this issue is not necessary to think about in Uzumaki Naruto's opinion, because Haruno Sakura will make the choice they want. Nara Shikamaru saw that everyone had arrived and observed some changes on everyone's faces. Of course, the faces of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke remained unusually calm. Are these 2 people not affected at all? His eyes looked towards Yamanaka and Haruno Sakura. Ino's reaction was not very intense, but little Sakura seemed to be greatly shocked. Everyone else reacted more or less, but it's really just their hearts that are particularly big. But Nara Shikamaru thought about it and felt that this was a normal reaction. After all, he knew that Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke worked together to send Genin to Konoha Hospital. If Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke can manage to send Genin to the hospital, it would be really abnormal if he is still stimulated by blood. After calming down his emotions, Nara Shikamaru also began to look at the situation in front of him. Hinata, how is the situation in the camp? Hyuga Hinata shook her head slightly. No one has found out about the patrol outside yet. Most of the people in the camp have fallen asleep, and only a few people are still patrolling inside the camp. Nara Shikamaru already understood in his heart. No wonder there were so many patrols outside. I am afraid that the bandits in this camp have been on guard for their arrival. It seems these bandits knew we were coming. Of course, even if these bandits knew that they were coming now, it would be of no use. Even if they were just Genin who had just graduated from the ninja school, it was not like these bandits could resist. Only ninjas can fight against ninjas. Chakra is an energy that only ninjas can master. How can an ordinary bandit who cannot master chakra be the opponent of a ninja who has mastered chakra? Let's start. Hinata, always keep an eye on the sentry. Hyuga Hinata, who uses Byakugan, has been staring at the people on sentry outside the camp, always paying attention to their sights. No problem, there is no view around. However, if you were outside the bushes, you would be stared directly at by someone. Basically, this is the place where you can invade the camp. Hyuga Hinata noticed that there was a sentry looking straight at the trees here. The sight of this man was unavoidable. Yamanaka leaned over and took a look. It's more than 20 meters away. 20 meters is the limit distance of Yamanaka. Once this distance is exceeded, her heart-turning technique will not be able to reach the enemy. Yamanaka turned her head in distress, looking at Tepco Shikamaru behind her. Shikamaru, this distance has exceeded my limit distance. This is not good news. 20 meters is the limit distance of heart-turn technique. Nara Shikamaru also knows this. During the visual inspection just now, Nara Shikamaru felt that it was close to the limit distance, but unexpectedly it exceeded the limit distance. How far apart do you feel from here? About 25 meters. It's not that far away. Nara Shikamaru already had a plan in mind and turned back to look at Akimaki Choji. Choji, it's up to you to throw Ino to a suitable distance. I'll use shadow imitation to protect Ino's body. Ino, be prepared. The best result is a success, otherwise our position will be exposed. Yamanaka took a slight breath and completed the mental turn during exercise. This was much more difficult than using the mental turn on the ground. Although the target did not move, she could use heart turn without any worries, but it was much more difficult to aim accurately. However, ninjas are like this, and sometimes they have to make dangerous moves. In order to make their situation more favorable and to better complete this mission, they must complete the mental turn in midair. Akimaki Choji hides in the bushes to perform the seal's part expansion jutsu hand. One hand instantly became dozens of times larger than before, and a hand of this size was enough for Yamanaka to stand on. Yamanaka silently exhaled while standing on the palm of Akamaki Dinjai's hand. This is really a first experience. He quickly performed the seal, and also focused his hands on the sentry on the observation deck. Nara Shikamaru has also made seals and is ready. Choji, start. Yeah. 1 inch. Akimaki Choji raised his hand slightly, aimed at the observation tower and threw the Yamanaka in his hand hard. Yamanaka, who had been prepared for a long time, also launched ninjutsu at the sentry the moment he flew out of the bushes. Heart turn technique. The soul hit the sentinel and was successfully possessed by Yamanaka. However, there is still a problem in one link! Nara Shikamaru, who used the shadow imitation technique, could not keep up with Yamanaka flying speed. Crap! Nara Shikamaru's eyes widened. Yamanaka body rushed towards the outer wall of the camp without any protection. Chapter 121 A World Without Hot Blood. The two figures rushed out immediately. A figure rushed directly into the camp. Seeing that the sentries around him did not move, it was obvious that he did not notice that anyone had invaded the camp. But another figure caught the out-of-control Yamanaka body, placed her on the edge of the observation tower, and then entered the camp. The whole process only happened in an instant. At this moment, people with better eyesight only saw a black shadow, while people with poor eyesight did not even see the black shadow! Yamanaka looked at the body hanging on the edge of the observation deck, quickly reached out to grab it, and carefully pulled it into the observation deck. Huh. I almost died. Once the body dies, it means that her soul has nowhere to go, and her soul and body are linked. Once the possessed person is harmed, or her own body is harmed, it will affect her soul. Seeing that his body was not injured, Yamanaka breathed a sigh of relief. But after relaxing, Yamanaka wanted to beat up Nara Shikamaru. Plan 673 was proposed by Nara Shikamaru. She and Akimaki Choji both completed it very well, but Nara Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique could not catch up with the speed of her body flying out, otherwise the scene just now would not have happened. That guy Shikamaru, you must settle today's accounts with him after you complete the mission. Although ninjas face life and death every day, Yamanaka does not want to die for such a reason. But now that we are on a mission, Yamanaka can control this emotion. After settling his body, Yamanaka stood up and took a look at the surrounding situation. Well, quite a few have started to fall asleep. Normally, the first half of the night is the sleepiest time. If they were so alert in the morning, I'm afraid they won't be able to hold on even if they keep their spirits up. That's good news. The more these bandits have such problems, the easier it will be to solve them. Yamanaka stood up and gave a signal to his own people hiding in the bushes. Fortunately, there are Naruto and Sasuke. His own shadow imitation technique failed to keep up with Yamanaka base body that flew out a bit beyond Nara Shikamaru's expectations. Fortunately, 2 people in their team had already gone out. Although all Nara Shikamaru could see were 2 black shadows, he already knew it was them just by seeing the black shadows. Their ordinary Genin does not have that kind of speed, and only the 2 exceptional Genin have such speed. When he raised his head, Nara Shikamaru happened to read the code given to them by Yamanaka. After calming down, Nara Shikamaru also regained his composure. Take action. Those sentries are our mission. Others also breathed a sigh of relief, and everyone quickly adjusted their mentality. It is also very difficult for the sentry to solve it. After all, this is the first time for everyone to invade the camp in actual combat. When the action started outside, the 2 people inside the camp had already started taking action. After entering the camp, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke acted in separate groups in a tacit understanding. There is still a lot of space inside the camp, and most of the houses are made of wood, which makes it easier for them to carry out assassinations. Facing ordinary robbers, it is possible to achieve a silent assassination even if you keep a closer distance. After all, what Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke are best at is controlling chakra. Sound can also be controlled using chakra. At the same time, they entered the larger wooden house. Less than half a minute later, the two walked out of the wooden house at the same time, and then entered the other wooden house again. Not easy to be found assassination is a great advantage of wooden houses. If it's a tent, the smell of blood will soon be smelled by the outside, but if it's a wooden house, this situation can be suppressed to a great extent. Soon, these sleeping robbers stayed in mansion forever. Not only the middle-aged people who are in their prime, but even women and children are not spared. After walking out of the last house, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke looked at each other. Finished? It's over. The voices of the two people were different from the calmness before, and there were some subtle fluctuations this time. Both Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke knew what caused this, because they started, without any mercy, they directly attacked everyone. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes were filled with only gradually indifferent emotion. Same age, even much younger than us. Uchiha Sasuke is the same, only indifferent. This ninja. Maybe this world shouldn't allow ninjas to continue to exist. With the existence of ninjas, the battle between countries will continue without stopping. That is because of the existence of ninjas. What happened to us today? Uzumaki Naruto can also feel that this world is like what Uchiha Obito said, this is hell. Whether it is for ninjas or ordinary civilians, this is hell. There is no hot blood here. The hot blood in the past was just the way it was deliberately shown in Shouldn comics. But is such a ninja-themed world really like this? Only when you really come into contact will you realize that this world is a hell for many people. It's a really bad feeling. However, as long as there are people in the world, things like this will happen. As long as humans are completely extinct from the world, groups will continue to fight. The battle between people will never stop. Where there are people, there is society. Where there is society, there will be different cultures. Different cultures will cause many conflicts, and these conflicts are the main reasons for wars. Uzumaki Naruto patted Uchiha Sasuke on the shoulder. At least there's no fighting between us. Whatever the world becomes has nothing to do with us. Even if it dies, it is the world's own business. We also have things to do. The indifference on Uchiha Sasuke's face softened a lot. Yeah, what the world becomes has nothing to do with us. Neither Uzumaki Naruto nor Uchiha Sasuke care about what the world is like. The understanding of the world is like a passerby who doesn't need to care. It has nothing to do with them, and they don't have to worry about the natural world. As for the people they killed, they will remember these people firmly, because this is the way they came out. Chapter 122. I thought of something I shouldn't have thought of. The entire camp was completely silent at this moment. No one's voice could be heard, and even breathing was so clear. Such an environment really made the 7 genin who had just come into contact with the mission feel a chill down their backs. Among them, Nara Shikamaru felt the most obvious. How many minutes? No, not even 3 minutes. These people are already dead. This allowed him to truly understand how big the gap was between himself and others and Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. There are no signs of fighting here at all, and we didn't hear any sounds of fighting on the city wall. In other words, all the bandits here were killed in an instant. Assassination is not uncommon in the world of ninjas. In order to complete the mission, the ninja also has a lot of needs. Assassination time. But aren't Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke newly promoted genin who graduated from the ninja school with them? Then why can these two people do this kind of talking so skillfully and so perfectly that there is almost no sound? Nara Shikamaru soon had a substantial answer. The difference in strength. Because the gap in strength is so huge, these bandits were eliminated so quietly. This is the obvious answer, and even if you get this answer, it won't be very surprising. What should really be surprising is how big the gap is. Nara Shikamaru also thought about this problem before. Being able to send his own guide Jonin to the hospital, even if the guide Jonin betrays himself, and the guide Jonin is despised, are among these reasons, but a normal genin will never be able to send his guide Jonin to the hospital even if he is despised. Not even to mention guiding Jonin, even if he wanted to seize the opportunity to send Chunin to the hospital, it would be impossible. There is a huge gap between the newly promoted genin and the experienced Chunin. Even if you want to pry up this mountain, you still need to have enough strength as leverage. If you don't even have enough strength, you will definitely not be able to do such a thing. So, Nara Shikamaru has a substantial idea of the strength of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke at this moment. Less than Jonin, but beyond Chunin. Nara Shikamaru's face didn't show any emotion, but he was extremely frightened in his heart, and at the same time, he also had a clear understanding in his heart. Sure enough, these two people are unusual. Sasuke's abilities were very strong before, but after he came back, his abilities declined. Naruto's abilities were very poor before, but he suddenly grew a lot 5 years ago. These two people came from the best and worst to the center. the place with the most people. This is definitely not an accident. If these two situations occurred at different times, perhaps Nara Shikamaru would think it was a coincidence. But these two bizarre things happened almost at the same time, which was a sign of something abnormal. In other words, these two people have always had a certain purpose. This guess also caused me to be so shocked that I broke into a cold sweat. This possibility exists, and even after the revelation of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, this possibility has increased to a very scary height. Smart people have their own way of thinking. Although there is no evidence yet, Nara Shikamaru can feel that Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke are hiding something big. Can't think about it. Can't think about these things. He quickly raised his mind to suppress this thought. No matter what Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke thought, he absolutely could not continue to think about it. The more you know, the quicker you die. Nara Shikamaru has known this truth a long time ago, and naturally now he also understands that this issue cannot be thought about deeply. Once he thinks too much, there is a danger of being tricked out. Feeling that someone's chakra fluctuated greatly, Uzumaki Naruto glanced in that person's direction. Nara Shikamaru, what did he think caused such a big mood swing? It shouldn't be the record between me and Sasuke. If it were someone else, there would be such a possibility, but he is originally a rational person, so he should not be so weird with mood swings. This made Uzumaki Naruto look at Nara Shikamaru a little longer. Coincidentally, Nara Shikamaru's eyes also turned to Uzumaki Naruto. Looking at each other, Uzumaki Naruto clearly felt that Nara Shikamaru's chakra fluctuations became more chaotic. It seems like he really noticed something. The Nara clan has very good minds, and some of them are very strange. So, he saw some problems with Sasuke and Ai's strength. Zero looking for flowers. Am I being too obvious? Nara Shikamaru saw the meaning of inquiry in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes when they looked at each other. This means that his thinking was discovered. Uzumaki Naruto had noticed something that he had noticed. Nara Shikamaru already had a bitter taste in his heart. Seeing the meaning of inquiry in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes, this has confirmed his suspicion just now. I didn't expect. They actually have such thoughts. At this moment, Nara Shikamaru could no longer restrain his thoughts. If this is the right direction, then the subsequent series of things will become very scary. What is the reason for Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke's forbearance? Why do they think this way? All this is something Nara Shikamaru can't help but think about. Nara Shikamaru can deduce many questions from the answers. There is no doubt that these questions are the reasons why Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke did what they did. These reasons are important. Both Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke have shown amazing strength. If they continue to stay in Konoha, they will definitely have better development and there is no need to become rebel ninjas. However, no matter what, Nara Shikamaru knew that he needed to have a good talk with Uzumaki Naruto. No matter what the reason is, things that are not directly known from the person involved are more accurate. Snapped. Okay, let's take a look at the situation in the camp nearby. After confirming the completion of the task, we can quickly tell Mr. Asuma and Mr. Hong. They have not checked the conditions inside the camp since they entered the camp. As soon as Nara Shikamaru said these words, Yamanaka-Ino's face fell. Hey, do you still want to see those corpses? Nara Shikamaru just gave him a blank look. He had never doubted the strength of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. I'm not asking you to examine those corpses. I mean, look around and see if there is anything else that needs to be packed away. The corpses in this camp also need to be dealt with, otherwise it will cause a plague. These follow-up tasks must also be done. Chapter 123. Who do you think I am? Plague. This is a problem that often occurred in the ninja world in the past. Because ninja battles are accompanied by a lot of blood and corpses, if they are not dealt with, a plague will appear. For example, before the end of a general crusade mission, all the corpses of the robbers must be disposed of. If the follow-up matters are not handled well and cause a plague, then there may be many problems in the land of fire. The corpses in this camp definitely need to be disposed of. Generally, this kind of thing is handled by people who are good at earth style and fire style. Either burn the body completely or bury it completely underground. Nara Shikamaru knows that Mr. Asuma is good at wind style and fire style, so it is definitely okay to ask him to help with it. But before that, they need to find out if there is anything like fuel in this camp. If there is, they can deal with all the 293 of strength here. Everyone went to the camp to look for anything that could be burned, so that they wouldn't have to move the corpses. There is no way. The body needs to be disposed of. Everyone can only look for things that can be burned in this camp. Everyone went looking, even Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. It's just that the two of them stopped when they reached a quiet place. What's wrong? Uchiha Sasuke didn't understand what was going on, but he soon heard soft footsteps coming from behind. Uzumaki Naruto did not turn around, but spoke calmly. Shikamaru, didn't someone tell you that a wise man who knows too much dies young? Uchiha Sasuke paused slightly, and a killing intent appeared on his body inadvertently. But soon Uzumaki Naruto patted Uchiha Sasuke's shoulder with one hand, which made Uchiha Sasuke frown slightly but still reduced the killing intent on his body. Nara Shikamaru, who came from behind, had already felt Uchiha Sasuke's killing intent from the surface of his skin, but at this moment he was very calm. If I could, I wouldn't wish I could discover so much. Yes, Nara Shikamaru simply didn't want to find out so many things. He didn't want to know the details about Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, but his brain had already started working when he received some information, and it was impossible not to think about it. Before he knew that the news could not be known, his brain had already started thinking and successfully reached a conclusion. Uzumaki Naruto believes that this statement is true. Nara Shikamaru is definitely not a person who likes to make trouble. What a good mind. Although this mind occasionally miscalculates its own and knows abilities. Nara Shikamaru immediately thought of the failed alliance just now, and also remembered clearly that Yamanaka Ino's life was saved by Uzumaki Naruto. That's why he dared to find two people so blatantly today. This is indeed my failure. Nor will I refuse to accept my error in judgment. Suddenly, Uzumaki Naruto had come to Nara Shikamaru's side and even put a hand on his shoulder. Yeah? So, have you misjudged our strength gap? Or do you think we are very kind and can let you go easily after you know what happened to us? Nara Shikamaru's expression remained unchanged, very calm, really calm. If you wanted to kill me, you would have done it long ago. In the moment just now, you could have directly attacked me. But you didn't do it, so you can't do it to me. That's why you want to talk to me. Nara Shikamaru is not naive enough to think that Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke are easy to fool. I don't think they are really naive and won't kill him completely here easily. It's just because conditions don't allow it. If conditions permit, then he may not even have a chance to talk. Uchiha Sasuke frowned slightly, and then he understood why. Everyone here cannot be completely cleaned up, and there are two instructors Jonin who cannot move. If you act immediately, it will inevitably affect the original plan. After understanding the reason, Uchiha Sasuke also let go of his intention in his heart. They couldn't take action now, but Uchiha Sasuke was wondering how their situation was known to anyone. Naruto and I have never taken the initiative to talk about anything. Why would Nara Shikamaru know about our affairs? This is a big problem. From a long time ago, he learned from Uzumaki Naruto that the more you talk, the more mistakes you make. The more you do, the more mistakes you make. Since then, he has reduced his words a lot, and they didn't say anything just now. But Nara Shikamaru just knew it, which is very strange. But Uzumaki Naruto understood that what he and Uchiha Sasuke did was not completely hidden. There were many situations in the past that could explain the problem. There is no such thing as something that can really be hidden in the world. It's just a matter of who can hide it better. Uzumaki Naruto showed a rare smile. Very well, Shikamaru, you are smarter than I thought, but I underestimated your knowledge of some things. Then, I should congratulate you. Now you are qualified to talk to us on an equal footing. Until this moment, Nara Shikamaru breathed a long sigh of relief in his heart. Tell me, what do you want to talk to us about? Nara Shikamaru knew that he should get more information at this time, but he still wanted to know why. Why do you do this? Uzumaki Naruto was not surprised at all by Nara Shikamaru's question. People who have a certain level of confidence in their IQ will be more arrogant, and this arrogance will also be reflected in their desire to know more. You should ask Konoha about this. Isn't the annihilation of the Uchiha clan just a good show staged by Konoha? As expected, Nara Shikamaru has long known that the water in Konoha is very deep, and the genocide of the Uchiha clan is a manifestation of the darkness in Konoha. He already understood the reason why Uchiha Sasuke did this. He had nothing to refute for this reason, because he would probably do the same thing if he were from this perspective. That's why Sasuke, what about you? As if he heard something funny, Uzumaki Naruto's face was full of smiles. You should ask Konoha this question too. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and I am the last Uzumaki clan in Konoha. The name of the Uzumaki clan in Konoha was Uzumaki Kushina. The last name was Uzumaki Maito. So, Shikamaru, who do you think I am? At this moment, Nara Shikamaru was completely stunned. Chapter 124 Uzumaki Naruto's reminder. Uzumaki Kushina. This is a name that all that ninjas in Konoha are familiar with. Maybe there are still people who don't know who this name is, but if she is called Mrs. Fourth Hokage, it is easy to know who she is. There are not many people in Konoha named Uzumaki, but surprisingly, Naruto is named Uzumaki. And Uzumaki Naruto is 13 years old this year, and Mrs. Fourth Hokage died 13 years ago. The answer is obvious enough when it all comes together. Nara Shikamaru also got the answer in an instant, so he was dumbfounded by the answer. The son of the fourth Hokage. Nara Shikamaru took a deep breath in his heart, but this time he could not easily suppress the shock in his heart. He could think of Uchiha Sasuke's reasons, but he really didn't think of Uzumaki Naruto's reasons. The son of the fourth Hokage was actually promoted by the village as the Nine-Tails Demon Fox. Even if he doesn't often pay attention to Uzumaki Naruto's reputation outside, he can often hear some villagers pointing at Uzumaki Naruto and saying unpleasant things behind his back. He has even heard even worse things. You can imagine how Uzumaki Naruto spent that time in the past. It is because of understanding that Nara Shikamaru can understand and see the hatred hidden in Uzumaki Naruto's heart more intuitively. That hatred is definitely no less than the hatred in Uchiha Sasuke's heart. It is not surprising that Nara Shikamaru can come to this conclusion and Uzumaki Naruto. Well, it turns out that your mind is still relatively efficient. 13 years ago, my parents sealed 9 tails at the cost of their lives. There is no doubt that my parents are heroes. However, as heroes, they will not have any good results. And the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, released my identity as 9 tails Jinchuriki, but hid my identity as the son of the 4th generation. Why do you think this is? Nara Shikamaru's heart skipped a beat. He already had an answer in his mind when he heard this question. Vent your anger. Third Hokage hopes to turn you into the direction of Konoha's anger. What happened that night caused too much damage. These injuries cannot be shouldered by the dead 4th Hokage. The third Hokage also refuses to take such a blame, so I can only transfer the anger that has nowhere to vent to you. That's the obvious thing. Nara Shikamaru didn't know how much damage the Nine Tails Rebellion caused to Konoha, but he knew that after causing such losses, those in power need to take responsibility. The 4th Hokage and Mrs. 4th Hokage were definitely not the main cause of the accident. After all, these two people died for Konoha. At that time, if someone put the responsibility on them, it was really mold growing in their brains. The third Hokage was unwilling to take responsibility and let his good reputation be ruined, so the responsibility for that accident naturally fell on the completely innocent Uzumaki Naruto. The third Hokage is truly a famous Hokage-sama. At this moment, Nara Shikamaru had a new understanding of this strongest Hokage. What happened to Uzumaki Naruto was definitely the third Hokage's tacit approval, or even his instruction. So, isn't the third Hokage involved in the Uchiha clan's affairs? Nara Shikamaru now does not believe at all that what happened inside Konoha did not involve the third Hokage. Correct answer. The third Hokage has done a lot of unknown things, just like what he said, all for Konoha. So, what do you think of Konoha now compared to other 4 ninja villages? The third Hokage is old and exhausted, and its strength is no longer as good as it was at its peak. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Senjutsu are all top ninjas who left Konoha. With the death of my father and the destruction of the Uchiha clan, Konoha no longer has any visible deterrent effect. Uzumaki Naruto didn't exaggerate the facts, but was talking about the facts. The current Konoha is basically on the same level as Sunagakure and Kirigakure, and has long since fallen away from the strongest position. Be obedient to the outside world, and strike hard internally. This is my evaluation of the third Hokage. Remember this sentence carefully, and don't say it casually. Once the third Hokage knows that someone has ruined his reputation, the next one will be, perhaps it was the Nara clan that was exterminated. Nara Shikamaru's breathing stagnated, the fear in his heart continued, and the cold sweat on his back continued. These are things he shouldn't know, but now he already knows them. Although Nara Shikamaru was certain that the Nara clan were all fighting for Konoha and were loyal to the third Hokage, but at this moment he couldn't help but feel frightened. It's not because of Uzumaki Naruto's guidance, but the bloody fact. Nara Shikamaru has his own judgment about things. He knows that some things can be believed, especially such bloody facts, which he cannot disbelieve. Uzumaki Naruto could clearly feel how large the chakra fluctuations of Nara Shikamaru were, and the impatience and irritability in his heart were clearly reflected from the chakra fluctuations. Then, as to why Sarutobi Asuma will be in charge of your new generation in Oshikicho, because you in Oshikicho are very important in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. It is not enough to put you in the hands of any instructor Jonin. Only putting you in the hands of his son is the best. Okay, only in this way can your voice be turned into a voice to support Sarutobi Asuma during the next change of power. This topic did not continue, but ended abruptly. Nara Shikamaru's whole body trembled, and his mind told him that all this was true. Compared with unrealistic random allocation, this statement is more reasonable. You don't need to feel particularly complicated. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen made this arrangement to help his son gain power during the transition of power, Sarutobi Asuma should not have any extra thoughts about you. At least he is absolutely serious about teaching you. At least Sarutobi Hiruzen will not use those unscrupulous methods to deal with you in Oshikicho. After all, your loyalty is what he needs. So Sarutobi Asuma will teach you very seriously and become the most important teacher in your heart. It's just that you'd better not take it too seriously. It's enough just like the past. As long as nothing happens, Konoha is still the most ideal harbor for you in Oshikicho, but it is best not to get involved in Konoha's political Uzumaki, otherwise, Nara clan will not escape death. Although it will not completely destroy the Nara clan, the leader of the Nara clan should be replaced by someone else. Chapter 125 I surrender. The water in Konoha is too deep. Now Nara Shikamaru deeply realizes how deep the water in Konoha is. On the surface, it looks like nothing, but once it gets under the water surface, it is really undercurrent and turbulent. A little carelessness may be the result of no bones left. In the past, Nara Shikamaru thought it would be a good choice to stay loyal to Hokage. But now, is being loyal to Hokage really the right choice? Will the Nara clan end up like the Uchiha clan because they did something wrong? In addition, Nara Shikamaru also deeply realized that at this moment, Konoha no longer has the strength of the first ninja village like in the past. Being obedient to the outside world, but aggressive on the inside. This is a very apt metaphor. Now he is still a very young child. He does not know very clearly about the past, but the examples of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke are the most obvious. Konoha can even hide the identity of 4th Hokage's son, just to direct all the anger of the villagers to Uzumaki Naruto, and to clean themselves up. This approach is really unacceptable. 2 classmates of his age had the same experience, but both of them were persecuted because of Konoha. This kind of thing happened so straightforwardly. I am afraid that after this kind of thing is exposed, any ninja school of the same age, no one takes this for granted. Taking Uzumaki Naruto, who deserves better treatment, as an object of anger for the whole village, this kind of thing cannot be recognized from any angle. Of course, Nara Shikamaru also knew that because of the Nara clan, he would not stand in a neutral position arbitrarily, otherwise the Nara clan would be regarded as the target of attack. Nara Shikamaru raised his head and looked at Uzumaki Naruto. "Why are you telling me this?" The smile on Uzumaki Naruto's face became even more malicious. "The question should turn back to what exactly Sasuke and I are going to do. Konoha must go to destruction in our hands. This is what we will inevitably do. However, Sasuke and I don't have any bad feelings towards Konoha clan, because our goal is only Konoha. Konoha is the target of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke's revenge. Of course, the stubborn Konoha clan will also be among the objects of destruction. But if some big families can change their minds, then they don't mind letting them go." Nara Shikamaru tasted the true meaning of this sentence. Do you want Konoha to collapse from the inside? Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by Naruto's words. Uzumaki Naruto not only hopes that Konoha will collapse, but even hopes that Konoha will completely collapse from the inside. If Konoha's big clan completely gave up on Konoha, then Konoha might not be far from falling apart. However, I don't think many families will agree with your proposal. Uzumaki Naruto put away the malice and smiled just nodded calmly. Yeah, this is Konoha's stupidity, holding the withered trunk and looking back at the glory of the past. However, we have no intention of really all the big clans accepting our suggestions. It's just that those families that don't leave will be completely destroyed when the time comes. There was no hint of horror in the calm context, but the content was truly terrifying. Then Nara Shikamaru looked at the ups and downs of chakra. "In 5 years, we have actually made a lot of preparations. Although it's a little early for us to leave Konoha now, it doesn't mean he can't advance our plans. So, now you can make a decision. Should you choose to expose us, or pretend that it doesn't happen?" Nara Shikamaru took a deep breath. "If I choose to be exposed, will you kill everyone?" Uzumaki Naruto nodded slightly. "Of course, although it is a little troublesome to have 2 instructors Jonin, it is not impossible to kill them. It just takes a little effort." If Nara Shikamaru really decided this, then Uzumaki Naruto would kill him without hesitation. The 2 instructors Jonin are indeed difficult to deal with, but he alone is enough to kill them completely. Maybe their experience is still very different from Jonin, but he has qualities that Jonin does not have. The force of nature, Flying Thunder God, Tensogun, any of them can easily crush 2 guide Jonin. When Jonin shows his absolute strength, there won't be any problems with Jonin's combat experience. It's just about crushing past battles. I see. Isn't the evaluation of less than Jonin, but surpassing Chunin too low? They have always hidden a hand, and this hand can even surpass Jonin. Nara Shikamaru clearly understands the current situation, so he will inevitably make a decision that is more suitable for them. He raised his hands above his head, and the person who was not calm just now gradually calmed down. "I surrender. I don't know what you think and will consider your suggestions carefully." After making the decision, Nara Shikamaru felt obviously much better. He put down his hands and looked at the 2 people in front of him helplessly. "You 2 are really good at hiding it. In 5 years, you have already acquired the means to deal with Jonin. I don't doubt now that you will have the ability to attack Konoha in a few years." Uzumaki Naruto shook his head slightly. "Then what kind of mood do you think we have in mind when we plan this?" "Revenge. This is the same mood and thought that Sasuke and I have. Many things in Konoha have actually been hidden, and you don't have to ask your father. Your father will never talk to you about these topics. Good winner." Nara Shikamaru himself knows this. The water in Konoha is very deep. Once those things come into contact, it will affect the whole body. It is like Pandora's box. Once it is opened, it cannot be closed again. But you can think carefully about things like the Uchiha clan and the Nine Tails Rebellion. Well, you can also investigate the Hatake Tsukumo thing with your mind. there should be a lot of things that can be analyzed. For example, why were all the major families in Konoha so quiet that night when the Uchiha clan was exterminated? Nara Shikamaru's consciousness paused. He knew that things inside would become much more troublesome now, and he seemed to have opened an incredible box, which contained too many secrets. If everything is made by Konoha, maybe we really need to think about Naruto's suggestion. Chapter 126, Growth as a Ninja. Fuel found. Well, then pour fuel oil on the houses that are sitting in the camp. Fuel is also a necessity. After all, we live outside. Fuel, a material used for lighting and fire at night, is still very necessary. There is also a lot of fuel in this bandit camp. Although the camp is still relatively large, the fuel on hand is enough to ignite the entire camp. So the 9 men split up and sprinkled all the houses in the camp and the surrounding walls with fuel. After finishing everything, everyone placed a barrel of fuel at the entrance of the camp. Everyone retreated to the back, except for Uchiha Sasuke, who stood in front and made seals. Fire-style Great Fireball. A fireball with a diameter of 3 meters erupted from Uchiha Sasuke's mouth. At that moment, the hot temperature instantly evaporated the water vapor in the surrounding air, making the people around him feel as hot as if they were coming into contact with a wall of fire. The fireball spewed directly hit the fuel barrel placed in front of the camp, instantly triggering a powerful explosion. Boom! The wall of fire set off by the explosion swept directly through the entire camp along with the fuel. 243. In an instant, the entire camp was engulfed in flames. As the mountain wind in the mountains became stronger and stronger at night, the flames burning in the camp became higher and higher. Even Sarutobi Asuma and Yui Kurenai, who were slightly apart from each other, could clearly see such a big movement. There was some disbelief on Yui Hong's face. She had already paid attention to the time when Nara Shikamaru and the others were acting. The whole process went smoothly. When the 2 shadows entered the camp, within a few minutes, all the moving torches in the camp stopped in place. What this meant was clearer than anyone else's. It only took a few minutes from start to finish. Did those 2 kids really just graduate from the ninja school? The bloody test is a great stimulus for any student, especially the Genin who were born in this peaceful era are all hothouse flowers who have never seen blood and terror. But in such a greenhouse, 2 overlord flowers were born. Sarutobi Asuma is not very strange. There were many Genin in their era who could easily face such bloody scenes. Perhaps this bloodshed has a great impact on Genin in this peaceful era, but it does not mean that all Genin will be affected by this. No matter in any era, there are extraordinary people. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke may have such a character because of their extraordinary strength. If they did not have such qualifications, they would not be able to send Kakashi to the hospital so easily. Had it not been for his extraordinary strength, Kakashi would not have been seriously injured at the beginning in the previous Genin test. Although a large part of this was due to Kakashi's carelessness, Kakashi paid all his attention in the subsequent battle. Even so, the final result did not change anything. Shadow Clone is used. Lightning-style Shadow Clone is also used. In addition to not using a large number of escape techniques as the basis of combat, Kakashi used almost all the power in his normal state. Even so, he was forced into a desperate situation. This already shows that the cooperation between Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke has reached the level of Jonin. This talent will naturally completely separate these 2 children from other Genin. It can be said that the Genin in this industry, even the Genin who graduated from the previous class, will not be the opponent of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Their talents are different from everyone else's. With your own abilities, you can have a strength close to that of Jonin when you graduate from the ninja school. This also confirms that this test has nothing to do with them. Rather than letting those 2 children come into contact with blood, it's better to let other children realize the strength of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, and let them use this as motivation to keep moving forward. Sarutobi Asuma believes that after this mission, all Genin graduates of this class will make extraordinary progress. Only when you knows that the world is vast can you make yourself stronger in order to go out into the world. Only by truly understanding that Genin is not their limitation can they have the chance to become stronger. In the eyes of Sarutobi Asuma, these students who have just graduated from the ninja school are the future Jama of Konoha. Therefore, he has more expectations for his students. Before that, he was the one who guided them forward, and this was something he needed to do seriously. Get ready, Red. Today, we should stay outside for one night. Sarutobi Asuma no longer cared about the bandit camp. When he saw the burning camp, he was sure that this mission was over. The Crusade mission has ended, but it is too late now, and it is impossible to go back. I definitely have to stay here for one night today. But this is really normal for ninjas who are out on missions. After waiting there for a while, Sarutobi Asuma and Yui Kurenai heard some sounds in the woods. 9 figures soon appeared in front of them. Seeing these students come back and the slight discomfort on their faces, Sarutobi Asuma knew that this time the sea-level task was completed very meaningfully. Congratulations to you, you have completed this sea-level mission on your own with their strength. Perhaps next time you will not only face these bandits, but more vigilant ninjas. You need to be more careful, otherwise these bandits will be you in the future. This is a kind reminder from Sarutobi Asuma. They may not have to face more difficult tasks as Genin, but they will definitely not stay in Genin's position in the future. They will definitely face more difficult tasks in the future, so constant vigilance is quite necessary. Everyone unconsciously thought of the corpses lying quietly on the ground, and their moods were very complicated. As ninjas, they have grown up and taken a big step forward. However, the current growth is only the lowest level, and the problems waiting for them in the future will definitely be countless times more difficult than now. Just like what Sarutobi Asuma said, if they are not vigilant when facing other ninjas in the future, then the bandits of today will be them in the future. Moreover, everyone has already understood what the gap is in today's mission. Chapter 127, Face the Real History. Okay, we're going to stay outside today, everyone is going to rest. Boys take turns to watch the night, and girls can rest. When going out on missions, the female ninja still needs to take care of her. After all, the female ninja's physique is inherently worse than that of the male ninja, so some care should be taken. Regarding this point, the boys naturally don't have any superfluous questions. Uzumaki Naruto didn't take the initiative to jump out. He just quietly took out Vice Admiral's own mat and quilt from the backpack and spread them on the ground. His eyes scanned the circle of boys, and all the boys now look like psychiatrists. It seems that there is no need to rotate me and Sasuke today. Uzumaki Naruto still knows something about the psychology of boys. Boring self-esteem is something that boys in this period will care about. This time, the sea-level task was completed, but the main people who completed this task were Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Perhaps others cannot compare with these two people in terms of pure hard power, but they will not ask for a rotation vigil under such circumstances that they have little contribution. After all, boys still take self-esteem very seriously. Not to mention Inuzuka Kiba and Abiram Shino, even Nara Shikamaru, who always talks about trouble, is not as casual as usual. But Nara Shikamaru is different from others. Like Inuzuka Kiba and Abiram Shino for pride, but Nara Shikamaru just can't sleep because of too much experience alone. In just one day, he heard too many inside stories about Konoha. The darkness that was once unseen and inaccessible always existed, and was still so close to him. As for Akimaki Choji, of course he wanted to sleep, but because Nara Shikamaru chose to keep watch, he came to accompany Nara Shikamaru together. The first half of the night is for Nara Shikamaru and Akimaki Choji's vigil. Of course, to say that it is a vigil is actually to pay attention to some surrounding situations by the campfire. One side for boys, one side for girls. The two instructors, Jonin, slept on the other side. Nara Shikamaru glanced at Uzumaki Naruto, who was sleeping over there. Who would have thought? The man Konoha called Ninetales the Fox turned out to be the son of 4th Hokage. Konoha actually hid this kind of thing. Nara Shikamaru knew the hatred in Uzumaki Naruto's heart when he knew the secret. When he was just born, he became the container that sealed the Ninetales demon fox, and he himself did not have the right to choose. The sacrifice of the 4th Hokage. The sacrifice of Lady 4th Hokage. Everything is for Konoha, but in the end their sacrifice only gave Uzumaki Naruto a monster status, and was treated coldly by the whole Konoha. It's no wonder Naruto chose to do this. I'm afraid this kind of thing will not be easy for anyone. If you think about it differently, Nara Shikamaru will make an even more disastrous choice. The current Uzumaki Naruto is rational, but he who has never had the same experience will never know when Uzumaki Naruto will collapse. Maybe he has already collapsed. That is because the past has completely collapsed, so he chose revenge on Konoha. Nara Shikamaru has no way to persuade Uzumaki Naruto in this regard, because he knew that he was not qualified to say such a thing. After all, he was not the one who was treated differently, and he would never understand the pain involved. Likewise, Nara Shikamaru couldn't say anything persuasive to Uchiha Sasuke. If the Uchiha clan was exterminated because of Konoha's coercion, or even Konoha's participation, then Uchiha Sasuke has the right to revenge. Because Nara Shikamaru still has his own judgment on things in his heart. There is a slight irony in the heart of the 3rd Hokage who disregards others for the sake of power. Is this for Konoha? Naruto is not a member of Konoha. Uchiha is not a member of Konoha. Do you need to force one of your own to this point? In the final analysis, it's just to grasp the power in your hands. It's really ironic that Nara Shikamaru has no way to defend 3rd Hokage's actions, because what he can see is the greed for power in the 3rd Hokage series of practices. Let his son Sarutobi Asuma become their Inoshikacho's teacher. In the final analysis, it is actually to win over their Inoshikacho and gain their support. Isn't this because of greed for power? What a sarcasm. Although Nara Shikamaru knew that Mr. Asuma was teaching them seriously, Nara Shikamaru still felt twisted when he thought of the interests behind it. Zero looking for flowers. At this moment Nara Shikamaru understood why his father didn't tell him these things. Because these things are really not for him to know. He took another look at Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke sleeping there. I am indeed a child who knows nothing. Well, as a child, I will also make some childish decisions. Nara Shikamaru, who was exposed to the darkness, still maintained his original thoughts. I am proud to be a member of Konoha. But there is too much shame and too much darkness in Konoha. With his extremely high IQ, he knew that this was inevitable, but knowing did not mean understanding. At least he couldn't understand Konoha's targeting of Uzumaki Naruto and the Uchiha clan. Maybe there is a reason to target the Uchiha clan, but why Uzumaki Naruto? And what Naruto said is that the Konoha now is no longer the Konoha it once was. Now Nara Shikamaru has determined in his heart that Konoha has gone downhill, and Konoha's former glory is long gone. But when did Konoha become like this? We have to go back and look at the collection of books in those clans. Nara Shikamaru would not naively think that the books in the Konoha library are so-called history. They are just whitewashed things. Now I recall that some textbooks in Konoha have written detailed introductions about the third Hokage, Doctor of Ninjutsu, free control of 5-element escape techniques, the strongest Hokage in history. Maybe these are the results of whitewashing. If the truth is mixed with falsehood, it will have the same effect as the truth. Nara Shikamaru knows this very well, so now he does not trust any of the books in those libraries. However, the third Hokage can whitewash the books in the library, but it cannot whitewash the history recorded by their Nara clan. It's just that Nara Shikamaru has been mentally prepared. Those things must have been hidden by Dad. It seems that no matter what, if you want to know those things, you have to talk to Dad. Chapter 128 The True History of Konoha. It was only 9 o'clock the next morning and Class 7, Class 8 and Class 10 were already back in Konoha. After returning from the mission outside, Sarutobi Asuma and Yui Hong took 3 classes to the Hokage building. Looking at the return of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Yui Kurenai, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not surprised at all. The sea-level mission of conquering the bandit camp is not very difficult. It is enough to have one Jonin and a special Jonin responsible for it. The key is what did the Genin who participated in this mission learn? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes swept across the faces of all the Genins. The childishness from a day ago was gone, and the faces were more mature. There are only 2 Genins that haven't changed at all. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. After retracting his gaze, Sarutobi Hiruzen wrote complete on the C-class mission of the raid on the bandit camp. Well, very good. This 530 is the first C-class task you have completed. What you learned in this mission will also be used in other missions. The most important thing is that you have seen the real ninja world, which will be of greater benefit to your future. In addition, you have done a good job in completing the C-class tasks this time, and the next week will be your rest day. Use a week to adjust my state so that I can better face other tasks. The first blood mission didn't have much impact on Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, but it had a great impact on other Genin. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not really unreasonable at all, and the adjustment time that should be given is still needed. Asuma, Kurenai, you two stay here for a moment. Others can go back and rest. The 9 Genin of the 3 classes turned around and left the mission reception desk. After all Genin left, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Sarutobi Asuma and Yuehong. How are they doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen is very concerned about the performance of Genin this year. Except for Haruno Sakura, this year's Genin is basically an important talent in Konoha's future. Abiram, Inuzuka, Hyuga, Nara, Yamanaka and Akamaki are all the backbone of Konoha and the most loyal families standing in the Hokage faction. The future of these families is also something Sarutobi Hiruzen attaches great importance to. Master Hokage, there was no direct battle. This time the mission ended in an assassination. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke still bear most of the work, but the students in the red class and I have also seen blood and experienced the initial stage of ninja. Sarutobi Asuma is very satisfied with the performance of this task. His students have shown their abilities in the missions, and they have also shown what a mature ninja should look like. Now they have just experienced a D-level mission before starting a C-level mission. Their experience is still insufficient. I believe that after this mission, they will start to become more mature. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction. The Genin in these 3 classes have only experienced one D-level task before facing C-level tasks. It is a bit inexperienced. In previous years, they should have accepted more D-level tasks before they can start to face C-level tasks. This time it is much faster. So the poor performance of Genin in the 3 classes is also understandable. And if he got in touch with the mission of blood in advance, it won't take long for the young Genin to grow up faster. Well, thank you for your hard work on this mission. In the next week, you should pay more attention to the students in your class. Hong. In 1 week, Kakashi will take over your shift, and you will continue to be in charge of Class 8. Hatake Kakashi's physical condition is recovering well. Sarutobi Hiruzen already knows Hatake Kakashi's physical condition, and a week's rest is a few extra days. Originally, it didn't take a week so long. But since the 9 Genin already had to rest for an extra week, Hatake Kakashi's vacation was longer. 0. Kurenai Yui was also really relieved when she heard it. In fact, she also knew that she really couldn't teach Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. These 2 children may be stronger than her. Strong. This strength really makes Yui Hong wonder how she should teach her. Yes, Lord Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and put down the scroll in his hand. At this point, Genin's first C-level mission is over. However, this time C and other tasks are just the beginning. At least for some people, this time the task is definitely not the end. Nara Shikamaru returned home, and he no longer had the usual leisure at this moment. This time in the sea level mission, he saw a lot and realized a lot. At the same time, he also realized his own shallowness. So, after returning home and putting everything away, Nara Shikamaru sat in front of his father. Father, I want to see more of Konoha's true history. With just such a request, the relief disappeared from Nara Shikaku's face. Shikamaru, do you know what you just said? The true history of Konoha? If such words were said outside the family, Nara Shikaku believed that his son had been imprisoned. Many of Konoha's secrets are abnormally in Konoha's history. These most real things are things that Third Hokage tried his best to cover up, but his son wanted to see the most real history. Nara didn't need to think about why his son suddenly said such words. He knew that something happened in the previous sea level mission. There is no need to know who caused this situation, but there are probably only two people who have access to the true history of Konoha. Uzumaki Naruto, the son of the fourth Hokage, and Uchiha Sasuke, the last of the Uchiha clan. Did you come into contact with those two people? Nara Shikamaru knew that he couldn't hide it, and with his father's mind, he must have guessed it. Yes. Nara Shikaku sighed slightly. It seems that a lot of things happened in this sea level mission, otherwise you wouldn't be interested in such things. Although I don't know what kind of contact this was, having his son come up and talk to him directly when he came back should be quite an impressive contact. How was the contact? It was not their full strength to send Mr. Hatake Kakashi to the hospital. Well, their purpose is also very obvious. With just such a sentence, Nara Shikaku already understood what Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were planning behind the scenes. As for the content of the plan, it doesn't take much thinking to know that it is definitely something that can kill Third Hokage. Chapter 129 Nara Shikamaru's Choice. Nara Shikaku didn't say anything about this situation. He just looked at his son quietly. What are you thinking? Nara Shikamaru faced this problem without any evasion, but directly met his father's gaze. Only by knowing the true history can we know how to deal with it. If there is really only a dead tree left in Konoha, then what I need to do is to save our Nara family. Only after knowing the history of Konoha, can Nara Shikamaru make a more accurate judgment. If this Konoha has lost the value of protecting it, then he will not continue to consider becoming the Nara clan in Konoha, but the Nara clan that breaks away from Konoha. Nara was silent for a moment, and after a long time he turned his attention to his son. Are you so sure that Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke will succeed? After hearing his son say such words, Nara Shikaku already knew that this was his son's choice. Save the Nara clan. This is a very dangerous statement. Only when forced to the ultimate will he think of giving up Konoha to save his family. How similar is this choice to the original Uchiha clan? Even if Nara Shikaku didn't know the inside story of the Uchiha clan at the time, it can be understood from Konoha's attitude towards the Uchiha clan that Konoha never gave the Uchiha clan any way to survive from the beginning. The betrayal of the Uchiha clan was actually led by Konoha, just like the Uchiha clan was actually destroyed at the hands of Konoha. In the end, Nara Shikaku knew that the future of the Nara clan was determined by his son, and he believed in his son's judgment, so he asked the question just now. Nara Shikamaru didn't even hesitate at all. Yes, this may be just a guess on my part, but they have been dormant for many years for their purpose, and for this reason they have even gained strength that exceeds that of normal Chunin. I think they still have some means that they can definitely succeed. Otherwise, the two of them with their weak strength will not be able to withstand the pressure of Konoha. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke must have their own capital to rely on. These capitals are not yet visible to Nara Shikamaru, but he understands that everything is led by Uzumaki Naruto. Nara Shikaku thought for a while and sighed. In fact, he himself didn't want to say these words to his son, but now that he has reached this point, it doesn't matter if he talks more. Third Hokage is a very suspicious person. As long as he has doubts about someone, he will do anything. After the destruction of the Uchiha clan, a large amount of the Uchiha clan's properties and secrets have been evacuated by Konoha, and as the orphan of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sasuke is also a target of surveillance. Not just Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto is also a target of surveillance. Sealed in Uzumaki Naruto's body is the nine-tails demon fox, the strongest and the most violent among the tailed beasts. His surveillance is a kind of protection for his Jinchuriki identity. However, the other one hopes to use Uzumaki Naruto as the container of the nine-tails demon fox and cultivate it into a weapon that can deter other countries. It's just that the third Hokage did not agree with this opinion, but chose to let Uzumaki Naruto grow on his own, and did not prevent another person from inducing Uzumaki Naruto to be a nine-tails demon fox. Why did the third Hokage stop Shimura Danzo's actions? Even if Nara Shikaku thought on his heels, he knew that this was because of Uzumaki Naruto, just to preserve the rights of the Sarutobi clan in Konoha. Once Uzumaki Naruto as Jinchuriki falls into the hands of Shimura Danzo, then Uzumaki Naruto will be a deterrent to other villages, and it will also be a deterrent to Konoha. In order to prevent this deterrent from appearing on its own, third Hokage chose to allow Uzumaki Naruto to grow, but the necessary monitoring will not be less, even more serious than Uchiha Sasuke. Nara Shikaku did not explain this matter in more detail, but Nara Shikamaru understood it completely. Uzumaki Naruto is more important than Uchiha Sasuke, so the surveillance around him will be greater. This is the answer summarized by Nara Shikamaru. But even this conclusion made Nara Shikamaru more convinced of his previous speculation. Father, Naruto has always been in control. His attitude can have a direct impact on Sasuke. Whoever takes the lead among friends has greater influence. Uchiha Sasuke attaches great importance to Uzumaki Naruto's attitude. Nara Shikamaru can see it from Uchiha Sasuke's attitude towards Uzumaki Naruto during the mission. In other words, Uzumaki Naruto is actually much stronger than Uchiha Sasuke, otherwise the dominant position would be reversed. Nara thought about it carefully and felt a little scared. He believed that the third Hokage would never teach Uzumaki Naruto how to gain power, because the third Hokage did not want the deterrent force to master enough strength, otherwise this deterrent force would sooner or later produce a deterrent. There must be a lot of ambu around Uzumaki Naruto to monitor. But the more this happened, the more Nara Shikaku was horrified, because he couldn't imagine how Uzumaki Naruto himself could get close to Jonin's strength before graduating from the ninja school. Well, you should know what that means. Nara Shikamaru naturally knew what this meant, which meant that the hatred in Uzumaki Naruto 127's heart was deeper than he imagined. Otherwise he would not have been able to keep secret from surveillance but get close to Jonin's strength. But in this way, Nara Shikamaru is more convinced of her own judgment. Judging Konoha will not have any good results, let alone planning to attack Konoha. But the more she thought about it, the more Nara Shikamaru felt that Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke would succeed. I know. This means that Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke have gained strength beyond Shouldn even though they are being watched. However, in this case, I am more convinced that the decision of Nara family should be preserved. Once Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke succeed, then Konoha will face a very bad state. Therefore, in order to avoid that situation, Nara Shikamaru needs to prepare in advance. In order to protect the Nara family, Nara Shikamaru felt that he should find an opportunity to transfer the Nara family. Nara Shikaku didn't have much to say about this. If everything happened as expected, then Nara Lujiu felt that they should make preparations to protect the Nara clan. Although everything has not started yet, Nara Lujiu still believes in her son's choice at this moment. Chapter 130. What to do after revenge. Uchiha Sasuke did not choose to go home, but followed Uzumaki Naruto to the training ground number 23 where he was. Is it okay to let the guy know? The guy Uchiha Sasuke refers to is Nara Shikamaru, who knew their plan. Uzumaki Naruto just shook his head slightly. It doesn't matter whether he's okay or not. If Nara Shikamaru betrays her, we will lack an excellent medical ninja to train. But there are ways to make up for this loss. Of course Uzumaki Naruto will not give up on Haruno Sakura. A medical ninja does not mean that it can only be treated. There are also many medical researches that require the professionalism of a medical ninja. Excellent medical ninjas are definitely needed. And when the time comes, for the research on Senju Hashirama cells and all the research on Orochimaru, the necessary medical technology will be indispensable. Yes, Uzumaki Naruto is already thinking about receiving Orochimaru's legacy. After all, Orochimaru's survival skills are among the best in the entire ninja world. He was killed several times and was able to be resurrected several times. It can be said that Orochimaru is definitely the most difficult person to kill in the entire ninja world except Black Zetsu. However, this means that once Orochimaru is killed, Orochimaru's inheritance will be quite rich. For Orochimaru, a senin who was in Konoha in the past, unlike Jiraiya and Senjutsu, he has no adventures and almost went all the way to this point by himself. What drives him forward is the fragility of life. He hopes to master all the ninjutsu in the entire ninja world, and hopes to see more scenery. He has been moving towards the road to eternal life that he has always longed for. It is also because of this obsession that Orochimaru's eyeliner is almost all over the entire ninja world. Even ninjas who have captured many blood successor boundaries, and even Senju Hashirama's cells have been studied. It can be said that Orochimaru is the #1 scientist in the ninja world. He has the same curiosity about the unknown as a scientist, and also has the action and strength beyond a scientist. This is also the biggest reason why Uzumaki Naruto wants to take Haruno Sakura away. Senjutsu is also a good choice. She must have her own research in this area. It can be said that she is a complete Haruno Sakura. It's just that Senjutsu is a person who is dedicated to Konoha, and it is simply unrealistic to want to take her away. So, for the next best thing, Haruno Sakura is the way to go. Talented, future, talented, and the key can be taken away. It can be made up. Are there any other options? Uchiha Sasuke suddenly became interested in other options. It's just that what Uzumaki Naruto said is not another choice. Haruno Sakura's choice will never change. Although medical ninjas are rare in the whole world, you can find them if you want. But what I want to find is not a simple medical ninja, but a medical ninja with sufficient technology, future and trust by us. Just starting from the point of trust, Only Haruno Sakura can be accepted by them, which means that only Haruno Sakura is the most suitable for this medical ninja. In the future, if you seek revenge from Uchiha Itachi, his eyes will be of great help to you. Of course, if you use Uchiha Itachi's eyes casually, there may be the possibility of being tampered with by him. Therefore, there is also a need for a compromise method to deal with this situation. Uzumaki Naruto will not forget that Uchiha Itachi also has Uchiha Shizui's eye. The strongest illusion distinguished heavenly gods, which can control others like a dream, has to be guarded against. And compared to transplanting Uchiha Itachi's eyes, it is better to use other methods to let Uchiha Sasuke get eyes that will not lose their light. Therefore, Senju Hashirama's cells are very necessary. Senju Hashirama's cells are not difficult to obtain. Black Zetsu definitely has them, and Orochimaru also has them. Uchiha Sasuke frowned, but he also felt that there was a possibility. It is indeed possible. No matter what the man who can kill his father and his mother does, I'm not surprised. Uchiha Sasuke doesn't know if there are any restrictions in Mangekyo Sharingan, but based on what he knows about Uchiha Itachi's character, there must be some tricks in those eyes. Uzumaki Naruto also didn't want Uchiha Sasuke to use Uchiha Itachi's eyes. To be honest, any word spoken by such a person who forcibly imposes his thoughts on his younger brother does not need to be trusted. After all, doing such twisted things in the name of love is not what is called love, but a completely deformed thought. So, Uchiha Itachi's eyes cannot be used. But that doesn't mean that Uchiha Itachi has no value, and this value is the work of a medical ninja. It just has to be someone we all trust to work on this. That's why little Sakura is absolutely necessary. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke understood why Uzumaki Naruto had to take away Haruno Sakura. Why is Haruno Sakura necessary? Even to do something to make things beyond control, just to completely control Haruno Sakura. These things were naturally planned by Uzumaki Naruto. Completing revenge is now just a path to follow. Letting this world no longer have any chakra is the path Uzumaki Naruto has chosen now. In order for parents to live safer and to reduce the fighting in this world, it is necessary to collect all the chakra in this world. In order to achieve this goal, a lot of preparation needs to be done. It's not enough to just be alone. Uzumaki Naruto does not think that he can be so arrogant that one person can do this kind of thing. This is something that requires the efforts of many people to do it. Therefore, Nara Shikamaru is also someone Uzumaki Naruto hopes to win over. And, eternal life is also a necessary condition. As the creators of the new world, they must also, Zhao, become the managers of this world. This ninja world must survive under their management. Perhaps, such a rule has many problems will arise. But Uzumaki Naruto thinks this is the best way. And what comes after revenge? Our sorrows all come from this world that regards human life as grass. If there is no struggle in this world, then more sad things will not happen. In addition, our parents will continue to live in this world. If we want them to live in a safer place, we must do something, isn't it? Uchiha Sasuke froze. He didn't expect Uzumaki Naruto to think so far away. However, at this moment, Uchiha Sasuke agreed with Uzumaki Naruto Unparalleled. Well, you're right. This is something we need to do. Chapter 131 The sudden arrival of Haruno Sakura. We have more to do and more time to do it. So, before leaving Konoha, try to finish everything you should do. There are so many more things to do now than in the past. In order to complete the work of recovering all the chakra in the world, there are a lot more things that need to be done. Of course, what they need to carry out the plan smoothly is their absolutely invincible strength. If you can't even get this power, trying to recover all the chakra in the world is just wishful thinking. Therefore, there is still no change in what they need to do now. You need to continue to accumulate before entering 6 paths. Only after entering 6 paths can you be qualified to implement the plan. Continue to accumulate strength. We are not qualified to say this now. Uzumaki Naruto's mind has always been clear. Their current strength is more than 1 level higher than the Genin of the same class. Even the Genin who graduated from the previous class are not as strong as them. But this is definitely not a time for them to be excited. Jonin, for many ninjas, 330 is indeed a big hurdle. But for them it is just the beginning. We currently lack both combat and operational experience. 3 years from now, we will only be on the verge of getting started. The shadow is not our end, the group is just the beginning. We still need more time and opportunities, otherwise we may only be able to stay in the film field for a long time. Uzumaki Naruto knows that youth is their capital, but because of this, time is the most important thing to them. In order to make greater progress in the future, we have laid a sufficient foundation in the past 5 years, and the next 3 years after leaving Konoha is the beginning of our real growth. Of course, ninjutsu is not necessary. But chakra's nature transformation is. Chakra is the root of everything and the foundation of everything. Only those who master the 5 attributes of nature transformation are qualified to contact more profound places. Uchiha Sasuke nodded as he listened. Just like in the past. But this time, can I control that power more freely? Uzumaki Naruto does not deny this. Point. but he needs to add something. Mastering the power of nature transformation more quickly is the best result. But rapid mastery means that we have insufficient mastery of the nature transformation that is completed quickly, which is not what we want to see. The mastery of nature transformation is so that we can develop our own blood inheritance boundaries, even blood inheritance elimination, and even the power above these. Power beyond our control is of no use to us. As for escape techniques, it is enough to learn some practical ones. Even if it is a lower difficulty ninjutsu, its power will be different depending on the person who uses it. The difference in power is determined by the quality of chakra, the mastery of chakra nature transformation, and the control of chakra. In other words, having more ninjutsu is not the key. The key lies in the person who uses ninjutsu. Everyone's time is limited, not to mention that Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke's time is very precious, and naturally they cannot spend it on those numerous ninjutsu. Uchiha Sasuke has also known this for a long time. He himself is not a person with a lot of time and energy, so he cannot devote too much time to studying too many escape techniques. Lightning style and fire style are enough for him. It's okay to have a little understanding of other escape techniques, but it's okay to have a deep understanding. At that time, Uchiha Sasuke would like to shorten the time to enter Sage Mode. The next thing Uzumaki Naruto mentioned was Uchiha Sasuke. Then there is your Sage Mode. Try to complete it in 3 years and enter Sage Mode within 3 seconds. The next step is to transform the power of nature into your own strength. This also takes a long time to master. Uchiha Sasuke himself knew how exaggerated the improvement of Sage Mode was, so he became more energetic when he mentioned this matter. Sage Mode, I will try my best to find a way. The main reason is that there is too little time to exercise now. In fact, Uchiha Sasuke wanted to exercise Sage Mode a long time ago. If the time required for this mode is shortened as soon as possible, the increase in his strength will be very terrifying. Uchiha Sasuke, who has experienced Sage Mode, knows how powerful he will be after entering that mode. If he can enter Sage Mode in 3 seconds, then he can be considered proficient in using the power of nature. It's just that the time to enter Sage Mode depends on your own perception and use of the power of nature, but this part requires a lot of time to dry. But in the past, he had always been watched by Anbu, and now that he has become a Genin, he has to carry out Genin tasks every day. His private time is too short, and it is not enough for him to feel the power of nature and try Sage Mode. Uzumaki Naruto certainly knew that there was too little time now. I know, so that's the goal for the next 3 years. They don't have much time now, but after leaving Konoha, they have more time. They can use this time as they wish. It's still. Speaking of this, Uzumaki Naruto paused slightly. The emotion on Uchiha Sasuke's face immediately calmed down, but Uzumaki Naruto shook his head slightly. It's not anything bad, it's just that little Sakura is here. Haruno Sakura stood outside training ground number 23, this time she was mentally prepared. No matter what, we need to know about Sasuke-kun and Naruto-kun first. At least know why they did it. In fact, Haruno Sakura had already made a choice in the previous sea-level mission, but she didn't even know whether her choice was correct. So, Haruno Sakura needs to know more things now. Only by knowing why Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke sentenced Konoha to death can she make her own choice. I don't want someone who doesn't know anything. Sasuke-kun and Naruto-kun must have a reason for doing this. This is what Haruno Sakura has always believed. She has always believed that Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto have reasons for doing things, so there must be reasons for judging Konoha. There are also things about dad and mum. If I leave Konoha together, my father and mother will be treated as traitors, right? No matter what, I can't let my father and mother's situation become dangerous. This time Haruno Sakura came not only with questions, but also with requests. Chapter 132 I'll go with you. Just stand outside. Haruno Sakura, who was standing outside training ground number 23, was startled by the sudden sound. After taking a closer look, she realized that the person leaning against the tree and talking was none other than her teammate, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto-kun. Uzumaki Naruto, who was leaning against the tree, hid a kunai in the center of the tree. This training ground number 23 is his location, and he has prepared many things engraved with flying thunder god spells just in case. Some of these preserve techniques are kunai hidden in secret places, and some are pieces of paper hidden in even more secret places. These things are prepared just in case. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Haruno Sakura in front of him, and he could see the mental preparation in those eyes, but he was still a little emotionally unstable. Looks like you've made a choice. Those eyes are the color of enlightenment. Uzumaki Naruto turned around. Follow me. The next few words are not suitable to be said outside. Haruno Sakura took a deep breath and followed immediately. The two walked into the depths of the number 23 training ground one after another, and did not stop until they entered the central lake. This is a quiet place with a nice environment. It was only at this moment that Haruno Sakura's eyes were drawn to the hand-built house on the lakeside. Is this the home of Naruto-kun? Haruno Sakura paid special attention to her surroundings. The wooden wall built on the side as a wind barrier is already covered with moss, and you can tell at a glance that this is an old building. But why is it in such a place? This is a training ground. Even Haruno, a civilian ninja, has heard of the ban on entry on the 23rd. This is obviously a place where no one is allowed to enter. There is clearly nothing here. Why are there still people living here? And they are her classmates and companions. Are you curious as to why I live here? Obviously this is a place that Konoha has ordered not to enter. But why do you just live in this place? Uzumaki Naruto said what Haruno was thinking with a joking tone that he didn't usually have. Haruno froze for a moment. Is this the Naruto-kun I know? He actually changed his tone. What really surprised Haruno was not that her thoughts were seen through, but that Uzumaki Naruto's tone had changed greatly. In Haruno's impression, Uzumaki Naruto's tone of voice does not change all year round, and the expression on his face is basically the same poker face that has remained unchanged for 10,000 years. Follow me in. Haruno walked into this home that looked very simple from the outside with some hesitation. After entering the house, Haruno admitted that she was wrong. Things look better inside than outside. At least the inside is relatively clean. Compared to the outside which is covered with moss, there are no such problems inside. It's just that the furniture in the house is much simpler and looks like it's handmade. Are these all handmade by Naruto-kun? Could it be that Naruto-kun built this entire home himself? But this Haruno is even more strange. I remember that Naruto-kun should have a house in the downtown area of Konoha. When she first entered the ninja school 6 years ago, Haruno once again happened to see Uzumaki Naruto walking out of her home in the busy city. So she was sure that Uzumaki Naruto had a home in the city. But looking at the situation here, it seems that they have lived here for several years. Naruto-kun, why are you thinking of moving to such a remote place? There's not even electricity here, and the surroundings are so quiet that it's not a place for normal people to live. Now Haruno also has some pursuits in life. Cleanliness and freshness are necessary conditions. It would be better if some furniture can be provided. Haruno would never think of living in such a remote place. After scanning the environment of this home, Haruno saw that Uchiha Sasuke was also in this house. Sasuke-kun is here? Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Haruno briefly and then looked away. It's time to start. Uzumaki Naruto nodded slightly but he did not continue the topic. The 3-year plan after leaving Konoha can be discussed in detail later, but now we still have to deal with Haruno's matter first. Little Sakura, since you are here today, you should be ready. Haruno gritted her teeth slightly. She actually already had the answer in her heart. Middle.0 request flowers. I'll go with you. After telling her the decision she had made in her heart, the confusion on Haruno's face disappeared, and she felt more relaxed about telling the truth. It was a very difficult decision for her to judge Konoha. But what should my parents do if I leave? I became a rebel ninja. Will it have an impact on my father and mother? Uzumaki Naruto does not deny this. Being a rebellious ninja will definitely have some impact on his family. There will naturally be an impact. According to Konoha's way of handling this kind of thing, your parents should be treated as traitors, and they will even use your parents' safety issues to force you to betray me and Sasuke. Konoha can definitely do this kind of thing. Even for the shameless Sarutobi Hiruzen, as long as it makes sense from the perspective of justice. Haruno's parents will definitely be regarded as a typical example of a treasonous ninja. It's actually normal to use Haruno's parents to blackmail her a little, and even if she did, Uzumaki Naruto wouldn't be surprised at all. Haruno's heart suddenly lifted. Although she always said that her mother was annoying when she talked, she also didn't want her annoying mother to be caught by Konoha and treated as a traitor. What should we do? There are naturally ways to deal with it, and Uzumaki Naruto already had a plan when he initially chose Haruno. There are ways. One is cruel and the other is gentle. The words cruel startled Haruno. Having just experienced Mission C, she knew the weight of the word cruel after experiencing blood. Imagine the bandit camp that was slaughtered. Haruno already guessed what the method was. Wait a minute. Naruto-kun, please don't say that cruel method. Those are my father and mother. I don't want to use cruel methods. How cruel? Haruno's imagination is enough to imagine what kind of picture it is. But as a daughter, she also has her own bottom line. If Haruno can make himself cruel to some other people, but the target is his parents, then Haruno knows that even if he has a hard-hearted choice, he will never listen. Because that's an option she would never choose. Chapter 133 Little Sakura, you have unparalleled talent. There is a milder method, and I have mastered the key conditions to achieve this gentle method. How to send Haruno's parents out of Konoha village without anyone noticing is actually a big problem. If it weren't for the mission, it would be difficult for Haruno's parents to send her outside Konoha village. Of course, the more important point is how to help Haruno's parents escape the eyes and ears of Konoha, completely create a new identity outside of Konoha village, and completely escape the fate of Haruno's parents being controlled by Konoha. In fact, this set of actions is very complicated. If you were more cruel, maybe you wouldn't have to go to such trouble. However, Uzumaki Naruto could no longer say this, because even he himself would never choose the cruel option, so he couldn't force Haruno to choose 417 like this. In addition, Uzumaki Naruto needs a trustworthy partner, not a kid who may stab them in the back at any time. What's more, Haruno Sakura needs to take medical research more seriously in the future, and at this time, she cannot use such dirty methods. The gentle method takes a bit of effort, but Naruto can afford the effort. The best way to prevent your parents from being implicated by you after you defected from us is to let your parents leave Konoha forever, live somewhere else, and use a new identity. And you also need to let Konoha confirm that your parents are completely dead. Dead people do not pose a threat. So only if Konoha confirms the death of Haruno Sakura's parents, then Haruno Sakura will not threaten her parents after Haruno Sakura becomes a rebel ninja. If you want to do this, you need to make a lot of preparations. Fortunately, there is plenty of time to make these preparations now, so Uzumaki Naruto is willing to pay more to get Haruno Sakura. If you are facing Uzumaki Xianglin, maybe you don't have to go to such trouble. You just need to start recruiting Uzumaki Xianglin in Chunin. Now Uzumaki Xianglin is still a member of the Kusanagi, and during his days as a Kuzunin, he was treated as a moving health pack. It is very simple to incite Uzumaki Xianglin to leave together. Just give her a shelter and believe that she will be willing to jump in by herself. It's just that Uzumaki Naruto is not sure whether Uzumaki Xianglin's medical talent is strong enough, so Haruno Sakura still has to have it. Haruno Sakura breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she didn't choose a cruel method, she could accept it now. Naruto-kun, why do you and Sasuke-kun have to leave Konoha? Haruno Sakura still asked the question she had always wanted to ask, and after speaking, she glanced in the direction of Uchiha Sasuke. I know Sasuke-kun is out for revenge. It's just that Naruto-kun doesn't need to take revenge, right? Why do you want to leave Konoha too? This question made Uzumaki Naruto stunned for a moment before he couldn't help but laugh. But there was no smile at all in his smile, and the expression on his face was completely frozen. I also have reasons for revenge. The target of my revenge is the same as Sasuke. All civilians and high-level officials in Konoha are the targets of my revenge. When saying these words, the murderous intention in Uzumaki Naruto's body overflowed uncontrollably. Haruno Sakura felt the cold and piercing killing intent, and her body trembled uncontrollably. But soon Uzumaki Naruto completely controlled his murderous intention. He is not a person who is led by his own fault. He is actually more rational when dealing with certain things. For me, my hatred is no less than the hatred in Sasuke's heart for genocide. That's all you need to know now. There are some things you will know later when you should know them. Haruno Sakura looked at Uzumaki Naruto before nodding. Now she finally knows that Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke are the same person, and they both hide a hatred that they don't want to be seen. After controlling his emotions, Uzumaki Naruto returned to his normal self. Sakura-chan, you need to know something now. In the future, you need to continue on the road of medical ninja. Sasuke and I will need your medical skills in the future. You should have been recommended to the ranks of medical ninjas now, right? Haruno Sakura nodded slightly. In fact, she also received an invitation from the medical ninja system not long after she came back. She should study medical ninjutsu at Konoha Hospital in the next time. 0. That's what we need. Little Sakura, your talents are different from ours. Sasuke and I's talents are reflected in personal abilities, and your talents can be found in medical ninjas. So, you and we are in different systems. Everyone's talents are different, so Sasuke and I can't make much achievements in the field of medical ninja. But you are different. You have talent and ability in this area, so you can go far in this field. For an ordinary civilian, Haruno Sakura's talent is definitely not bad. Excellent chakra control. Possessing the two talents of illusion and medical treatment, it may not be comparable to those with superior abilities, but in the field of civilians, Haruno Sakura's ability is definitely the pinnacle of ordinary ninjas. It is because of this talent that Uzumaki Naruto hopes to bring Haruno Sakura into their camp. Haruno Sakura herself felt a little embarrassed to be praised in this way. Do I have such a good talent? There is no doubt about this. Haruno Sakura's talent is definitely one of the stronger among the medical ninjas. Otherwise, even if Senjutsu Nade accepted Haruno Sakura as his disciple in the original 4.3 work, if the standard of the disciples is not enough, Senjutsu Nade would have already quit. It was because Senjutsu Nade had already discovered Haruno Sakura's talent as a medical ninja, and with some help, that Haruno Sakura became Senjutsu Nade. Otherwise Senjutsu Nade will take Haruno Sakura, who is not very talented. So, in the final analysis, Haruno Sakura has considerable talent in medical treatment, even to the point where Senjutsu Nade is optimistic about it. This is your gift. As a medical ninja, you need perfect control of chakra, so you have the qualifications to become the strongest medical ninja. Sasuke and I also hope that your abilities can be improved faster. Chapter 134, What Changed Them? Naruto-kun. That's what I thought. No wonder Naruto-kun has always assigned me to be a medical ninja. At this moment, Haruno Sakura finally understood why her future was so easily arranged. However, only auxiliary medical ninjas are more suitable for me. She knew that her abilities and talents could not be compared with those of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, so she needs to find her niche. Her ability to kill enemies in battle is definitely not strong. Perhaps it is her fate as a kunoichi. The only thing she is confident about is her innate strength. Growing up, Haruno Sakura was not only proud of her pink hair, but the second thing she was proud of was her super strength without exercising. But even with such a talent, Haruno Sakura doesn't think her talent is really that strong. Maybe she can easily surpass her as long as she finds another ninja who is good at chakra control. Therefore, Haruno Sakura agreed to the invitation of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, and at this moment it was clear what position she should have in this team. After understanding his position, Haruno's expression became much more serious. After all, this is planning to leave Konoha. The future is still very important. Naruto-kun, I will go to the hospital in Konoha to study. Uzumaki Naruto nodded slightly, but in reality he still needed to tell Haruno Sakura some things. Konoha's medical system is difficult to penetrate easily. Half of the reason you were able to get in this time was because the person recommended was Hatake Kakashi, and the other half was due to the value work shown by Sasuke and I. But even so, it's not easy to learn some core things. These words made Haruno Sakura a little anxious. Then I won't learn anything if I go in. Uzumaki Naruto is too familiar with the set of things. When new people are brought into the company, they don't teach them some important techniques. They just hold the things in their hands tightly. This set can really be applied anywhere. Just not learning anything is not enough. It's impossible to learn nothing. Maybe you can't touch some core things, but you can touch some basic things. You must know that some basic things in Konoha Hospital are completely different from some basic things in ninja school. Before you start learning the core content, you need to master the most basic things about medical ninjas. That's why I wanted you put in. Haruno Sakura gradually let go of her anxiety after hearing this. As an ordinary ninja with insufficient abilities, she felt anxious when she was pulled into this team that was bound to leave Konoha, and this anxiety also manifested itself at this moment. Uchiha Sasuke, who has been studying with Uzumaki Naruto for many years, felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity when seeing Haruno Sakura like this. This is really like what I used to be. After the Uchiha clan was exterminated by Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke was extremely thirsty for power. When he first studied with Uzumaki Naruto, he couldn't bear the basic learning courses several times because it was really a very boring process, but Uchiha Sasuke was glad that he could endure it. Uchiha Sasuke took a deep breath, and he unconsciously opened his mouth. Sakura-chan, everything starts from the basics. You can't understand those advanced technologies even if they are placed in front of you now. Instead of wasting time on those advanced technologies, you should master some of the basics that medical ninjas need to master, so that they can be used in emergencies in the future. Superior. 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Everything is best when it starts with the basics. This is what Uchiha Sasuke has learned in the past 5 years, and he still remembers it deeply even now. Now his strength is all obtained from the foundation. After 5 years of continuous training and persistence, he has now reaped the fruits of his efforts. Hearing these words from Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura couldn't help but froze. So, Sasuke-kun would also say such things. This was Haruno Sakura's only thought at this moment. After saying these words, Uchiha Sasuke keenly noticed a smile on Uzumaki Naruto's face. You're starting to talk like this too, Sasuke. You say these words in my ears every day. After so many years, can I not remember them? In fact, there were many times when he wanted to grab Uzumaki Naruto by the collar and say to him, do I look like that kind of brainless person? Of course he knew that the basics were important. All strength is based on the foundation of construction. Only if the infrastructure is solid enough can larger buildings be built on these foundations and the building be built as high as possible. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but laugh. I say this every day, but this must be your first time saying this in front of other people. Tsk. Uchiha Sasuke pursed his lips fiercely, with regret on his face. Why do Naruto-kun and Sasuke-kun usually talk like this? Haruno Sakura has been surprised now and can't remember how many times she was surprised. This wasn't because she was always so surprised, but because the way these two people communicated surprised her so much. Don't Naruto-kun 670 and Sasuke-kun usually have no expressions? Why are Naruto-kun and Sasuke-kun talking so happily now? Haruno Sakura clearly remembers that Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke usually had no expression on their faces when they were in the ninja school, but now they are always smiling, just like two children. There was absolutely no concealment of the emotions on his face. One was sunny and the other was a bit arrogant. At this moment, sides of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke that had never been seen before appeared in front of Haruno Sakura. At this moment, Haruno Sakura was completely silent because she realized how deep the hatred in Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke's hearts was. What kind of hatred can make both Sasuke-kun and Naruto-kun look like poker faces with such smiles? How much did this Konoha hurt them? At this moment, Haruno Sakura felt a little bit of pain in her heart. Obviously he saw the smiles of the two people, but Haruno Sakura felt her heart throbbing. It was at this moment that the little thought she had about Konoha completely disappeared. She wanted to know. She wanted to know what Konoha had done to completely change the personalities of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 135, Class 7 Evolutionary Silent Class. Because Haruno Sakura had accepted their invitation, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke would not exclude her, and they became more casual when speaking. You don't have to be so stiff in front of your own people as you are in front of outsiders. This is how Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke do things. Otherwise, they will have a mental breakdown one day. 5 years is a long time for these two children, especially when they are still thinking about revenge. That strong hatred needs to be healed. Once this hatred is allowed to run wild at will, they will only have a headache. After laughing, Uzumaki Naruto locked his eyes on Haruno Sakura. Sakura-chan, you have to master the basics. You have a good mind and a good memory. Most of the foundations of medical ninja are some complex academic applications and some detailed explanations of the structure of the human body. These are all very important to you. Don't think about mastering those profound technologies first. You need to start learning from the most basic things. Also, you must remember that your study in Konoha will only last until this year's Chunin exam. The Chunin exam is when we leave Konoha. When will the Chunin exam start? Uzumaki Naruto had always been calculating the time when the Chunin exam would come. There is still less than half a year left. Half a year can be said to be a very limited time if you exclude the time for daily routine and tasks. The remaining time may not even be 2 months. So how much can be learned during this period is a test for Haruno Sakura. Haruno Sakura took a deep breath. She knew about the Chunin exam, which could only be taken by Genin. As a test for Genin to be promoted to Chunin, as long as you pass the test, you can be rated as Chunin by the village, and you can accept higher tasks and of better treatment. The Chunin exam is the key to Genin's growth and a channel for Genin to climb up. I understand. In the next time, I will focus on being a medical ninja as much as possible. After the meeting where Team 7's defection was confirmed, Haruno Sakura devoted herself wholeheartedly to learning the basics of medical ninja. The time he can study in Konoha is only until the day when the Chunin exams begin. She didn't know how long it would be. She didn't dare to ask directly about the Chunin exam. Haruno Sakura was also worried that her actions would attract Konoha's attention, so she was paying special attention to her current actions, and she even kept her mouth shut even when she slept at night. Sealed. This state lasted for about a week and then stopped. It's not because Haruno Sakura can't survive, but because their 7th class's vacation has come. And Hatake Kakashi's training time has also come. Early in the morning, the 3 people from Class 7 had already arrived outside the 3rd training ground where they were gathering. Hatake Kakashi still released their pigeons, but this time the 3 people who came to the meeting point were very silent. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were both familiar with the new ninjutsu they had mastered, while Haruno Sakura was holding a scroll full of words and looking at it. The basic content of medical ninja covers many aspects, among which poison recognition and poison recognition are one kind of foundation, but it is a very difficult foundation. Identifying poisons can be judged by relying on memory, but identifying poisons is troublesome. This is not the core content taught by Konoha's medical system. What Haruno Sakura is doing now is to memorize these basic contents smoothly. 3 hours later, Hatake Kakashi arrived. Hatake Kakashi scratched his head and walked into the number 3 training ground with an apology. I'm sorry, teacher, I was late today because I was helping old Nana cross the road. A gust of wind blew by, and none of the 3 students paid any attention to him, causing a trace of embarrassment to flash across Hatake Kakashi's face. Hatake Kakashi scratched his face helplessly. They're all doing their own thing. It seems that these 3 students have not changed at all even when I am away. Before it was just Naruto and Sasuke, now even little Sakura has joined their team. He had already told something about Haruno Sakura in the medical class. After all, he is also lying in the hospital these days, and it is easy to know that Haruno Sakura has been memorizing basic knowledge this week. Is this habit contagious? Hatake Kakashi went to inquire about what Haruno Sakura learned. They were all the basics of being a medical ninja, nothing profound. Crack, crack, crack. Okay, stop what you are doing. This time Hatake Kakashi struck a tough tone. There was no way. The 3 people who were still doing their own things had to stop. Starting from today, our 7th class will also begin to officially take over tasks. I know that you have already taken on C-level tasks before, but Genin needs to start with D-level tasks. You can't make an exception just because you have done C-level tasks. So, our 7th class needs to start taking over the tasks of Class D again. Hatake Kakashi stopped talking to see how his 3 students would react, but he turned out to be disappointed. After his 3 students knew that they had to continue to take on tasks such as D, their expressions did not change much, as if they didn't care at all that taking on tasks such as D was just a waste of time. No reaction at all. Glancing at the 3 students who were still doing their own thing, Hatake Kakashi lowered his head in disappointment. What? After accepting sea-level tasks, students should be a little arrogant, but these 3 students don't even have the slightest desire to show off. Instead, he went about his own business quite calmly. Zao of Zao. Finally, it was Uzumaki Naruto who put away the scroll in his hand and stood up, and then Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura reacted. Let's go and pick up the mission. The 2 people stood up, and Haruno Sakura naturally stood up as well. The 3 of them ignored Hatake Kakashi standing in the center, but walked towards the Hokage building. This made Hatake Kakashi, who was standing there, so embarrassed that he was simply picking at his feet. These guys. This is definitely intentional. Hatake Kakashi could tell even with his toes that this was intentional. These are 3 students deliberately took revenge on him for being late. Hey. Don't children nowadays like to joke? But Hatake Kakashi also understood that being late was his problem, and he deserved to be retaliated against now, but it was really uncomfortable to be treated like nothing by 3 students. Chapter 136. The next step is the wedge of master and apprentice. For the next month, the entire Konoha fell into a state of silence, and things surrounding classes 7, 8, and 10 suddenly disappeared. After that sea-level mission, all Genin returned to taking on D-level missions to hone their teamwork. In addition to the daily tasks, Class 7 probably reports to Uzumaki Naruto's home every day. Because of this, the level of tacit understanding between Class 7 is improving almost every day. Of course, the situation in Class 7 also attracted Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention. So, after a year, the 3 Anbu once again entered the number 23 training ground. This time Anbu did not stare closely, but observed what Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura were doing from a distance. Ever since Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that Uzumaki Naruto had hidden sentient abilities, he kept Anbu at a safe distance. Perception also has a limit distance. Once it exceeds a certain distance, no matter how strong the perception is, it will not be able to produce an effect. The maximum distance of Konoha's sensory ninjas without using any equipment to enhance their perception is about 300 meters. Therefore, Anbu this time maintained a distance of 300 meters, which was a suitable distance for observation and would not be easily detected. Anbu reports this observation every day. 3rd generation Sama, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura are all training at the 23 good training ground. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke doing the nature transformation of water and thunder chakra. Haruno Sakura spends most of her time completing medical knowledge. According to reports from Konoha Hospital, Haruno Sakura has been borrowing a lot of basic medical knowledge recently. Anbu's reporting work was quite complete. He clearly explained the situation of the 3 objects under observation, and also reported clearly what they had been doing recently. Sarutobi Hiruzen was slightly surprised to hear that Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were experimenting with the water and thunder chakra's nature transformation. Did those 2 kids start developing their other attributes so quickly? According to their strength, they should have reached this stage. Using one chakra attribute is something Genin and Chunin should do, while using 2 or even multiple chakra attributes is something only Jonin can do. But considering the strength of the 2 children we saw before, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not surprised. Almost close to Jonin's strength. Although he doesn't know any ninjutsu, his combat with chakra is surprisingly strong. Haruno Sakura has also integrated into the team of Team 7, and the wedge of friendship has been inserted. Next, she should start teaching them some ninjutsu, and she should also let Kakashi insert the wedge of master-disciple. Before, Sarutobi Hiruzen had always been worried about whether Haruno Sakura could integrate into the circle of Team 7. Once Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke refused to contact anyone, Sarutobi Hiruzen would continue to slow down the plan to teach ninjutsu. If the wedge is not inserted, then there is something wrong with the 2 children. But now that the wedge named Haruno Sakura, which symbolizes friendship, has been inserted, then the wedge symbolizing master and apprentice should also be inserted. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly. You've done a good job, so you don't have to keep an eye on things over there. Also, call Kakashi over. The 3 Anbu disappeared without a trace in the Hokage office in the next moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in his office and blew out the smoke from his mouth. He was not at all reassured about Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. At least after those 2 children showed amazing strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen became even more uneasy. However, the performance of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke during this period was completely different from what he worried about. It was precisely because of this that Sarutobi Hiruzen gradually let go of that worry. How deep this wedge can be inserted depends on how much material is used. Ninja, baka, skills definitely need to be taught, and also teach them very difficult A-level ninjutsu. As difficult as the ninjutsu taught by Hatake Kakashi is now, the rewards will be equally great later. Although he still has some worries about Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, Sarutobi Hiruzen knows that now is the best opportunity to take action. Once the 2 children lose their immaturity and start to develop their own ninjutsu, then nothing taught by Hatake Kakashi will be of any use. Perhaps it is very difficult to develop ninjutsu, but Sarutobi Haruzen no longer thinks that those two children really can't do it. Just the combination of wind attribute chakra and fire style caused destructive power that was not weaker than A-level ninjutsu. Once this talent was completely released, Sarutobi Haruzen knew that Hatake Kakashi was no longer qualified to become a teacher. It is because of this sense of urgency that urges Sarutobi Haruzen to take action as soon as possible. Within a short while, Hatake Kakashi had arrived at the door of the office. Knock knock knock. Come in. Hatake Kakashi opened the door to the office, and the smell of cigarettes hit his face, which made him take back the steps he had just taken. After a while, when most of the smoke in the room had cleared, I walked into Hokage's office. Lord Hokage, are you looking for me? Sarutobi Haruzen looked down at his cigarette bag, twitched the corner of his mouth and put out the cigarette. After alleviating some of his embarrassment, Sarutobi Haruzen changed the topic to serious matters. Kakashi, the atmosphere in Class 7 is very good recently. Little Sakura has also begun to integrate into the team in recent missions. But as a teacher, why are you being squeezed out by the students? A slight hint of embarrassment flashed across Hatake Kakashi's face. He didn't expect that even Master Hokage knew about this matter. He usually hid it very well when accepting tasks at the mission reception desk. How come Master Hokage knew about this matter? Sarutobi Haruzen also sighed slightly. There are a lot of topics among children. I can understand that there can be more involved. However, your guide, Genin, has been pushed aside. The reason is that you need to reflect on it yourself. The 8th class that Hong is responsible for already has a good relationship with Hong. You, the instructor Genin, should also have more contact with those 3 children. Also, control your lateness when gathering recently. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke are no thorns in the ninja school. But the reason why they are not thorns is definitely not that they cannot become thorns. It is just because they have goals and have no time to become thorns. But after being divided into classes, this state became more subtle, especially when the guidance of Genin was a bit unruly. Sarutobi Haruzen can probably understand why Hatake Kakashi was excluded. The students in Class 7 are being ignored every day during assembly, so it's strange that they don't have any objections. Chapter 137 3 Ninjutsu prepared. I try to control it as much as possible these days. This is indeed a very embarrassing thing. He is almost no longer like an instructor Genin in the class he leads. Hatake Kakashi himself is also very speechless. Unfortunately, he has no way to refute this kind of exclusion. After all, he lets those 3 children go out of his way every day and often fishes in the mission. It would be strange if those 3 children have no opinions. Sarutobi Haruzen shook his head speechlessly. He knew that Hatake Kakashi's character would not change, so he also thought of a way to help Hatake Kakashi. You should be more diligent recently. The Chunin exam is only a few months away, don't forget about it. The strength of Naruto and Sasuke is enough to face the Chunin exam, but they still lack a lot of means. The Chunin exam is not a secret, Sarutobi Haruzen directly reminded Hatake Kakashi. At that time, Genin from other ninja villages will also come to Konoha to take the exam. If you continue to be passive and slow down, their methods will be easily figured out by ninjas from other ninja villages. So, you can also start teaching them some ninjutsu recently. The way to increase the sense of presence in the hearts of students is naturally to let the teacher himself do some things that the teacher should do. It is also quite necessary to teach proper ninjutsu to one's own students, especially now that Sarutobi Haruzen knows that Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke are approaching the second chakra nature transformation now. If you don't teach now, your weight as a teacher will be reduced in the future. Are you going to start teaching ninjutsu so soon? In fact, Hatake Kakashi still hesitated in his heart. After all, ninjutsu is not a force that is easy to control. Genin usually waits until he has a certain foundation before he starts teaching some simple ninjutsu. Sarutobi Haruzen also knew what Hatake Kakashi was worried about. Kakashi, I know it's too early to teach them ninjutsu. However, compared to the Genin in other classes, they all have their own family ninjutsu. The 7th class does not have the ninjutsu inherited from the family except Sasuke. Yes, Uzumaki Naruto doesn't know any ninjutsu yet, except for one shadow clone. But this shadow clone is still learned from Uchiha Sasuke, and the rest is only the most basic 3-body technique. It can be said that in terms of ninjutsu, Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura lack not just a little bit, but a lot. Genin in other classes all have their own family secrets, so the corresponding guidance for Genin is not very stressful, but the situation of Class 7 without family secrets is much more complicated. Although Uzumaki Naruto is the last member of the Uzumaki clan, the problem is that the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan cannot be taught. Not only the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan cannot be taught, but also Namikaze Minato's famous stunt Flying Thunder God cannot be taught. Therefore, in addition to a shadow clone, Uzumaki Naruto now only has chakra control and 3-body technique. This situation is only slightly better than Haruno Sakura. Therefore, Sarutobi Haruzen was completely let go at this time. The sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan cannot be taught, and the Flying Thunder God as the forbidden technique cannot be taught, so there is only one who can teach it. Sarutobi Hiruzen took out 3 ninjutsu scrolls directly from the drawer Vice Admiral and placed them on the table. Kakashi, you will be responsible for supervising the learning of these 3 ninjutsu. Hatake Kakashi's pupils shrank. The 3 ninjutsu are Healing Jutsu, Chidori and Rasengan. Healing Jutsu is undoubtedly for Haruno Sakura, who supplements the basics of medical ninja. As Hatake Kakashi's original ninjutsu, Chidori was naturally given to Uchiha Sasuke, who is the same type as Hatake Kakashi. So the last Rasengan is naturally prepared for Uzumaki Naruto. These 3 ninjutsu are all ninjutsu with level A learning difficulty. It can be said that they are also ninjutsu that only a few people in Konoha can access. The difficulty of learning Healing Jutsu is A level. Although it is a ninjutsu that every medical ninja must learn, it cannot be done in 1 or 2 years if you want to get into contact with Healing Jutsu. It can be said that Haruno Sakura really took advantage of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Otherwise, a civilian ninja like her would have to linger in the medical system for at least 3 or 4 years before she could be contacted. I came into contact with A-level Healing Jutsu at the age of 13. This time Xiaobang is really lucky. Sasuke is indeed very suitable to learn my Chidori. Once Sharingan is activated, no one is more suitable to learn this technique than Sasuke. The problem is Naruto. Rasengan is a ninjutsu with level A learning difficulty. It can be said that if you want to learn it, the difficulty level is even higher than Chidori and Healing Jutsu. 0 Please give me flowers. Generally speaking, the more difficult a ninjutsu is to learn, the more it is necessary to add chakras form change and nature transformation. Chidori's learning difficulty is A level because it needs to add the thunder attribute chakra nature transformation and form change. It can be said that it is a very difficult ninjutsu to learn. Technique. But Rasengan is completely different. Rasengan's learning difficulty has already reached A level just by adding the form change. Once chakra nature transformation is added, it will immediately break through to S level's learning difficulty, or even completely surpass S level. The difficulty of learning is one thing, but the meaning of Rasengan is more important. You know, Rasengan was created by his teacher 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. Once Uzumaki Naruto learns Rasengan, people can't help but start to substitute Uzumaki Naruto in the direction of Namikaze Minato. This is a big problem. 3rd generation Sama, is this okay? Hatake Kakashi actually knew that Uzumaki Naruto was the orphan of his teacher. But even if he is the teacher's orphan, he can't take care of it. If it was just a simple orphan, then Hatake Kakashi had every right to take care of him. After all, 4th Hokage was his teacher. But the problem is that Uzumaki Naruto is not only the orphan of his teacher. He is also Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Just such an identity has completely isolated him from his thoughts. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen also has some thoughts in his heart, and he must be worried. But the only ninjutsu that Uzumaki Naruto can learn is Rasengan. Other ninjutsu are either average or can cause some trouble. Only Rasengan is original to Namikaze Minato, and it is natural to return this ninjutsu to Naruto. Compared to other ninjutsu, Rasengan is the most suitable for Naruto to master. This is what Konoha owed him. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt guilty in his heart. This guilt, coupled with Uzumaki Naruto's experience in Konoha in the past 13 years, actually made him feel guilty in his heart. But this guilt is too small compared to the whole of Konoha. Even though he felt guilty, Sarutobi Hiruzen still would not change his past behavior. All that can be done now is just a little compensation. Chapter 138 The Cruel Truth. Hatake Kakashi looked at the 3 scrolls in silence for a moment. He knows what happened to Uzumaki Naruto, but as a Jonin of Konoha, he can't do anything, especially about Uzumaki Naruto. Once he touches it, he will become Konoha's traitor. There are even rumors that Hatake Kakashi wants to use Sharingan to control Nine-Tails. He has been in Konoha for so many years, and he knows very well some of the methods Shimura Danzo will use. Even if Mr. Hokage doesn't think so, but once the public thinks so, then no matter whether he has such thoughts or not, he will inevitably accept Konoha's sanctions. Therefore, Hatake Kakashi understands that all he can do now is to give Uzumaki Naruto a certain amount of compensation. He lamented his own powerlessness in his heart, and then put away the 3 scrolls on the table. Just like when he first faced the death of 2 friends, 620 he could only watch quietly from the side, but could not do anything. I see, Lord Hokage. I will supervise Naruto, Sasuke and little Sakura's studies. Sarutobi Hiruzen also nodded in relief. Remember to let them stop in moderation and don't pursue other ninjutsu too much. The real ninjutsu does not lie in having many ninjutsu, but in whether you can fully master the power of ninjutsu. Young ninjas think that mastering more ninjutsu is a good thing, but they don't understand that ninjutsu takes time to be able to go to Grandmaster and master it. Any ninjutsu that does not take time to improve, then that ninjutsu has only a little power. Only by going to the Grandmaster can you unleash the true power of ninjutsu. I see. With things at this point, are there any other options? Making amends is the only thing Hatake Kakashi can think of, and it is the only thing he can do now. Seeing the depressed Hatake Kakashi leave the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head slightly, but there was a smile on his face. The wedge is nailed. It would be too cheap for Sarutobi Hiruzen if Hatake Kakashi can be inserted into the 7th class of 3A level ninjutsu. The individual values of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke are increasing. Once their wings are formed, these two children will definitely become Konoha's future. The next step is to let the will of fire germinate and take root in their hearts. Class 7 still gathered at Uzumaki Naruto's home today, just like usual. Sakura-chan, how are you? Haruno Sakura nodded slightly. All the basic knowledge of medical ninjas and Konoha Hospital have been memorized. Then it's the hands-on learning phase. But when it comes to this stage, Haruno Sakura has a gloomy face. It has been a month since she joined the medical ninja system to study, but during this time, no medical ninja has helped her. Give her something deeper. Healing jutsu, which is the means of medical ninja healing. Although healing jutsu is a difficult ninjutsu to master, Haruno Sakura has seen many medical ninjas use this jutsu, but they all have the same characteristics. None of them were under 20. Most of the young medical ninjas are on the sidelines, and they are only eligible to start learning healing jutsu when they reach the age or even the strength of Chunin. Now she is only 13 years old. No matter from any point of view, she cannot touch healing jutsu. Thinking of this, Haruno Sakura realized how stuck Konoha is in medical treatment, that is, not giving anyone younger than the age a chance. Uzumaki Naruto noticed Haruno Sakura's expression, and he generally knew that he was probably stuck at this stage of practice. Healing jutsu. Smiling and shaking his head, Uzumaki Naruto didn't expect that his guess would be so accurate. The medical system is one of Konoha's most important core systems. This is a system that no one else can touch and can only be controlled by Konoha's top management. If you want to enter this system and learn the core technologies of the medical system, what you need is absolute loyalty to Konoha. This loyalty lies in being able to dedicate everything to Konoha, including your most precious time. Only proven medical ninjas can learn those core techniques. And this is also called the Will of Fire by Konoha. Will of Fire used to be a commendatory word for any Konoha people. But with the change of times, Will of Fire has become another meaning. Uchiha Sasuke sneered maliciously. He no longer has any interest in Konoha, a place that has long since completely decayed. It is because he has lost all interest in Konoha, which makes Uchiha Sasuke feel even more disgusted that Uchiha Itachi would rather choose to destroy the family than maintain Konoha. His parents and family were actually not as good as this completely rotten Konoha. It's really ironic to think about it this way. Uzumaki Naruto always had a smile on his face, but the irony in his smile never disappeared. This Konoha does not allow overly brilliant ninjas to appear. Ninjas who are too outstanding will be suppressed. You can see a lot from the medical system, so there are fewer and fewer outstanding civilian ninjas in Konoha. It's not that they don't want to stand up, it's just that there are people above them who are holding them down, so that civilian ninjas who have the ambition to stand up are completely crushed. Perhaps it is difficult for civilian ninjas to stand up, because civilian ninjas do not have the same resources, talents and conditions as big family ninjas, and there are really not many choices for civilian ninjas. But it was Konoha's system that really crushed civilian ninjas to death. The decline of Konoha was doomed the moment Konoha completely restricted the development of civilian ninjas. Wrapping himself tightly inside, he tried his best to suppress the people and families in the village, but he didn't think about how to bring all the people and families back to Konoha. Konoha like this has lost the original intention of the founding of Konoha. Haruno Sakura was completely silent when faced with these words. I don't know if I haven't been exposed to it in the past, but now that I have been exposed to it, Haruno Sakura realizes how breathless Konoha is. Uzumaki Naruto smiled slightly in his heart and continued to change the topic to Haruno Sakura. Little Sakura, in fact, if you were assigned normally, with your written test scores and your ability to control chakra, you should also be assigned to Kuni Yui's class. You are suitable to be a ninja who is good at illusions, because you are very smart and have enough talent. But you were assigned to be with me and Sasuke. Why do you think it's because of that? Haruno Sakura's body trembled suddenly. No. That's not it, right? I didn't think so before, but now Haruno Sakura feels that this class division is indeed a bit strange. Uzumaki Naruto cruelly told the real answer. Of course it's because you like Sasuke. The third Hokage hopes that you can integrate into our circle and use you to completely bind us to Konoha. Chapter 139, You are the only civilian in this session. Genin. Haruno Sakura's whole face turned pale. She didn't expect that she was assigned to Class 7 for such a reason, especially after hearing Uzumaki Naruto's analysis of his situation. As a kunoichi, she is weaker than the male ninja in many conditions, so she would not be able to learn much from the different systems of guidance under Jonin. It was like being assigned to Class 7. Although their instructor Jonin was very capable, they provided very little help to her. If she could be given an instructor named Jonin who was good at genjutsu, and also a kunoichi named Yui Ben, maybe she could learn more. At least she would still have the chakra control required for genjutsu. However, she was assigned to the instructor Jonin, who was completely unsuitable for teaching her genjutsu. It was the most unsuitable class for her situation. Sakura's face turned very pale when she thought of Konoha's plan. It turned out to be like this. It turns out that I have such a big role, I didn't even know. As a safe and normal civilian ninja, Sakura realized the darkness of Konoha for the first time, and she also understood the concept of this sentence as the protagonist. She is just an ordinary girl. What kind of ability can she tie Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke to Konoha? With some irony, Uzumaki Naruto still had a gentle smile on his face. This is the Konoha you don't know. Any ninja in Konoha will be restrained by the so-called high-level officials in Konoha. They regard themselves as gods. They believe that their own safety, wealth and rights are the most important. As for the interests of civilians, they are simply not something they need to care about. Often the truth is what drives people crazy. The truth is often extremely cruel, and these truths are something that many ninjas are unwilling to face, so they will magnify their happiness and think that Konoha is beautiful. But what about actually? Konoha has long since completely decayed in the river of time. Uzumaki Naruto is letting Sakura see the dark side of Konoha. The complete darkness like the deep sea where no light can penetrate. Sakura felt nothing but chills. For the first time, I truly saw the darkness of Konoha, and understood how bitterly cold Konoha feels when it's sunny on the surface late at night. Sakura-chan, what you realize is just the most basic things. Isn't the class assigned by Hokage? You're just a victim. And third Hokage did this because Sasuke and I showed unimaginable talents and abilities, and he wanted to use whether you can blend in with us to test whether we are gregarious. Once Sasuke and I are people who are not gregarious and unwilling to be gregarious, then no matter how talented we are, we will be treated as useless by the third Hokage until our time is completely consumed. As Uzumaki Naruto said before, he really understands the psychology and thoughts of the third Hokage. The third Hokage has been excluding dissidents since it came to power. Hate White Fang is the most vivid representative. As a well-known ninja with the strength of a shadow and great military exploits, he was definitely the favorite of the fourth Hokage. But it was because of his great achievements that he could not avoid being plotted and even forced to commit suicide. The same goes for Konoha's Sannin. The last pure-blood young master of the Senju clan died on the battlefield, and his internal organs were eviscerated by the enemy and he was brutally killed. If there was no tip from someone inside Konoha, how could we catch up with such a thing? You know, Senju Nawaki was originally a teacher. Things like this happened when Shikamaru led the team. What else can't Konoha do? The third Hokage has always been worried after all. Worried that someone had snatched the Vice Admiral Hokage's position from his hands. For this reason, he can do anything for the rights in his hands. Just like the class division thing I mentioned before, there are a lot of articles in it. Uzumaki Naruto had already said these words to Nara before, but this time it was said to Sakura, and Uzumaki Naruto didn't mind repeating it. Before the graduation exam, Sasuke and I had already predicted that except this time, almost everyone would graduate and become Genin members. First of all, there are Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino and Akimaki Choji. They are Konoha's standard Ino-Shikacho combination. They must be assigned to operate in the same class. In addition, they are all major clans in Konoha, so they must be to graduate successfully. Then there are Hyuga Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba and Abiram Shino. Not to mention the Hyuga clan. After Uchiha was exterminated, he was known as the strongest in Konoha. Inuzuka Kiba and Abiram Shino are also big families in Konoha. If they don't graduate, then no one will be able to graduate. I'm afraid, among all the classes, only our 7th class has directly obtained the qualification to graduate through hard power. The division into classes after graduation is also very particular. Ino-Shikacho is a team that has been together for generations, so it is natural that they should be in the same class. In addition, Ino-Shikacho is a staunch supporter of the Hokage faction. These three families need to be well united, so Jonin, who is responsible for the guidance of Ino-Shikacho, is the son of Sarutobi Asuma, the current third Hokage. These words made Sakura realize more deeply what kind of place Konoha is. Inuzuka, Abiram, Hyuga, Nara, Akamaki and Yamanaka. Why didn't I notice it 460 years ago? This time I graduated with a group of big families. Apart from these words, Sakura really didn't expect that the Genin who graduated this time were all people with quite a background and status. In that case, Naruto-kun and I are the only graduates this time. Are you an ordinary family? Uzumaki Naruto laughed at this statement. Sakura-chan, you said it wrong. You are the only Genin who truly graduated without an identity. I am not an orphan. 4th Hokage Namake's Minato is my father, and the previous Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina is my mother. At this moment Sakura's whole body froze. Her finger pointed at Uzumaki Naruto, with some trembling and disbelief in her voice. 4th Hokage? Uzumaki Naruto smiled and nodded. So, Didn't I say it before? Sasuke and I both have reasons to seek revenge against Konoha. Our hatred for Konoha can burn the entire Konoha in an instant, and we are prepared to do this in the future. The future of Konoha will inevitably be completely destroyed by the flames of resentment between him and Uchiha Sasuke. This is the future that Uzumaki Naruto has already written for Konoha. Chapter 140. The Three Views of Collapse. Haruno Sakura opened her mouth wide and couldn't speak for a long time. The son of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato and the previous Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina. Doesn't this mean that Uzumaki Naruto is the son of the previous generation's deceased 4th Hokage? Then, now you understand why Sasuke and I have so much hatred for Konoha. Haruno Sakura slowly came back to her senses, and now she finally understood why Uzumaki Naruto had such a hatred for Konoha. As an orphan of the 4th Hokage, he became a Nine-Tails demon fox after his father died, and even became a being that was scolded and beaten by everyone. Since Uzumaki Naruto began to change and started acting with Uchiha Sasuke 5 years ago, Haruno Sakura has already understood Uzumaki Naruto's situation. The saying Uzumaki Naruto is the Nine-Tails demon fox is very popular in the whole village. She could hear such sounds when she went out and walked around. As for the more unpleasant words, she had heard them before, but she thought it was only to this extent before. But after seeing the home built by Uzumaki Naruto in the 23 good training grounds, she understood that Uzumaki Naruto was greatly ostracized in Konoha, even far beyond her previous imagination. So that's it. There was some complexity in Haruno Sakura's eyes. She thought that the words Nine-Tails Demon Fox were just words, like a kind of resentment, and would not be put into action. However, she did not expect that the person involved was forced into this training ground like this. Uzumaki Naruto smiled slightly. He was not uncomfortable with his experience. This is a necessity. The weak will inevitably encounter bullying. This is true everywhere. Therefore, he is more eager to focus on the emperor. There's no hope of getting ahead in Konoha. If there is a person who holds power and refuses to let it go, and thinks that he is more important than the village, then the future of Konoha will inevitably only face destruction. The genocide of the Uchiha clan back then had sounded the alarm to all clans. Such a powerful Uchiha clan could be forced to the point of no return by Konoha. That is to say, from then on, all the big families in Konoha were in peace. Why? I'm just worried about whether my family will become the next Uchiha clan. These secrets are the bloody events hidden in the history of Konoha. They are facts that most of the branch house clans in Konoha know, but they are also facts that everyone pretends not to know. Knowing some things does not mean being smart, and may even mean life is in danger. So Konoha is a place like this. Haruno Sakura has completely lost all confidence in Konoha at this moment. Is this true for a big family, let alone an ordinary civilian ninja? After experiencing the helplessness of the medical system, Haruno Sakura can relate to the situation in Konoha as a whole. She is not a girl with insufficient imagination, but a girl who lacks the courage to imagine. Once the courage to imagine is aroused, just by imagining, Haruno Sakura can guess that in addition to the medical system in Konoha, other systems also have the same problem. When she thought that Konoha was such a place, as a civilian ninja, Haruno Sakura felt helpless and frustrated. She is someone who hopes that she can protect her family and Konoha after becoming a ninja. But now she knows that this Konoha is not worth protecting at all, which completely collapses the three views she established in the past. Haruno Sakura slowly recovered from her pale face just now, and her face gradually became calmer. The explosion of her outlook on life caused great damage to her will. However, after accepting this kind of thing, she has understood enough, and she will never be hurt because of this kind of thing next time. Sir Hokage ... How come the 3rd Hokage is so sure that I can integrate into the circle of Class 7? Uzumaki Naruto shook his head slightly. Of course he's sure, because only if we integrate you will he stop doubting me and Sasuke. At the graduation test, Sasuke and I showed amazing strength through cooperation, and this strength can be the reason why 3rd Hokage doubted us. Everything the 3rd Hokage did was exactly as he had guessed. The Hokage-sama who is greedy for power and carefully protects his reputation will be cautious about everyone who needs to be cautious. That time, Sasuke and I exposed part of our strength because we can't always hide it. There will be more time to contact Jonin in the future, and Hatake Kakashi will also see through the situation between me and Sasuke. If he gets out at that time, the trouble will be even greater. So, the necessary exposure is required. Haruno Sakura took a deep breath. It turned out that everything was calculated and everything was planned. It's just that now she is no longer as unacceptable as before. Konoha's darkness dealt a serious blow to her soul, and while destroying her three views, it also made her grow. But can this really be concealed? Sure. Uzumaki Naruto, relying on his speculation about 3rd Hokage's actions, can basically hit all the choices of 3rd Hokage. The power to be exposed needs to have enough clues. I exposed all the clues of chakra nature transformation. As long as 3rd Hokage finds them, he can get the clues I left and get the answer I hope he can get. If he didn't hide it from the past, he would have come to talk to me a long time ago. Until now, I haven't taken the initiative to find me, which means that all the actions of me and Sasuke have not been exposed, and everything is going according to our original plan. Of course, relying on foresight. Uzumaki Naruto is somewhat self-aware about his own mind. He is not a person who is exhaustive. He just has enough understanding of third Hokage, coupled with enough understanding of the future, so that he can make preparations in advance and even start planning to leave Konoha. Knowing that there are some problems in the Chunin exam, knowing that the whole Konoha has been placed with a large number of detonating symbols by Li Wang's people. It is because of this knowledge that Uzumaki Naruto can make a lot of preparations. However, some details still need to be dealt with after the Chunin exam. Little Sakura, you are the one of us who is more exposed. You are too easily affected by my words. You cannot know the darkness of Konoha, so you can't act like you know too much. Haruno Sakura naturally knew what he should do. She has already been exposed to these things. If she continues to be as naive as in the past, isn't she a complete idiot? Naruto-kun, what else can I do now? Now that I know the darkness of these leaves, now that the decision to leave has been made. Then Haruno Sakura felt that she needed to do something from the perspective of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 141, Plan to destroy Konoha. Of course, Haruno Sakura took the initiative, so Uzumaki Naruto would naturally not be polite. The layout of the hospital. You often go inside Konoha Hospital recently. You should know the general layout inside, right? Haruno Sakura nodded. She has been in Konoha Hospital in the past month and has entered most places in Konoha Hospital, except for a few places that are inaccessible. I can treat some places. After carefully recalling the layout of most of Konoha Hospital, Haruno Sakura already had a rough map in her mind. A small number of places are where surgeries are performed in hospitals. There is another place that I accidentally discovered. The elderly medical ninjas in the hospital will come up from a basement that they have never been to. Sometimes they will bring some books, and sometimes they will move some materials in. Discovering that place was also an accident, because Haruno Sakura often borrows a lot of basic books in the hospital and often goes back and forth in the hospital. She will occasionally see situations like this. I wrote this down out of curiosity at the time. It was so obvious that both Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke knew that there was definitely something interesting hidden in this room. Haruno Sakura naturally knew that there were some very important things hidden in that room at 630. Naruto-kun, should we take everything in there? Uzumaki Naruto was slightly surprised, but shook his head. Those things are not that easy to get. Some things are best destroyed completely, and it can be noticed by a ninja who has just come into contact with the medical system. It is usually displayed there for people to see. The really useful things must be hidden somewhere in the hospital. Even underground in Konoha Hospital. Important things will not be placed in such a dazzling place, and the things that can be discovered are definitely not valuable things. The really important things for Konoha's medical care would definitely not be placed in such a bright place. The place you found should be visible to others, especially those who are interested. From today on, don't pay attention to that place anymore. It's okay to remain curious, but you need to restrain your thoughts, otherwise you will be regarded as the object of Anbu's observation. Haruno Sakura was startled, and nodded quickly, containing her curiosity. Baka. There is a possibility of being targeted by Anbu if she is too curious, but the possibility of Haruno Sakura being targeted is still low. If it were him and Uchiha Sasuke, Anbu would definitely keep an eye on them all the time. After being frightened, Uzumaki Naruto also said 2 words of relief. You don't have to worry too much. After all, you are just a civilian ninja. At most, civilian ninjas will just think you are curious. This curiosity will not make you the target of Anbu. After all, your identity is still very clean. These words really made Haruno Sakura feel a lot better. Then I should really be grateful that I am a civilian ninja. This Haruno Sakura is glad that she is a civilian ninja. As a civilian ninja, she doesn't have to worry about too many things. At least she won't have the chance of being targeted by Anbu. Sakura-chan, draw the layout of the hospital yourself so that you can understand it. Then just pay attention to the medical ninja's name and home address. I need their details. Haruno Sakura understood the meaning immediately and scratched her neck with her finger. Uzumaki Naruto nodded slightly. Medical care and education are 2 very important points for Konoha. It is not easy to completely destroy medical care, and many of these things are beyond our reach. However, we cannot reach the core of the medical system, but we can solve the problem for all people in the medical system. The medical system and education system are definitely the top priorities of all major ninja villages. The things in them are not easy to deal with, and there is no way to completely deal with them. So, Uzumaki Naruto made some compromises. Perhaps the medical system cannot collapse all at once, but as long as most of the medical ninjas die, the entire Konoha medical system will be close to collapse. If a large number of injured civilians and a large number of medical books are destroyed, then it will not be possible to develop the medical system again in a short time. Also, the names and addresses of some nurses are also required. If possible, it would be better if there is a shift schedule. You can slowly find time to make a list, but it needs to be made before the Chunin exam. Haruno Sakura nodded. These things are not very difficult for her now. After studying in the hospital, she did have a way to know the names and schedules of doctors and nurses, which meant that the addresses were a little more troublesome. But it's just a little more troublesome, not completely helpless. No problem, I can do it before the Chunin exam. Uzumaki Naruto is not very worried about this matter. Haruno Sakura is studying in the hospital, and it is normal to come into contact with a few more people. Haruno Sakura, who has always been busy studying in the past, also needs to be in contact with others, so this problem will not have a big impact. Well, try your best to do it. The rest is my job and Sasuke's job. Troublesome things are definitely not something that Haruno Sakura can do. These things can be solved by the two of them. Regarding the plan for the Chunin exam, there are still many things that need to be explored. Going to some places before the Chunin exam is too deliberate, but it is more appropriate to go during peacetime. For example, it is used to create dangerous shelters. Konoha has built many shelters just for ordinary civilians to evacuate. Therefore, some things still need to be arranged. The ninja school will be completely destroyed, and of course the future of Konoha will be completely destroyed. The medical system is in a state of semi-destruction, and if the future of Konoha is still facing near destruction, Konoha itself is in a state of stagnation, and now maybe even the next generation and the next generation will be completely destroyed. In other words, as long as this plan can go smoothly, as long as Shikamaru continues to come to Konoha to cause trouble, Konoha's near-destruction situation will not change. After the medical system is half destroyed, they should bring Sanjutsu back. If Sanjutsu comes back, maybe Konoha will breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that we still need to find a way to contain Sanjutsu's unification of Konoha, otherwise Sasuke and I's efforts will be in vain this time. Uzumaki Naruto wanted to see a semi-disabled Konoha, not a Konoha that was waiting to be revitalized. Chapter 142, Investigation of Konoha. The next day was a rest day, and Uzumaki Naruto did not continue to be idle, but went out to explore the situation in various places. I simply walked around the various shelters in Konoha. These shelters usually do not restrict people from entering. After all, these shelters are very cool in the summer. These places are suitable for most villagers. It's a summer resort. It is because of this that Uzumaki Naruto can better enter these shelters. I see. What a nice place. After entering the shelter, Uzumaki Naruto noticed that the surroundings of the shelter were reinforced with earth style. The walls were very hard and it was very difficult to break them from the outside. However, if it explodes from the inside, this solid shelter can easily kill all the members taking refuge inside. These solid walls are a nightmare for everyone inside the shelter. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto lay down next to him for a while with great interest. Although the weather is not very hot yet, it is very refreshing to lie in the shelter. The cool breeze in the shelter refreshes his spirit a lot. Uzumaki Naruto had no intention of visiting other shelter situations. There are a total of 5 shelters in Konoha. These 5 shelters are completely open to the public, so most of the structures are almost the same, but the locations are different. In order to avoid there being a shelter hidden in some hidden places in Konoha, Uzumaki Naruto almost ran through the entire Konoha and confirmed that there was no extra space in the entire Konoha that could replace the shelter. Very good. As long as the plan goes smoothly, most people hiding in the shelter will have the same treatment. Most of the detonating talismans hidden throughout Konoha Shinobi explode together, and the destructive force caused together can lift up a layer of Konoha's skin. After getting this answer, Uzumaki Naruto continued to wander around Konoha. Keep all the details of Konoha's layout in mind. These details will be used when the time comes. Especially outside the hospital and school, Uzumaki Naruto paid special attention. After writing all this down, Uzumaki Naruto returned to his home. I took out a scroll and started painting many details that I remembered today. Draw the general structure on the scroll, and then use another color to outline the route where the detonating talisman is located. That's almost it. Looking at the scroll in his hand, the map picture in it is perfect enough. After checking the map, Uzumaki Naruto nodded. Very well done. A large number of detonating talismans can completely lift the entire Konoha. Needless to say, a large number of detonating symbols have been hidden in shelters, hospitals, and schools. It seems that the person who buried the detonating talisman had the same idea as me. Uzumaki Naruto grinned at the thought. He was not old enough to calculate the entire Konoha from scratch, so these calculated detonating symbols really helped him a lot. Although I have forgotten who the person who buried the detonating talisman was, I still want to thank you for your outstanding contribution. When he first saw it, Uzumaki Naruto was also very surprised as to what direction it would take. But the result is still the same as the name of this anime. This is a passionate anime, not a revenge anime. The theme colors will not change much from the beginning, and any kind of revenge is impossible to achieve. But after the past anime became a reality, Uzumaki Naruto would not be as kind as the person who buried the detonating talisman. After hiding it for so many years, these detonating talismans have not completely exploded in Konoha. He literally flips the switch for all the detonators together. Naruto, here I come. Hearing Uchiha Sasuke's voice, Uzumaki Naruto drew his attention back a little. Uchiha Sasuke, who came back from the outside, looked at the scrolls spread out in the room, and he already understood the whole territory of Konoha clearly depicted on it. Has the map production been completed? Ah, just finished. There is a little joy in Uzumaki Naruto's voice, which is different from the smile revealed in normal speech, which is an emotion in speech, and this time the emotional component of joy is very high, not when speaking height reached. Konoha's refuge is almost as I predicted. There are a lot of Earth-style reinforcements inside. It is still very difficult for the outside to affect the inside. At least A-level ninjutsu is needed to do it. Zero, please give me flowers. But there are very few internal ways to combat attacks. In other words, this is a shelter that can easily collapse from within. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes also flashed with light. This is indeed good news. A long time ago, he hoped to recover the interest from Konoha for the genocide. It seems that it won't take long before he can recover the interest from Konoha. But before that, what we need to do is continue to wait for the Chunin exam to come. After hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke forcibly suppressed the desire in his eyes and immediately returned to calm. Well, the Chunin exam is the day we start planning. We need to be patient before then. Uchiha Sasuke knows that everything needs a sound plan. Destroying Konoha is not something that just the two of them can do. Only by acting on the special occasion of the Chunin exam can they maximize their benefits. As long as you wait until the Chunin exam, Jonin and Genin, the guides of other ninja villages, will come to Konoha. If something happens to Konoha, without these ninja villages as an attraction, they will not be able to maximize their benefits this time. Therefore, no matter how strong the desire is in your heart at this moment, you need to endure it. Very good. I have completely controlled my emotions this time. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke's state, Uzumaki Naruto nodded slightly. This state is the best. Facing any situation requires a more calm approach. There is no need for excited emotions. That kind of strong emotion will make your mind make wrong judgments. As a ninja, it is necessary to think calmly at all times. Already familiar with the simplified seal? These days, Uzumaki Naruto once again simplified the number of seals for the newly mastered ninjutsu. Both Great Breakthrough and Water Barrier are applied more quickly. At the same time, Uzumaki Naruto also helped Uchiha Sasuke simplify the knot seals of several techniques he mastered. No problem. Simplified stamping is a more complicated process, but Uchiha Sasuke has already been familiar with the simplified stamping set, and it is not very difficult to get familiar with the new stamping now. At this point, most of what Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke could do is done. Chapter 143, The Haruno couple discovered early. We are almost ready, but what about the situation inside her home? Do you think she can convince her parents? Uchiha Sasuke still has some worries in his heart. Haruno Sakura is the biggest loophole in their plan. If Haruno Sakura's family affairs are not handled well, their plan will be completely bankrupt before it even begins. It doesn't matter, although I am not very familiar with Haruno Sakura's parents, as long as they are parents, they don't want their children to join the group. Little Sakura has been dragged in by us, and her parents know what to do now as long as they are calm enough. Uzumaki Naruto is not worried about some problems in Haruno Sakura's family. Haruno Sakura has been pulled into the same camp by them, and now she has made enough awareness, just like she decided to tell her parents clearly about this matter in advance. 997. She will use your own consciousness to convince her parents. If Haruno Sakura's parents resolutely choose to be exposed, then Uzumaki Naruto will choose to use some special means, but by then Uzumaki Naruto will never show mercy to those parents. So, I hope you can accept this request. Right at Haruno Sakura's house, Haruno Sakura faces her father and mother, Haruno Zao and Haruno Mebuki alone. Dad, Mom, I have something very important to tell you today. Both Haruno Zao and Haruno Mebuki as parents are kind of weird. Haruno Mebuki, who is usually very emotional, can feel that the atmosphere has changed a lot. My daughter is going to say something very important. Little Sakura. Haruno Mebuki felt that the atmosphere was not right, raised her hand to stop her husband from continuing, but looked at her daughter calmly. Sakura-chan, is this something very important? Is it something that cannot be said in Konoha? Hearing this sentence, Haruno Sakura suddenly looked at her mother. She still hasn't said. Did you know her mother? Haruno Mebuki sighed helplessly. How could she not feel her own daughter's thoughts? You don't think Mom and Dad are stupid, do you? My father and I already felt that something was wrong with you when you were serious about learning medical ninja knowledge. Mothers often know their children best. The person Haruno Mebuki knows best is definitely his daughter. Although your father and I are not very smart people, we still have a good grasp of the atmosphere at home. Perhaps you haven't noticed it yourself, but you have been a little too serious when studying recently, and you have even made yourself a little nervous. You've been looking out the window a lot more lately. The usual laziness at home has completely stopped. Instead, I have become more diligent than ever before. Seeing these changes, it is not difficult to realize that you are hiding something very important, and you still need to be careful about the eyes of those around you. If we think about it carefully, there is a high probability that you have been avoiding Konoha's eyes. As Haruno Mebuki said, neither she nor her husband are very smart people and cannot analyze a lot of things from simple things. But this time it happened to their daughter, so they were particularly sensitive. Even very early on, I felt something was wrong with my daughter. Dad and Mom all know. Haruno Sakura looked at her father and mother in disbelief. She planned to explain it clearly today. She also listened to Uzumaki Naruto and planned to explain it to her parents. After all, breaking away from Konoha will require the cooperation of father and mother. Unexpectedly, she had just started the topic, and both her father and mother looked like I knew you had such thoughts. This made Haruno Sakura not sure how to proceed. Haruno Sakura didn't care very much. He had already made a decision in his heart. Little Sakura, life is very short. Whatever you want to do, just try your best. Dad and Mom will support you. Haruno Mebuki bumped her husband with her elbow. She had clearly promised to teach her a lesson, but the topic changed before she even started. Seeing that the atmosphere at home had changed again, Haruno Mebuki shook his head helplessly, but when he looked at his daughter, he became serious. Little Sakura, you have to tell us clearly this time. What exactly are your thoughts? Why did you come up with such an idea? Haruno Sakura hesitated for a moment and nodded. I want to leave Konoha! The Haruno couple, who were well prepared, were also shocked by their daughter's words. Now they know why their daughter always looks out the window carefully. Shouldn't such things be treated with caution? Are you going to be a rebel? Haruno Mebuki is a little confused. Why does her daughter become a rebellious ninja in Konoha despite being a good ninja? Yes, there was no hesitation in Haruno Sakura's eyes. This was something she had already decided. Haruno Mebuki also saw the realization in her daughter's eyes, so she sighed, knowing that her daughter's character was very stubborn and once decided, things would not change. Her daughter is such a stubborn girl. What's the reason? Haruno Sakura's eyes did not squint, but stared straight at her father and mother. The boy I like chose to leave, so I want to leave. It's such a simple and direct reason. The darkness in Konoha was only one of the reasons, but the biggest reason was that the boy she liked was about to leave. So she would choose to leave together. I see, this is the real reason. Red Star Movement 4.5, Haruno Mebuki thought of many reasons, but she never thought that the reason why her daughter became a rebel nin was to defect with the boy she liked. For this reason, she really had nothing to say. There is no reason to like a boy. She knows her daughter's character best. Haruno Mebuki already understands that her daughter has made enough awareness. Is it that Uchiha Sasuke boy? I see. But why does he want to leave Konoha? Even if he wants revenge, wouldn't it be better to accumulate strength in Konoha? Haruno Sakura bit her lips slightly. No mum. Konoha also played a role in the Uchiha genocide. Haruno Mebuki's expression changed. He didn't expect Konoha to be actually involved in such a thing. Chapter 144. The Haruno couple who were ready to wake up, as expected. In fact, Haruno Mebuki felt strange when he heard about the genocide of the Uchiha clan. The entire Uchiha clan was exterminated in one night. Although it was said that the traitor Uchiha Itachi did it, but can one person really have such a strong ability to completely wipe out the entire Uchiha clan and Vice Admiral? Does she really think she doesn't know that there are many Jonin and Chunin in the Uchiha clan? No matter how big the difference in strength is, it is impossible for all the Chunin and Jonin to be eliminated in an instant. As long as they are not eliminated in an instant, can't they make some movement for Konoha to find out? Therefore, Nombuki is not a brainless housewife. I'm afraid I'm not the only one who doubts that. There must be many others who would think so. The truly innocent ones are probably just civilians who don't have any power. The annihilation of the Uchiha clan is a secret, but it is definitely not a big secret to the ninjas of Konoha, because no one believed that such a large Uchiha clan was completely wiped out in one night, and Konoha didn't even know about it until the next day. Everyone's brains are not moldy, but everyone knows that the water here is very deep, and the reputation of the Uchiha family in the village is really bad, so everyone will not take the initiative to talk about Uchiha, the thing about a family being exterminated. But now that Uchiha is the last person to know, it's no wonder he wants to become a rebel nin and leave Konoha. Sakura-chan, you know that betraying Konoha is a serious matter. Have you ever considered what will happen in the future? I chose to become a rebellious ninja because of the person I like. Haruno Mebuki does not hate the reason why her daughter became a rebellious ninja, but after becoming a rebellious ninja, being a traitor does not mean you can rebel just because you want to. At least you need to make certain plans for your future. Haruno Sakura nodded. It's been considered. First, we need to take Mom and Dad away from Konoha. Once I become a traitor, my father and mother will definitely be arrested by Konoha. That's right. Haruno Mebuki didn't think Konoha would let them go either. Once her daughter defected, the couple would definitely be sent to Konoha prison. If other big families may have said that there will be no joint liability, but their family is not a big family, just an ordinary civilian ninja family. As a civilian family, if something like rebellion happens among them, the final result is doomed. Perhaps Konoha would not directly execute the couple, but sending them to Konoha prison was inevitable. It's just that Haruno Mebuki doesn't want her daughter to do something that will reduce the probability of her leaving. Little Sakura, Don't think about my father and me. Since you have decided to leave Konoha, don't affect your departure because of our affairs. It's not easy to leave Konoha. Once Konoha finds out that you have left, Anbu will inevitably pursue you. How will you run away with the two of us? Haruno Sakura bit her lip hard. Seeing that her father and mother had come to their senses, Haruno Sakura understood that her father and mother wanted her to leave Konoha alone, while they stayed in Konoha to face Konoha's anger. At this moment, Haruno Sakura is very grateful that there is a way to leave Konoha with her father and mother, otherwise she would never choose to leave Konoha, no matter how much she likes Yokai Sasuke. Taking a deep breath, Haruno Sakura tried her best to calm down her emotions. Father, mother, there is a way to leave. Naruto-kun already has a way to leave Konoha smoothly. Haruno Mebuki was slightly startled. She didn't react to her daughter's words of Naruto-kun. Naruto-kun? Then Haruno Mebuki trembled all over, and his frozen face became extremely ugly. Sakura-chan, the Naruto-kun you are talking about is Uzumaki Naruto, right? Yes. The affirmative answer made Haruno Mebuki's face become a little subtle. Then you can still escape. If there was only their daughter and Yokai Sasuke, Haruno Mebuki felt that there was still a possibility of finding a chance to escape, but if Uzumaki Naruto was added, then there would definitely be no escape. You must know that Uzumaki Naruto has 9 tails sealed in his body. Even though he is often said to be the 9 tails demon fox, this identity is much more complicated. Can a tailed beast be easily sealed in a person's body? Or maybe the person who sealed the tailed beast is just that simple. Even if you just think about it, it is impossible. Haruno Sakura is very confident about whether she can escape. Mom, we can definitely get out. Naruto-kun has mastered a special ninjutsu that allows us to escape from Konoha easily. Haruno Mebuki was startled. Does he know how to do this? Given his condition, Konoha will definitely not let him come into contact with that kind of technique. The technique that can escape from Konoha may be simple to say, but it is not simple at all to listen. If you want to escape from Konoha, you need to escape from Konoha's territory. Only by completely escaping from Konoha's territory can it be regarded as escape in the true sense. At least for a short time, there is no need to worry about chasing soldiers. But this kind of escape is not something that can be done by ordinary ninjutsu. At least it can be summoned by summoning people, or space ninjutsu. But these two kinds of ninjutsu are absolutely impossible for Nine-Tails Seal Uzumaki Naruto. Konoha would not hand over such a dangerous ninjutsu to a very dangerous person. Hearing this sentence, Haruno Sakura also had a wry smile on his face. In fact, she thought so before. She also felt that Uzumaki Naruto should not master this ninjutsu, but after she knew Uzumaki Naruto's true identity, she could finally understand why Uzumaki Naruto could master it. Mom, in fact, Naruto-kun really has mastered that kind of ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God technique. I heard Naruto-kun say so. Both Haruno Mebuki and Haruno Zao couldn't help a heartbeat. Exclamation mark. Flying Thunder God? The couple looked at their daughter in disbelief. The couple naturally knew what kind of space ninjutsu Flying Thunder God technique was. This is the forbidden technique invented by the second Hokage, and the person who applied this ninjutsu to Ultimate, and even to the entire ninja world, is the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato. But why is this forbidden technique mastered by Uzumaki Naruto? Looking at the surprised look of father and mother, it seems that they really don't know the identity of Uzumaki Naruto. Father, mother, actually, Naruto-kun is the son of fourth Hokage. A thunderbolt struck directly on the bodies of Haruno and his wife, splitting them to pieces. Chapter 145 Inoshikacho's thoughts. The fourth Hokage's son? This identity made Haruno Mebuki confused. Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto, who was bullied in Konoha, could be the son of fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato. At this moment, she wanted to ask Konoha a question. You treat the son of the fourth Hokage as a monster. You are exposing the identity of Uzumaki Naruto Nine-Tails container. Can't you also expose the identity of the son of the fourth Hokage? Haruno Mebuki knows that as long as Konoha does this, then at least Uzumaki Naruto will not be in a situation where everyone shouts to beat him in Konoha. After all, just think about it. Uzumaki Naruto's parents died to seal the Nine-Tails Demon Fox, and the Nine-Tails Demon Fox was sealed in Uzumaki Naruto's body. But after calming down and thinking about it, Haruno Mebuki also knew that this was impossible. Konoha won't say it. If it does, wouldn't the anger of the common people be vented on Uzumaki Naruto? Yes, the civilians would not vent their anger on a son of the fourth Hokage who saved their lives, because the fourth Hokage sealed the Nine-Tails Demon Fox in order to save them, and even used his own son as the container for the seal. As long as a person has correct moral values, he would not do this. But in this case, wouldn't there be other people who need to face the wrath of the civilians? Haruno Mebuki sighed helplessly. Third Hokage. Why do you treat a child like this? Is it just to divert the anger of civilians? So, you must be regretting it now, right? Haruno Mebuki knew from a long time ago that the water in Konoha was very deep, but she did not expect that the third Hokage could do such a shameless thing. At the same time, Haruno Mebuki also clearly felt that third Hokage would definitely regret it after the son of the fourth Hokage mustered enough strength. He planned to leave Konoha. This was simply a matter of flight. Everything in the future was beyond the control of the third Hokage. I didn't expect that he would be like that. Third Hokage deliberately concealed his identity. If third Hokage knew it now, he would definitely regret the decision he made. The Flying Thunder God technique must have been deliberately left to his son by the fourth Hokage. Naturally, this ninjutsu definitely did not appear next to Uzumaki Naruto in the form of a scroll, otherwise Konoha would have taken it away long ago. The fourth Hokage actually still has a hand. Third Hokage, is this what you expected? Haruno Mebuki shook her head slightly. She no longer wanted to think about this boring question. This question was meaningless. As long as the third Hokage knows about it, he will definitely regret it very much. Haruno Mebuki looked at his daughter. No wonder his daughter had the idea of becoming a rebellious nin. As long as you are confident enough, you can still escape from Konoha. And her daughter is clearly ready. I understand, and Dad will cooperate with you in the future. You must escape. Since their daughter has decided not to stay in Konoha, as parents, they don't have to stay in Konoha. They might as well leave together so as not to leave anything to say to their daughter. Haruno Sakura finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her father and mother's agreement made her feel a lot more relaxed. At the other end of the same time, in Nara's house, the patriarchs of the contemporary Inoshikacho gathered together. Usually Inoshikacho often get together. It's normal to have a meal or something, but this time the meal seems very abnormal. Yeah, it seems that fourth Hokage also left a lot of backup. Otherwise his son might continue to be bullied. Yamanaka spoke very mercilessly. Normally, Nara Shikaku would have called it quits, but this was not something they could say. But today, Nara Shikaku seemed very silent, obviously agreeing with the statement. That's not the issue right now. My son decided to agree with what those two people did, especially after knowing the history of Konoha. In the past month, Nara Shikamaru has thoroughly sorted out the dark history of Konoha. In the past, these are the most authentic Konoha recorded by the Nara family, and it is also a very dark history of Konoha. After clearly seeing this history, Nara Shikamaru remained silent for 3 full days. After 3 days of silence, Nara Shikamaru made a decision. Identify with Uchiha Sasuke and use Uzumaki Naruto's revenge on Konoha. Yamanaka is not surprised that Nara Shikamaru would make such a decision. Those black histories will change the values of any Konoha person. After the Uchiha clan was destroyed, we should consider this issue. Although Inoshikacho have always been Konoha's most solid force, what we support is not third Hokage, but the people with the concept of Hokage. What we support is Konoha as a whole, not the third Hokage. Yamanaka was not polite at all when he spoke. He might have approved of the third Hokage once, but since the third Hokage grew old, everything he did was not approved by him. Just because he let Shimura Danzo go, it brought a lot of trouble to the 3 clans. This is something that is not recognized, and he has always occupied the position of Hokage and never chose to give up his position. If it weren't for the traces of the Uchiha clan in the Nine Tails Rebellion, Yamanaka would even wonder if it was the third Hokage's greed for power that made the fourth Hokage die. Nara Shikahisa shook his head slightly, signaling Yamanaka not to continue talking. There is no need to say this now. We won't make any changes in the past, because we are responsible for the safety of the whole family. How Konoha does not belong to Hokage alone, and Hokage does not have the right to completely control Konoha in his hands. What we need to think about now is how to save more clansmen. Nara Lujiu had already made a decision in this regard, but what he thought about in the past was how to preserve the Nara clan, not Konoha. He's not Hokage, so he doesn't need to think about preserving Konoha. Akamaki Dingza was silent for a moment. How about just contacting them? Since you want to take revenge on Konoha, it is the best choice to contact them directly. How Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto will deal with Konoha is beyond their guess. Since it's something that can't be guessed, then they should know, right? After all, it is planning to get revenge on Konoha, and the person concerned should have the most say. Chapter 146, The Attitudes of the Inoshikacho Tribes. That night, Nara Shikamaru invited people from the 7th class to have barbecue. The kind in a private room. Uzumaki Naruto did not refuse, but directly accepted the invitation to attend the dinner, because he knew what the invitation meant this time. A month has passed, enough time for Nara Shikamaru to thoroughly understand the dark history of Konoha's past, and enough time to give Nara Shikamaru, and even the entire Nara family, a choice. Therefore, Nara Shikamaru's invitation today actually explains the choice of their Nara clan, and even the Inoshikacho clan. There were only 4 people in the entire box. The inviter Nara Shikamaru and the invitees Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura. Just after sitting down, Uzumaki Naruto glanced in a certain direction with slight interest. This chakra perception must be from the Yamanaka family. Nara Shikamaru shook his head helplessly. I didn't arrange this. I just received an order from Dad to invite you over for dinner. Uzumaki Naruto nodded without mind and looked around with interest. The layout here is really good. Is Akamaki's store 007? You can arrange the barrier in such a fixed position. It seems that your parents are well prepared. It is indeed necessary to be cautious. After all, the barbecue restaurant is a mixed place. Once the people of the Hokage faction hear something they should not know, it will be a disaster. 17. Uzumaki Naruto, who has recently started to come into contact with the sealing technique, can feel that the strength of the surrounding barrier is not very strong. At most, it can only block sounds and prying eyes. Although it is a very simple barrier, if you want to set up such a barrier in Konoha's shop, it is impossible to do it without a certain identity. No wonder. Is this why we were invited here? It is true that a lot of preparations have been made, but it is also a troublesome thing to do. Even if Sasuke and I didn't have Anbu or Genbi watching behind us, it's true that we were dragged here to eat by your Nara family, and we still let in a private room with a barrier. How much do you Nara family want to directly express our relationship with you? The corner of Nara Shikamaru's mouth twitched. Are you already this sensitive? Uzumaki Naruto nodded helplessly. After Sasuke and I deliberately showed some of our strength, Anbu immediately came to my place to collect evidence related to my training. The third Hokage was indeed suspicious of me. So, let's remove the barrier first. Some words are most dangerous if they are said inside the barrier. Nara Shikamaru stood up helplessly and walked outside the box. Uzumaki Naruto, who was sitting in the box, rested his chin on his hands in boredom. Sasuke, are you a little surprised? Why did the Nara family decide so quickly? Sasuke feels that this speed is a bit too fast. It's a bit fast. It's only been a month since the last mission. Uzumaki Naruto smiled slightly. Because this is an unavoidable decision. There are really too many problems that have broken out within Konoha, the Hokage faction on the surface, plus the Shimura Danzo faction behind the scenes. In order to expand his power, and to take the Hokage's position sooner or later, Shimura Danzo got his hands on a lot of things, and he also got his hands on a lot of people. Although the Inoshikacho clans are all staunch supporters of the Hokage faction, many of their main clans have been drawn into the Shimura Danzo faction. The internal conflicts and struggles make the lives of the three tribes unstable. In addition, the third Hokage has been greedy for power for too long, and he also wants to designate his own son as the next generation of Hokage. No matter what the Inoshikacho clan is doing, they all need to make a choice. Either you choose to be loyal to the Sarutobi clan, or, back, you need to make a choice to save the family. Sasuke paused slightly and looked at Uzumaki Naruto strangely. As you just said, isn't Inoshikacho a staunch supporter of the Hokage faction? Uzumaki Naruto nodded, but there was no contradiction in what he just said. The supporters of the Hokage faction are good, but did I say that the Inoshikacho clan supports Sarutobi Hiruzen? They support the person who is the Hokage, not a designated person. And now the battle between the two factions within Konoha is intensifying, and both sides are trying to win the support of more families. So, the Inoshikacho clan supports the Hokage who can lead Konoha forward, not the third Hokage, a submissive Hokage whose strength has been declining for more than 10 years. Inoshikacho only supports the Hokage faction. Even if they have never said such words, their attitude is very clear. They will only support Konoha's Hokage. As for who the Hokage is, it is not an issue they can influence. Even who the Hokage is a question that the Inoshikacho clan has been avoiding. In other words, compared to the Hawks and Doves, the Inoshikacho clan is just a neutral faction. They do not choose the Hokage, but support the chosen Hokage. I told you before, the third Hokage will only strike hard when dealing with the inside. The biggest reason lies in the strength of third Hokage itself. The former ninja hero was not a boast, but a real reputation. But now, third Hokage has lost its sharpness in the past and started to become smooth air. He began to be attached to power and always guarded the crown on his head, making him think that it had always belonged to him. Uzumaki Naruto smiled slightly sarcastically. When the third Hokage started to be submissive, it already showed that the era of the third Hokage has completely passed. This rotten wooden leaf has long ceased to be the good tree it once was, and the good birds on this tree will have to start choosing another place to build their nests. It can be said that the current Konoha has long been in chaos by those senior officials, the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo. They have long been looking forward to the arrival of the new Hokage to completely change the pattern of Konoha. But will this pattern really change? It's just a fool's errand. Even if Uzumaki Naruto, who achieved 6 paths, cannot do it, can a mere Hokage do it? Therefore, the expectations of the three tribes are basically empty joy. Senjutsu Nade is definitely qualified as a Hokage, but trying to stir up new changes in Konoha, a rotten tree, is simply ridiculous. Unless Senjutsu Nade awakens the first generation's wood style to quell troubled times, Senjutsu Nade will never be able to stir up the wind of change. Chapter 147. We will not become Chunin. Not long after, Nara Shikamaru came back, and the enchantment around her was removed. Even the previous perception was gone. Hey. In this case, we can't talk about many things. Nara Shikamaru sat down helplessly. Although his father had already guessed that they would be next to him, especially when he chose to meet at the property of Akamaki's family, it was an obvious thing. It's just that he didn't expect the situation of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke to be so bad. So bad. Uzumaki Naruto smiled and took out a handful of kunai that had been used for many years in his pocket. Take my kunai back after you eat. Your father can understand the spell above, and knows what this kunai means. Nara Shikamaru curiously took the kunai that had experienced many vicissitudes, and his eyes were soon attracted by the strange spells on the kunai. But he didn't ask. This is something that my father can know at a glance, so this bitter technique is definitely not simple. Then, what else can be said? Uzumaki Naruto thought for a moment while dragging his chin. That's right. It's hard to talk about the purpose of me and Sasuke on this occasion, but I still know a lot about this ninja village. You should know a lot from the records of the Nara clan, right? Nara Shikamaru nodded slightly. I know a lot, but my father said that even if it is recorded, it is not all. This sentence is true. There are too many dark histories in Konoha, even beyond imagination. Indeed not all, but only the history you have seen has seen how deep the water in Konoha is. The reason why you and Oshikacho clans did not choose Hokage is because you know how deep the water in Konoha is. Are you just choosing to support the chosen Hokage? Nara Shikamaru does not object to this statement, because it is indeed a fact for them. I told you this last time, Konoha does not allow ninjas who are too capable and talented, nor does it allow ninjas who are too smart, because very smart ninjas can find a lot of truth from some scattered clues. So you Nara clan can't express yourself too much. What those in power are most worried about is having great achievements and shocking the master. The reason why they are so worried now is because they themselves are not people of magnanimity and they do not have the tolerance to tolerate others. So they're always worried. There once was such a ninja who was so powerful that he could shake the master. But he died soon after. You can go back and ask your father about this person. I'm afraid your father also knew about it at the beginning, so he pretended not to know. Nara Shikaku is a smart man, and he definitely knew a lot of the truth back then. For many things that happen in Konoha, just ask Nara Shikaku. This person definitely hides many things in his heart. Nara Shikamaru also nodded helplessly. My father is really good at hiding secrets. It's just that I used to ask him often, but he always gave me ambiguous answers. This was not surprising to Uzumaki Naruto, because you are not old enough yet to bear these secrets. You are different from us when you are still young. You still need more growth before you can take on more. Nara Shikamaru raised his head and looked at Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. These two people did bear much more than him. Compared with these two people, he looked more like a child. Whether it is Uchiha Sasuke or Uzumaki Naruto, their experiences are unimaginable by ordinary people. Yes, you and Sasuke are indeed unusual. The things you have experienced are much more complicated than those of us at the same time. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Nara Shikamaru with a slightly thoughtful look. Then go and change yourself. Just the mind is not enough. An excellent mind requires sufficient ability to display. Choji and Ino both have their own limits, so you need to guide them. But this guidance can't just be mental, it also needs strength. Besides, you are a very good person, and I am looking forward to your performance. Nara Shikamaru game looked at Uzumaki Naruto in surprise. He didn't quite understand the meaning of those words just now, but he knew that the expectation in the last sentence had other meanings attached to it. Uzumaki Naruto ignored Nara Shikamaru's reaction and continued the topic. The Chunin exam is coming soon, right? Please give me flowers. Nara Shikamaru thought about the time, and the time for the Chunin exam he predicted was almost here. It's probably less than 5 months. There should be a lot of Genin participating this time. Maybe all of our graduating Genin will participate. Most of the Genin who graduated this year have a strong background, so they will definitely take the Chunin exam this time. This is an occasion to test Genin's ability, and it is also an occasion to show Konoha's ability. So as the future heir of Inoshikacho, Nara Shikamaru knew that these Genin must take part in the Chunin exam this time. But with you two monster level Genin here this time, the rest of us probably have no chance, right? Just on this issue, Uzumaki Naruto shook his head slightly. No, you all have a chance in this Chunin exam, because Sasuke, me, and Sakura-chan won't become Chunin. Huh? This sentence made Nara Shikamaru a little confused. The Chunin exam is a stage for Genin to show his abilities. This stage is where personal abilities are emphasized. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, who are strong enough to send Jonin to the hospital, are definitely qualified to become Chunin. Do not understand? I said, we're not wasting any more time. Nara Shikamaru suddenly came back to his senses. So that's it. It turns out that I am taking the exam in Chunin. This is indeed a good opportunity, because ninjas from other villages will come to Konoha. Konoha's security force will focus on those ninjas from other villages. At that time, it is indeed a good opportunity to take action. In other words, Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura-chan are all planning to leave during this Chunin exam. It doesn't seem to be an easy task for so many people to avoid Konoha's pursuit, right? Knowing that Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were about to leave Konoha, Nara Shikamaru didn't want to stop them. He has already recognized their revenge on Konoha in his heart, and he has also confirmed in his heart that Konoha has long been decayed. He does not want to put more time and energy on Konoha. It's just that they don't want to pursue it. But when it's their turn, they'll be in trouble. Chapter 148. The result is clear at a glance. With slowly questioning, after having a good dinner, Nara Shikamaru returned to Nara's house with the kunai given to him by Uzumaki Naruto. The Nara family is very lively at the moment. The patriarchs of the three families of Inoshikacho are waiting for the results at home. Dad, I'm back. The heads of the Inoshikacho clan, Nara Shikamaru, Akamaki Dingza and Yamanaka, all looked at Nara Shikamaru who was returning home. How? Nara Shikamaru nodded slightly. It's not the right place to say these things. Naruto and Sasuke showed part of their strength in the Jonin test after graduation, and this part of their strength made Third Hokage suspicious of them, and even sent Anbu to Naruto's home to investigate the next day. It's still too obvious for me to invite them over and talk in a box with a barrier. Nara Shikaka frowned slightly. But he understood this situation very well. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke are not mediocre people. They have shown amazing talent, and even strength, which will inevitably arouse the suspicion of Third Hokage. But the result we want today is not that small. Nara Shikamaru then took out the weather-beaten kunai from his pocket and handed it to his father. Naruto gave me his kunai at that time. He said you should recognize it. Nara Shikaka took the kunai, and the first time he saw the technique engraved on the kunai, his pupils shrank. I see. Is this the legacy that the fourth generation will leave to their children? No wonder that child has plans to attack Konoha. It seems that he has really made a lot of preparations. Then he handed the kunai to Akamaki Dingza. Dingzuo, let's take a look. Akamaki Dingzuo took the kunai with curiosity. After seeing the technique on the kunai, Akamaki Dingzuo also understood it instantly. It turns out that talking outside is really not as good as talking at home. Shikaku, it seems that my sister-in-law needs to prepare something. Nara Shikaku smiled and stood up. I need to prepare some tea and snacks. Dingzuo, please explain to Shikamaru. I'll go over there. Hi-yi, you can also set up the barrier first. Nara Shikaku said as he opened the sliding door and walked out. Nara Shikamaru, who stayed behind, was a little puzzled. You can really tell just by looking at the kunai. Is the technique on this kunai something that Dad and the others are familiar with? Yamanaka and Akamaki Dingza, who are also in the room, glanced at Nara Shikamaru who was still thinking and smiled. Shikamaru, you don't have to think about it. According to Shikaku, if the intelligence is not equal, no results can be obtained from the analysis. The new generation of young people don't know about this kunai, but many ninjas who have experienced the Third Ninja War know it. Both Yamanaka and Akamaki Dingza carry some nostalgia, because that was Konoha's most glorious moment. But since the death of the fourth Hokage, the whole of Konoha has begun to go downhill. As people who grew up in Konoha, Yamanaka and Akamaki Dingza naturally hope that Konoha can have a better future. But is there really a better future now? The open and secret struggle between Third Hokage and Shimura Danzo is about to come to light. The new generation of ninjas who have reached the shadow of Konoha almost no longer exist. Compared with other booming ninja villages, Konoha's decline is entirely caused by the jealousy of those in power. If there were no Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo in Konoha, Yamanaka and Akamaki had every reason to believe that Konoha could become better. But it was because of the internal fighting between these two people for power that the new blood of Konoha was in short supply. Of course, Konoha is not hopeless now. But the problem is that now Konoha has been targeted by two children. Sooner or later, the fire of revenge of these two children will burn down the entire Konoha. Especially the talent and ability shown by these two children now, especially the appearance of the kunai, has completely explained that Konoha there won't be any future. Golden flash was the most obvious color of that era. The most famous one is as long as there is a golden flash of light, you can give up the mission. This is a shame for the enemy. But it is also a compromise for that almost unsolvable ability. Then, after the Third Ninja War, Golden Flash became the fourth Hokage, and his name was Namikaze Minato. 0 degrees. Nara Shikamaru knows that the fourth Hokage has such a title, and also knows that the fourth Hokage is called an invincible existence on the battlefield because he has mastered a special ninjutsu. There is even a saying that he can give up if he encounters Golden Flash. The statement of the task. It's just that there is no detailed description in the family records about the ninjutsu mastered by Golden Flash. I have seen these in family records. Could it be said that Naruto's kunai technique is related to the ninjutsu mastered by fourth Hokage? Akamaki Dingzuo nodded slightly. Yes. Minato used this special kunai to become the Golden Flash on the battlefield. I just didn't expect that Minato would preserve this technique and let his children inherit it. Now that the child has already left Konoha, no one can stop the child from leaving Konoha. Nara Shikamaru was silent for a moment. No wonder. This ninjutsu is the reason why Naruto has the confidence that ninjutsu can help Naruto leave Konoha, and no one can even stop it. It seems that this ninjutsu must be a space ninjutsu. Is the kunai technique equivalent to a kind of coordinate? No wonder. Naruto said that he would know if he showed it to his father. Thinking of this, Nara Shikamaru took a deep breath. It seemed that his initial choice was correct. Endorsing Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke's revenge of Konoha was a bold choice by Nara Shikamaru. Perhaps he could only make such a choice under the circumstances, but after seeing the darkness in Konoha, Nara Shikamaru also understood that there was no hope for Konoha like this. What's more, can anyone really stop Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke's revenge? That flame has already been burning, and they have been preparing for this for several years. Since Uzumaki Naruto can boldly say revenge on Konoha, he should have enough ability to realize this sentence. In that case, instead of fighting with Konoha, it would be better to break away from Konoha and preserve the roots of the family. At least according to Nara Shikamaru, there is no need for Konoha to continue to give everything to the family for it. Chapter 149, Visiting Nara's House. After dinner, Uzumaki Naruto is at home concentrating on everything around him. Since the last time he consciously traveled to the moon, or even the planet where the Otsutsuki clan lives, Uzumaki Naruto has noticed that it is becoming easier and easier for him to master everything, such as the power of nature, various escape techniques and the nature transformation of different chakras. Yin and Yang have already begun to change. Uzumaki Naruto opened his hand, and a black stick appeared in his hand. This is the first time he has used Yin Yang done to create a black stick after mastering Yin Yang. He has not tried it before, but now he can do it on the first try. Sure enough, it's the change that occurred after the consciousness went away. But all this is not a bad thing for me. Understanding of chakra, the understanding of yin and yang escape, and understanding of the forces of nature. These are one of the capitals for him to become stronger. If he had a greater awareness and understanding of these powers, it would be easier for him to enter the Six Paths realm. Now, I'm not far away from that step. Even if you don't do any development on Tensogen, as long as you master the nature transformation of chakra, the 3 attributes of fire, earth, and thunder, and then fuse the 7 attributes, you can get the 10th Tao Jade and officially enter the 6 paths. However, what I need is not just the ordinary 6 paths, but a deeper level that can even fight against Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Otsutsuki Hamura. In addition to the fusion of the 7 attributes, I also need to integrate the power of nature into the fairway pressure. I don't want the power of nature to become my weakness. There is nothing you can do against the ninjas who enter the 6 paths. As long as you master the magic, you can cause damage to the ninjas in the 6 paths. In other words, the force of nature is the natural enemy of 6 paths ninjas. Uzumaki Naruto knows this, so he will not keep this weakness. He needs to step into a deeper and more perfect 6 paths. However, I don't have to worry that much. It won't take long to do it. As long as the worldview he said can be completed, I can become more perfect. It's just that Uzumaki Naruto doesn't know how to perfect the worldview. Otherwise, he might be able to speed up this process. But Uzumaki Naruto also knew that hope should not be placed in such uncontrollable factors. Therefore, relying on his own efforts to embark on that path is what he needs to do. As for how much help that worldview can give him, that is just the icing on the cake. Suddenly, Uzumaki Naruto, who was meditating, opened his eyes and looked into the distance, where his spatial coordinates flashed. Are you home yet? Then I can go there too. Uzumaki Naruto stood up from the bed, and a shadow clone sat on the bed in his place. At Nara's house, just after injecting chakra into Kunai, a figure appeared next to Kunai! Nara Shikamaru looked at the sudden appearance of Uzumaki Naruto in surprise. He really didn't feel anything. Just the next moment, Uzumaki Naruto had already arrived at home. Space ninjutsu. Naruto can't catch it at all. The existence of space ninjutsu has already determined that Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke will definitely be able to leave Konoha, so Konoha will inevitably usher in the wrath of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke in the future. It seems that what I just thought is the same. My choice was correct from the beginning. Maybe it was just a forced and helpless choice at first. At this moment, Nara Shikamaru strengthened his determination to keep his family. As for Konoha's safety, Nara Shikamaru can't think about it. He is just a Genin and doesn't need to think about such esoteric issues. Nara Shikaka was really shocked. I didn't expect that I actually mastered it. Under the circumstances that Anbu is staring at him, he can still master space ninjutsu like Flying Thunder God. His talent and ability are probably not worse than Minato's, or even better. The mastery of Flying Thunder God was enough for Nara Shikaka to treat Uzumaki Naruto as an adult. Because Nara Shikaka knew that the goals of Uzumaki Naruto and Nunchaku Sasuke had almost been achieved. When Flying Thunder God was completed in secret, Uzumaki Naruto also left Konoha, so the final result is that the sky is high and the birds can fly. As long as Uzumaki Naruto is freed from the shackles and released to release his talent, then Konoha will usher in Uzumaki Naruto's bloodiest revenge in the near future. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the 4 people in front of him, but he was very calm. Then, we can start having a good talk, Mr. Shikaku. Nara Shikaka nodded slightly. There will be a lot of topics to talk about today, so let's sit down first. Hey, maintain the barrier. Yamanaka immediately maintained the barrier he had just arranged. Now no one outside could detect the situation of the Nara family no matter what means they used. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the barrier with interest. It's a really nice barrier. It is used to block chakra's perception. Can it also prevent the Byakugan sight? He is indeed Konoha's first-class perceptive ninja. The more perceptive a ninja is, the more he knows how to deal with perceptive ninjas. This barrier is without a doubt first class, and it is simply first class for shielding chakra. This kind of barrier technique is specifically targeted at perceptive ninjas. It should be said that only perceptive ninjas know more about perceptive ninjas and can create such a ghost. Nara Shikaku pushed the brewed tea in front of Uzumaki Naruto. Please use 323. Uzumaki Naruto nodded slightly. Thanks. After taking a small sip of tea, Uzumaki Naruto raised his head. Mr. Shikaku probably wants to know when we are going to take action, how to do it. What is the scale of the damage? Uzumaki Naruto didn't mince words and got straight to the point. Nara Shikaku also doesn't mince words. Indeed so. We no Shikacho still choose to preserve our family. It's really ironic. I didn't expect that we would make such a decision. There was a trace of bitterness and a trace of sarcasm on his face. Uzumaki Naruto still looked on with a smile. Mr. Shikaku said, the destruction of Konoha is a natural result. At this time, choosing to preserve the family is the right choice. And Shikamaru has indeed made the right choice. His mind is quite excellent. If he continues to waste this talent on this Konoha restricted by the superior, no matter how ambitious he is, he will not be able to realize it. Here, I can only think about how to balance the relationship with the superior. It really doesn't make any sense to use his mind on such meaningless things. He should apply this mind to the entire world. Chapter 150 Naruto, where do you think is safe outside the village? However, that will be discussed 3 years later. For now, Mr. Shikaku, just regard it as my lies. Let's talk about the matter at hand. Seeing that Uzumaki Naruto was not going to explain what he just said, Nara Shikaku kept these words in his heart. Perhaps these words foreshadowed what Uzumaki Naruto wanted to do in the future. Abandoning Konoha and choosing to keep the family is the right thing to do. The current Konoha has long since become rotten. The civilians of Konoha have long been accustomed to this kind of comfortable life, and this comfort is the most deadly poison. Third Hokage also seems to have forgotten that they who stand in high positions simply do not have the strength to stand in high places. Konoha has always been built by families, not civilians. High-end strength is the foundation for ensuring Konoha's status, not the so-called useless cannon fodder like Genin and Shouldn. Maybe Uzumaki Naruto went too far, directly denying the existence value of Genin and Shouldn, and directly equating them with useless existences like cannon fodder. But Nara Shikaku couldn't say anything. Only from this position can we understand that what Uzumaki Naruto said is actually the truth. A ninja village definitely does not rely on low-end combat power like Genin and Shouldn. Even Jonin is not a high-end combat power. At most, it can only be regarded as a mid-range combat power. The real high-end combat power is only those who are involved in the shadows. Ninja. The real confrontation in the war is actually the confrontation between high-end combat power. Once the high-end combat power of both sides shows obvious restraint, the situation on the entire battlefield will be completely reversed. At most, Shouldn and Jonin are only used to prolong the war and delay the existence of high-end combat power. As for Genin, that's real cannon fodder. Uzumaki Naruto's face was full of sarcasm. Because the third Hokage now wants to keep his rights, he puts more thought on Shouldn and Jonin, but in his heart he rejects ninjas with stronger talents, abilities and potential. If such a ninja is really born, what Hokage wants to do is definitely not to train him, but to first confirm whether this ninja has the will of fire. Anyone who does not have the will of fire will lose the qualification to train him. Only ninjas who are loyal to him are qualified to be trained. Nara was silent. He knew these words were not false. As the third Hokage's advisor, he actually knows better what kind of person the third Hokage is. Perhaps the third Hokage was not like this in the past, but after aging, the third Hokage's inner nature has completely deteriorated. After decades of Hokage's life, after having mastered the power for so many years, the inside is completely different from what it was before. I sighed silently in my heart. That's right. The third Hokage is no longer the tough one he hit back then. Now he is more greedy for the power of the Hokage. Even when the fourth Hokage came to power, the third Hokage still controlled Anbu's power and refused to hand it over to the fourth Hokage. Logically speaking, Anbu's allegiance is only to the contemporary Hokage. However, when the third generation and the fourth generation handed over, the third generation did not hand over Anbu's rights to the fourth generation. Instead, it continued to control Anbu's rights. Fourth Hokage ... In fact, to put it bluntly, he is a puppet of third Hokage. Nara Shikaku has always kept these dark things in his heart. But now that these dark things have been uncovered, we can feel that Konoha is completely decayed. Because the so-called rights have brought our village to this point, even Nara Shikaku, who is rational enough, is angry. Since the third generation regained power, I have understood that the third generation is not willing to bear the power in their hands. In the case of the Nine Tails Rebellion, the third generation actually faced Nine Tails earlier than the fourth generation, but in the end the third generation did not die, but the fourth generation died because of the sealing of Nine Tails. Besides, The routes were all shrunk that night. I am afraid that what happened that time has a lot to do with Konoha's senior management. Uzumaki Naruto nodded calmly. I think their personalities must be involved. External enemies can enter the center of Konoha so easily and know the place where my mother gave birth so easily. I don't believe it unless someone from the inside snitched on her. The culprit of the Nine Tails Rebellion and Hatake Kakashi's talkativeness are inseparable. What Hatake Kakashi said was just an approximate time, but the exact location must have been tipped off by an insider. No matter how stupid Hatake Kakashi is, he won't be able to say the specifics. So the informer is either Shimura Danzo at the root, or Sarutobi Hiruzen as the previous Hokage. The responsibility of these two people is absolutely inescapable, and it is even said that these two people acted together. It's just that Uzumaki Naruto showed a bright smile at this moment. Since the third Hokage believes that common people are the center of Konoha, then I want to see if he is still a Hokage after all the big families in Konoha leave Konoha. I think he would be very happy. After all, there will be no one who opposes him in Konoha in the future. He is Konoha's only Hokage. After the big clan of Konoha left, how many people remained in Konoha? Genin and Shouldn will make up the majority, right? There will definitely be a number of common Jonin, but it is definitely impossible to compare with a big clan. Murder and murder. Third Hokage will definitely be pissed off. At this moment Naruto has seen the final ending of Third Hokage. However, such a proposal gave Nara Shigeru some ideas. Transferring members of the Branch House clan and leaving. Konoha is now filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. If most of the family members continue to stay in Konoha, maybe those in the Inoshikacho family who are not good at fighting will join in. Naruto, where do you think is the safest outside? Zhao. Uzumaki Naruto understood the meaning of this sentence instantly. It's not very far away from the land of fire. Isn't the kingdom of Whirlpool, which is adjacent to the kingdom of water, a good choice? The kingdom of Whirlpool has been destroyed for a long time, and no one will approach it. It should be considered a good hiding place. Song. The current country of Whirlpool is indeed a place that is not favored by any ninja village. After all, the land area of the kingdom of Whirlpool is not very large, and it is located at the junction of the kingdom of fire and the kingdom of water. Since the fall of the kingdom of Whirlpool, neither the kingdom of water nor the kingdom of fire want the kingdom of Whirlpool to be destroyed like this, abandoned there. It does not have special resources, and this place is not easy to occupy, so there has been no change in the kingdom of Whirlpool since its destruction. If you want to hide, the country of Whirlpool is undoubtedly a very comfortable place. If you like this audiobook, subscribe the channel for more videos like this. And join my Patreon if you want to support me, link in the description. Leave some comment and let me know if you guys like this story, or you have a web novel you like and want to hear its audiobook. I will be happy to create them for you. Please like, share, and leave a comment on the video.